All right, well, Chris, thank you for that nice introduction, and I'm psyched to be here. What I want to do in this short talk is just overview a little bit of that report, and then focus in on what it says about Sandplain grasslands and how we interpreted that. Very straightforward. The report, if you haven't seen it, you can download it either from TNC or the Native Plant Trust website. And my co-authors were Michael Piantadosi and Bill Brumbeck. Bill's retired now. The three of us worked on this, and we also had help from Arlene Olivero and Melissa Clark, who are part of our TNC team. And then we had some great design help, and the report is really awesome. I have to say, it came out in 2021. I hadn't looked at it for about 6 months, and just reading through it again last night, I was sort of overwhelmed with all the work we did on this report and how nicely formatted it was. So take a look at that when you get a chance. Well, the motivation for this report, it was really motivated by Bill Brumbeck, who, the Convention on Biodiversity had put out a global strategy for plant conservation, and that global strategy had some targets for plant habitats. Their targets were 15% of each ecological region or each vegetation type, and 75%, so 15% conservation of each vegetation type, and 75% conservation of important plant diversity areas. And Bill said, I'd love to know whether we're meeting any of these targets. and he reached out to me, and we started talking about how you would actually determine that. And we thought we had, at the time, we said, actually we have all the tools we need now to take a look at whether we're meeting these targets. And that's really what we did. But we did one thing. We made some modifications, and here's the modifications we made. So the global targets were very simple. 15% of each habitat protected, which we interpret as GAP status 1 and 2. I'll say more about that in a minute. And 75% of all IPAs, important plant areas, protected. Well, so in New England, we do have a lot of protected lands, very strict protection. GAP 1 and 2 usually refers to land where the intention of the conservation is protection of biodiversity. But we also have a lot of land that we call multi-use land. It's GAP 3, that the intention is multiple uses, but it conveys a lot of biodiversity protection. This is particularly important for our large forest types. And then lastly, we had been really digging into climate resilience, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in a second. And we really wanted to see how well we had conserved areas that were on climate resilient land. So we came up with our own New England target, which you can see here, which is a little more nuanced than the global target. We said for each habitat type, we want to have a certain amount protected as GAP 1 or 2, but we also want to make sure at least 30% of it is secured on multiple use land. And then we want to make sure resilient land makes up 75% of that. So we raised the bar a little bit, and we brought in the conservation. And then as we went forward, we looked at both of these. We looked at both the global strategy and the New England strategy as we went forward. So in order to measure this, we had 3 base data sets. And the analysis was a pretty simple overlay of the 3. The first thing we had was the Northeast terrestrial habitat map that our team had produced a couple of years ago. Charles Faree was the main author of this, and we spent many years on it, and we had a lot of help and data from all the natural heritage programs and NatureServe. And it's a pretty good map. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So if you haven't looked at this map, it's online. You can zoom around, and it classifies all the vegetation into nature serve ecological systems. The second thing we had was a nicely revised map of all the conservation lands, both the gap status 1 and 2 that are secured for nature and natural processes, and also the gap status 3, which are the multi-use lands that does allow extractions but have a lot of benefits for biodiversity. So we had a great map of that. And finally, we had our map of climate resilience. And the map of climate resilience is a map for all the in every ecoregion, for all the different soil and bedrock types, where are the places that have the most connected microclimates? And if you haven't followed this, I want to just spend a minute or two on the importance of microclimates, and they're very important for plants. So in this slide that I'm showing you here, we've taken the known occurrences of 2 plant species, smooth cliff fern, Sandplain, giardia, and we've plotted them out in terms of the landforms where they occur. And and you already know this, but it was fun to just document it. The smooth cliff fern is almost always, on a slope crest or a cliff, and it has an aversion to a lot of other landform areas. You can see the 0 line here, and the things that are above are where you find this, and the things that are below are the things you will not, it has an aversion to these. And then if you put out the Agellinus, you see the opposite. You see it has sort of an aversion to slopes, but you find it really on very gentle hills and hilltop flats and dry flats and moist flats. So it really likes hilltop flats, dry flats, moist flats. It likes flat areas, and you can see that when you plot out where they are. So the point of this is that almost all of our plant species and most of our insects and vertebrates too have preferences for certain microclimates. And the heart of our resilience analysis is to find places that have many microclimates available relative to their soil and geology. So in flat landscapes, these microclimates are pretty small. In granitic mountains, these microclimates can be huge, but even the small microclimates offer 10 to 15 degrees temperature differences and 10 to 20 degrees moisture differences, based on the fact really that species experience climate very locally, and the climate near the ground is actually quite different than the regional climate, because the planet warms, it gives off heat, and then these topographic microclimates distribute climate very locally. And I'm not making this up. I've been really enjoyed digging, there's a huge literature now on microclimates, but there are even textbooks, there's a textbook called The Climate Near the Ground, which talks about how different the climate actually is near the ground because of topography and solar inflection and radiation. And this work got a big boost a couple years ago from a study done in England by Sugat and his team. They looked at 5 million locations. These were mostly plants and invertebrates, 430 species over 40 years. And they found, sure enough, the local extinction risk was reduced from climate change, was reduced by microclimatic buffering. So we feel pretty good about this. And the great thing about microclimatic buffering is you can go out and measure it in the field, and it's relatively stable under climate change. So even as the climate changes, the microclimates stay where they are because they're based on the enduring features of the planet. So what we did was we then crossed these 3 data sets, the habitat types, the securement, and the site resilience maps, to see how we were doing on conservation. And I'll give you very briefly look at the matrix forest. We divided the communities into 3 groups: matrix forests, wetland, and then the patch forming communities. I'll give you a brief look at the matrix and the wetlands, and then we'll dive into the patch forming communities, which is where the Sandplain grasslands popped up. So first of all, we had 3 broad forest types, and each of those broke into more forest types. So there was 10 in all. And we looked at those, and we looked to see whether any of those had, met the 15% protection goal, or the Northeast goal, which was only 5% protected, but 30% in multi-use. And what you see here is the only forest type that really meets this is the montane spruce fir, high elevation spruce fir. There are some of our more common types, the low elevation spruce fir and the spruce flats, so the northern areas and some of the northern hardwoods meet some of the New England goals. So they do have over 5% protected and about 30% secured. But what you see here is when you get down to our coastal forest types, our coastal hardwoods and pine oaks, suddenly you're down into much lower amounts of securement and also lower amounts of resilience. And many of these forest types could not actually meet the resilience criteria or the securement criteria. Okay, then we look, so that's 88% of the landscape there. Now we look, 12% of the landscape is made out of wetlands. And again, we had the wetlands broken into specific wetland types. And here's the results for the wetlands. It's quite different than the forest. So there is a bunch of relatively smaller wetland types, northern bogs, peat swamps, peatlands, the boreal Laurentian bog. These met the global strategy goal, and most of them met the New England goal too. So they had decent resilience and they had a large amount of protection and securement. Most of our freshwater marsh and our more common wetlands were in this middle circle here. They have moderate resilience, they had moderate securement. The only one that meets the goal is a very small one, the Acadian Maritime Bog, And then again, some of our more unusual forest types, the interior flatwoods and the clay plain forests in Vermont, we're not meeting those goals either for securement or resilience. Okay, and then that brings us to the small patch communities. It was kind of my favorite group personally, but they only make up 2% of the landscape, but they have a huge amount of the plant diversity of the landscape. And they break in mainly, there's cliff and talus, outcrops and summits, and then grasslands, barrens, dunes. And that's where the Sandplain grasslands were in this group here. And again, just to review, as we get focused in, the global target was just 15% of each habitat secured through effective management and restoration. And the New England target was the same, 15% protected, at least 30% secured against conversion, and with resilient land making up 75% of that. So here's what the results look like now. Again, the axes here, the axes on this side is securement, and the axes on the lower part is resilience. And again, if you go over to the right, you can see that in terms of securement and resilience, alpine tundra is doing great, meets everyone's goals. There's a lot secured, and it has many microclimates. And then if you go down, you can also see that our acidic cliffs and summits and our calcareous cliffs and summits all also meet the goals. There's many resilient examples, and they're pretty well protected. But if you come over here to this group C, this is where what we call coastal plain, heathland, and grassland, that's our name for the Sandplain grasslands, it actually met the global goal. So it has 15% of the mapped habitat is under conservation protection, However, it does not meet the Northeast target or the New England target because the resilience of this is very low. The resilience of the protected areas are down in the lower part. And that's because the area is very flat and fragmented, really suggesting that we need to increase the goals. We'll say more about this in a moment, but the goals that we set, it could not meet the New England target. And that was mainly the resilience holding it back. We also looked at the threat of conversion, we used a model from Purdue University, a model of estimated areas that would be developed by 2050. It's a pretty good model. It's not perfect. And this graph here shows you acres converted on the bottom part. So that's raw acres, and then the percent of the habitat converted. And this is estimated conversion by 2050. And what you see here, again, the Sandplain grasslands are right up in the upper left. You know, the number of acres is not huge because it's a small patch community, but the percent of the habitat is the largest. It's the largest of all the habitats in terms of the percent likely to be lost to conversion over the next, well, by 2050, whatever that is, the next 30 years. And again, you can see this goes true. This is true for a lot of our coastal plain and coastal habitats. They're under high risk of conversion. Down in the lower right, if you're interested, you know, a lot of our matrix forest types and our coastal ones, they have a lot of habitat likely to be converted, although it's still a relatively small proportion of the total habitat because these are big, widespread, dominant forest types. So we summarized all this in these 2 pages here. These are 2 pages from the report that look at Sandplain grasslands, and it shows you can look at this and see the distribution we had mapped for this community and the resilience score on it. The greens are more resilient, the browns are less resilient. You can look at that. You can look at the average amount of protection where we have it mapped, you know, by each state, which states are doing well, which states are not doing so well, and you can look at the predicted habitat map, and we have a list of commonly associated species there. So you can look at all this in the report. And then I'll spend just a little bit of time on our summary. You know, our summary and recommendations, we did them for each of the habitats. For the patch forming habitats, you know, here's what we concluded, you know, that these are hotspots of plant diversity. They're particularly important as habitats of rare and endangered plants. They cover 2% of the landscape, but they sustain densities of rare species 10 times higher than wetlands and 40 times higher than our upland forests. You know, and that was based on an overlay we did with the rare species locations. So they're super critical for protecting plant diversity. 7 out of the 14 habitats do meet that global strategy goal. And for just another 7,000 acres of protection, we could actually meet that goal for every one of the small patch habitats. That's just the protection goal. But when you add in the site resilience, only 4 of them meet the New England target. And those 4 are all bedrock-based habitats. So the conservation, we said large conservation challenges are apparent for the low elevation sand and silt-based habitats, such as pine barrens and coastal grasslands. They're under high threat of conversion, really the highest of all our communities. And much of the current protection is on flat and fragmented land that is very vulnerable to climate change, you know, and conservation will likely require long-term management. So we could meet the New England goal for all the patch communities with another 17,000 acres. You know, then we'd have 30% securement. But we really think it would require probably another additional 88,000 acres of targeted resilient lands focused on those sand and silt communities to really bring the standard up to climate resilience. So both to capture more of the climate resilient sandplains that are out there, but also just to increase the amount of the vulnerable ones and manage them, you know, as a strategy for maintaining resilient systems. All right, the last thing we did was we looked at important plant areas, and we define these as patches of resilience. So they all have high resilience, patches of resilience that had extremely high levels of diversity. And you can see here a number of the sandplain grasslands came in as patches of high resilience with lots of rare species populations. The highest was on the vineyard, but several others around. I'll have to do this later and send it out for you. You know, if you want to see exactly which ones are the sandplain grasslands, there's a whole bunch of the coastal ones here. And these were our suggestions of where to start. So there's several places, several sandplain grassland places that are currently not protected. And we suggested we start with the ones that had, you know, high densities of rare species populations. And when you look this lower humped curve here, when you look at the lower curve, you know, this is just, if you look at the important plant areas, you can see the distribution of them. The coastal grasslands are here in gray. So the distribution of the important plant areas are spread rather equally across clay plain forests, coastal grasslands, calcareous outcrops, pine oak rocky summits, you can see. And then we concluded from the IPA analysis, again, our conclusion was that coastal sand and silt-based habitats are vulnerable, especially vulnerable. The number of acres needed to reach our targets is not that large. It's relatively small, but it might be difficult to sustain these habitats over time. So they're going to need long-term management. You know, a clear focus should be focusing on those ones that contain right now rare species, both in the beach and dune habitats and also in the 8 coastal grasslands that we've mapped out.
They have a lot more integrity than most of the other places, and they'll work with you if you know.
Okay, so that is the presentation. I wanted to save a few minutes for question and answer. Let me go off. Let me stop sharing.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, stop sharing. We have a few minutes for questions. So if you stop sharing, then I can see everybody.
Here we go. Okay.
And the folks want to raise hand to ask a question. We'll try to spot you.
I know your coffee's just kicking in, but
All right, Jim Grimes, you have a question?
I think that was a great talk. I happen to live in Montauk, New York. So we were all coastal grasslands at one time. I think, you know, a lot of our area is it's protected, you know, by the agencies. But our biggest challenge is the conversion, not the development, but the conversion of non-native invasive species into these areas. And in particular, the grasslands, you know, for many, many years out our way, we were burned off on a 3 to 5 year cycle. That hasn't happened in now probably 60 to 70 years. And what we're seeing is that change in the plant makeup, both native and non-native, which in turn has changed, you know, the whole coastal environment here for a lot of the grasses and the forbs. And, you know, it's really hard to get through the bureaucracy to get management plans on some of these public lands that'll maintain the health of the grassland.
yeah, I think you said it very well. You know, the processes, especially fire, the processes that maintain the grasslands, you know, have to be, they are not naturally occurring anymore, particularly in the more fragmented areas, and they really have to be replicated through management, or the grasslands will change. I mean, I don't quite know. I know there's a huge fear that we would lose all the species. I don't quite know. Have you noticed? I mean,
well, you know, okay, I'm going to take one species in particular, wood lily. Okay, what is it? Lilium philadelphia. Okay, as a kid, we've got a very various land, you know, sort of grasslands. We've got some nice tall grass areas, which are all in county and state park at this point. You know, they're totally protected. But here becomes the dilemma. When I was a kid, this was predominantly tall grass prairie that has now seceded to mixed shrub and woodland. And you combine that change of environment to actually wildlife pressures, deer pressures, you'd be hard pressed to find wood lily in some of these areas that were common. Even common Gerardia is one of those plants. You know, we've protected areas, but in the process of protecting the area, we've lost these sort of disturbance events. So you're watching these plants very quick, in the case of Gerardia, very quickly decline. You know, they disappear in literally a few years. I think some raise a hope for us out here in the pine barren areas is I don't agree with the southern pine bark beetle as being the devil. I see this as an opportunity for some of the ground species, the terrestrial orchids, some of your bogland species, and that for them to actually get a kick up. Because I'm looking for our area, I'm looking forward to the wildland fires that we're ultimately going to get in some of these spots as an opportunity to sort of renew and bolster some of our species.
All right. Anybody else have? We have time for one more question before 9:15, and we move on to the next talk.
I'll just respond while we're waiting. You know, I can't see any other conclusion from our report that these small patch coastal sand-based, silt-based grasslands, if we want to sustain them, they're going to need, you know, they need huge commitment and long-term management. And I think your example, James, is perfect for.
Yeah, we have many more talks today will address this question. The talk by Sarah Boyce, who's coming up next, addresses this head on. And I know later in the morning, Mike Whittemore has been assembling, just to put a plug for his talk, he's been assembling floras of a lot of these areas that Mark has mapped and documented the rare species, but clearly the need for management rises to the top of the concerns, and invasives, management of both shrubs and invasive species. All right, I suggest, Sarah, you ready? The next talk is by Sarah Boyce, and Sarah is going to report on an activity, a project that the Grassland Network actually took on together. And her talk is entitled Challenges and Successes of Managing Grasslands as Biodiversity Hotspots.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I'm just assuming, unless I hear otherwise, that you guys can all see my screen. Great. So I want to thank Mark for that setup, and also to Jim for his questions. I think some of what Jim has noticed and addressed kind of come up in some of this work, and I know in other talks later today. So as Chris said, I'm Sarah Boyce. I'm with the Linda Loring Nature Foundation, which is based on Nantucket. But as Chris said, I'm going to be presenting on work that is collaborative within the Sandplain Grassland Network. Excuse me. So we know, as Mark noted, that the Sandplain grasslands are regional biodiversity hotspots, and that these habitats are considered conservation priorities for their limited geographic range, the number of rare plants and animals that they support, and their fragmented habitats. We've lost so much Sandplain grassland that were originally on the landscape. The map that we have on the right is, a little zoomed in from what we saw with Mark, but this is what we have as our current Sandplain grassland locations. And you can see basically from basically central New Jersey to southern Maine, all of these dots represent properties that have Sandplain grassland habitat, with the bulk being Long Island, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and coastal Massachusetts. And so these areas are protected, but they don't belie like how many acres there are. So we know that as conservation priorities, the first step is really protecting these habitats. And so when we think about as a conservation priority, how are we dealing with these habitats and the focus of the rare and endangered flora and fauna? So as we said, the first step is really protecting. And we have in our recent Sandplain Grassland Network paper that came out in Restoration Ecology, our calculations are a little bit different for the current status of protection. But we have about more than 50% of the known Sandplain Grassland heathland communities are under or owned by an organization with a conservation focus. So there's that level of protection. Another little more than 30% are owned by federal, state, or municipal agencies. And then there's a remaining, I think 17% or so that are privately owned. So in the first step, we're making progress, or we're doing pretty good in that protection. But as we were just talking about after the last talk, it's really about, the next steps are managing and maintaining, and where possible, expanding Sandplain grassland habitat. And so that's the bulk of what we're going to talk about today, or I'm going to talk about today. And then we're going to touch on the creation. So, Jim really stole my show of thinking about what are the opportunities where we can create additional Sandplain grassland heathland habitat to further protect not only the habitat as a group, but those conservation priority species. And so when the Sandplain Grassland Network was founded in 2016, our goal was, advancing the effectiveness of Sandplain grassland management, bringing together, as Chris said in the introduction, managers, Sandplain grassland landowners, researchers to kind of coalesce and synthesize the current knowledge and have a list of best practices. And so this is really like, okay, what do we know? What do, people have been working in this realm and in these habitats for a long period of time. And can we put all this information together so it's easily accessible? And then from there, identify research needs, facilitate collaboration, and then hold conferences like this, workshops, meetings, field trips to other Sandplain grassland habitats to kind of continue to share this information. Excuse me. And so I mentioned we recently published a paper in Restoration Ecology. It is an open access article because we really want to be able to share as broadly as possible the information that many of you on this conference today have contributed to. And so our first step with this project was to synthesize the knowledge, as I said before. So looking through the published literature, many of whom people are on the talk today. But we know from this work that a lot of the work is housed in the gray literature. So reports, management plans, state and federal reports, fact sheets for different rare species and certain conservation targets. And so we really wanted to be able to put all this information together, as I said before. And then to me, one of the best parts is really conducting the interview. So early on, there were 31 practitioner interviews. Many of you may have been interviewed yourselves that really dove into expert opinion. And the specific questions and everything that we used were available in our paper, but it was really to get a handle on the ground. What are people seeing? What are people noticing? What has worked? What hasn't worked? And what are the new problems that are being seen on the horizon? And so just really quickly for the literature results themselves, we did have a mix of published and unpublished data. But what I'm really happy with is the broad geographic range of the studies, and they really match what that earlier map was of where the main Sandplain grassland habitats are. So of course, most of the literature came from Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, mainland Massachusetts generally, with a smattering of publications and reports and things from other areas that representing the distribution of the habitat. And I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about exact management methods, but this is one of the figures in the paper, and it really looks at, of the gray and published literature, it's really looking at, okay, we're limited by what are the common listed targets that are in the papers, and what are the commonly used management tools that can be compared. So this is like kind of a first step. And what I really just wanted to highlight here is that growing season burn has been the most successful at both reducing woody cover and increasing overall diversity, followed closely by mowing, and mowing either during the growing season or during the shoulder seasons, at reducing, once again, reducing woody cover and increasing diversity. Grazing, we have seen, has been really good at reducing woody cover, not as great at increasing diversity. Of course, this is limited by, once again, the papers that have all these, the commonalities that we could make a figure like this. And, there's also drawbacks to each type of management regime. Some are more expensive than others. It's really what tools are available to you, your toolbox, how big your property is, what liability you're able to take on. And so this is something that was really helpful in putting together, okay, for the last 30 to 50 years, what have people been doing and what's working? Of course, there are many other tools in the toolbox of Sandplain grassland management. Some are newer that have been, have less documentation, but still some really good documentation that we're going to be hearing about later today. For example, harrowing or disking, that real heavy soil disturbance, selective removal, whether it's mechanical or using herbicide to remove woody, to specifically remove woody individuals. And so this is where a lot of our interviews come in more, and more expert opinion is finding all the different tools that are available. And there's lots of, in our paper and on the Sandplain Grassland Network website, we have a lot more nuanced discussion for each of these tools, the drawbacks, the positives. And once again, it's really about your starting conditions and what tools are available to you. Excuse me. But the take-home points in general, and this is once again a huge generalization, is that the best management tools, if you have, for people who already have Sandplain grasslands, and how do we maintain these early successional habitats, is increasing that growing season disturbance. And so really, once again, it depends on what tools are available to you. If you can put fire on the ground during the growing season, that shows to have the best success. But whatever tools are available, like the mowing, soil disturbance, etc. We really want to expand selective removal of woody plants, for something like where there's more bigger shrubs on the landscape. Selective removal has been shown to be really effective. We want to investigate more soil disturbance. We're going to be hearing some a little bit later from successful projects that have instigated soil disturbance to break up heavy root structures. And then we need more research into combining disturbances. A lot of people have been combining disturbances on the landscape, but the more documentation we have, the more evidence we can have to show and share the knowledge of what works best. But what I will emphasize, especially to this group full of people who are working in this field, is to really adopt this adaptive management framework and especially the recording and sharing out of information. I'm glad to see so many people here today, and lots of people were willing to share their experiences and give talks today. But that's really, our goal as a Sandplain Grassland Network is to find the best management tools, but also to share this information however possible. Not everybody has to publish a scientific paper, but how can we share this information? New strategies, as we're going to be hearing a little bit more, with our aspects of climate change and our management tools available to us are changing, the more we can share and report out, the better we will all be and reaching our conservation management goals. And so lastly, and this is something that's come out both of the interviews, the work we've done, and over the years of our Sandplain Grassland Network holding conferences and workshops, is learning more about how climate change has impacted our Sandplain grassland management. So, we kind of, Mark alluded to this a little bit, but with our, changing climate and increased erosion, storm surge, and sea level rise, one of the first things we're immediately seeing is just direct land loss. So regardless of how we're managing the habitat, this picture is from the south coast of Tuckernuck, which is an island off the coast off of Nantucket. We're just directly losing Sandplain grassland habitat right directly into the ocean. There's inundation with sea level rise and storm surge. So adding that layer of making our properties more resilient to these perturbations, these changes, is a next level of management that maybe we haven't considered in the past. And with our warming temperatures and precipitation changes that are changing the overall climate in New England, we're experiencing lots of different changes and kind of added indirect effects of climate change. So we alluded to with Jim's question earlier about fire availability on the landscape. So yeah, sure, growing season fire would have the greatest effect in reducing woody cover and increasing diversity. But if the temperatures make it so that it's out of prescription for most of the growing season, then we don't have that tool at our disposal anymore. With species range shifts, that can affect not only our community species that make up the Sandplain grassland habitat, but those conservation targets that Mark was really alluding to, all those rare species that are, excuse me, within Sandplain grassland habitat and our specific conservation targets. As those species may be changing or shifting their ranges, we have to be thinking differently about how we manage and encourage those species. We also have those new and expanding invasive species and new introductions. I put a picture of Miscanthus here, the Chinese silvergrass, because that's a species we're dealing a lot with here on Nantucket now. Not only has it become newly more popular in the horticultural trade out here on the island, but it's a grassland invader, and it's becoming, you know, as these new species become more invasive or new problems, how do we as managers keep pace with these new species, but also as at a policy level, can we keep pace with what these new invaders are? And then, of course, with seasonal changes and shifting phenologies, that might change the timing of the management. So many managers have done, you know, certain thing for the last 25, 30 years that have worked, but we might have to be rethinking about the timing of our management. So I have this fun job in this talk of bringing up more problems than I have solutions for, but I'm hoping to set up for the rest of the talks today. Some of these issues will be addressed. And then, as I mentioned with Sandplain Grassland Network, one of our goals was really highlighting research needs. And so investigating, as I said earlier, additional management methods and combinations of methods. How are our uncommon and rare plants responding to different management methods? Are they responding the same that they always have? Are there new, with shifting phenologies, maybe there's new management challenges? Something that has been brought up for, you know, since we started the Sandplain Grassland Network was native seed availability and seed sources. And I know that's going to be talked about later today. We have several talks with that. And then with our shifting species ranges for our rare and uncommon species, do we need to start considering facilitated migration? And if so, where are we moving these species to? And then that leads to potential areas for Sandplain grassland expansion. So what are, as Jim so aptly put earlier, what are the opportunities with climate change where we can implement or consider Sandplain grassland creation? And so I'll just end here with something that I'm working on. When we at the Linda Loring Nature Foundation, we have some small acreages of Sandplain grassland habitat, and we have been working more in that selective removal of non-native Japanese black pine. And so over the last 5 years, we've been removing acres and acres of pine habitat. And we are restoring the Sandplain grassland below, mostly not through seed addition, but basically selective removal and management of the ground layer and encouraging the Sandplain grassland to return. And this could be seen as a model for some of the areas where we're seeing devastation of the southern pine beetle. If we can't replant pine habitat in those areas, maybe those are opportunities for Sandplain grassland heathland creation. Similarly, we've talked for years about conversion from agriculture, so moving from an agricultural landscape post-abandonment as an opportunity to create Sandplain grassland habitat. And then we're going to be hearing later today several talks about cranberry bog restoration, a new movement that's very prevalent in Massachusetts, and how can we incorporate Sandplain grassland habitats into these restoration projects that are newly on the landscape. And so I hope this sets us up well for our next set of talks. And I'm sorry to just bring up more issues and problems, but hopefully this is inspiring some more collaboration and thought. And with that, if you haven't seen our paper yet, you can click on the QR code. There's a lot more details and some of the specifics in here. And thanks again.
Great, thank you, Sarah. So Sarah, I think to stay on time, which we are on time, I'm just going to turn it over to you to introduce Tim and the next talk.
Great. Thanks everyone again. So I'm excited to introduce our next talk. Tim Boland from the Poly Hill Arboretum is going to be talking about wildland oak production at Poly Hill. Tim, are you all set and ready? I don't see Tim. So Tim, when you're ready, you can go ahead and share your screen. I know Tim's here.
He was here.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yep, great.
Yes.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Everybody's trying to get rid of woody plants. I'm trying to grow them. But thank you so much, Sarah and everybody, and Chris for inviting me. Poly Hill is involved with plant propagation as part of its mission of growing plants, and a lot of plants are rare. Some are not, but we have been growing oaks for a while, and I just want to talk about oaks and their production. Native oaks in New England, when we look at it, there's 12 based on Angelo and Buford, but if you look at the different groups of plants, the different types of oaks, I should say, the white oak group and the red oak group, they have different protocols for growing and collecting, certainly. So the ones that are listed here with kind of a gold color are the native oaks of Martha's Vineyard, and these are on Nantucket. Some of them are more predominant in the Sandplains than others, particularly scrub oak and post oak. But you'll notice the difference in tannins, which affects how you collect and grow them and how available they are once they mature on the trees. And so one thing about oaks that we know, you see down on the bottom, they're exceptional species. That means they're cool. It also means that they can't be stored long for very long periods, maybe up to a half a year, because of the fleshy bodies that they encompass, the acorns. The white oak group, though, is different. They flower, mature, have acorns in the first season, and they don't have a radical dormancy, so they sprout right away. But they do have a shoot and leaf dormancy that has to be overcome with stratification or colder periods. They do, however, have lower tannin content, so they're more attractive to animals. The black oak group can take 2 years to mature. In general, they do, and they have a dormancy that's also root, stem, and shoot to begin with. They have a higher tannin content. There's fascinating work that, talks about how squirrels and other animals stash these things for future use. And so that's part of what we have to do is kind of get in there first and collect them. If you're collecting acorns, the first thing you may want to do is do a float test. So this is Quercus ilicifolia. You put them in a little Tupperware bin or whatever you have in water, and you'll see the ones that sink have viable embryos. What happens with acorns is immediately on the trees when they're forming the first year, acorn weevil can get in and lay its eggs inside the acorn, and they go right through the top of the acorn, the cupule, when it's first developing, the cap, I should say. And for a propagator, the acorn weevil, some say it's evil. I don't really think that, but in general, this will be your first challenge in collecting oaks. A lot of people say don't take them off the ground because they're likely already infested with weevil. In general, that's not always true. You can also take them off the tree and they have the acorn weevil inside them. I should mention there's a few books on acorns specifically and the life of an oak. It's a book primarily based on California oaks. It talks about all the animals and fungi and organisms dependent on acorns. There's a whole ecosystem of acorns going on. Doug Tallamy in his book talks about there's more life under an oak than above the ground. Below ground, there's more life. And a lot of it has to do with things like this, the animals and their association. Typically, we would grow them in containers, but for the most part, we're growing them now in different containers because of their tap root. So you have to accommodate this tap root. It's the first thing they put down. So we do this production method that uses a staged container production from smaller to larger with continuous root pruning. That sounds very cruel, but actually what it is we have these open bottom pots. They're free draining. And so the radical comes out the first year and we plant right into these and they grow down, and the bottom of these flats are open as well. So the air comes in and essentially prunes the roots. The tip of the acorn radical dries out and it puts out lateral roots. And so here's kind of the old school method. These Anderson band pots have been available forever for foresters. More recently, in the last 20 years, and even longer than that, are these deep-rooted pots that specifically kind of give you a serial stage production of oaks. And you see up here in the corner, you've got this long radical, this root, and then this is what happens once it kind of dies back. It produces lateral roots, and that's really what you want to do. And so at Poly Hill, we use these different pots from Stewie Corporation and Anderson Bands, but the other challenge is things like to eat acorns at all stages of oak production. So we grow them in these little cages. Mice, in particular, and squirrels are your nemesis. Here's an example of an open bottom pot. Here's a white oak acorn. They're generally placed on their sides like this, and they sprout their radical, then following a dormancy, they put out a shoot. But here are all the oaks. This is an oak that's common to the vineyard, Quercus coccinea, and that's a plant we're growing more of and selling.
Tim, you're on time here. Your time is so please wrap up.
Okay. Here are the advantages of using these pots: deeper taproot, more lateral roots, less transplant shock, faster establishment, the challenges I just talked about. We also have challenges in our woodlot, so we're thinking about growing more oaks. We've had oak in decline. This has happened more recently, beech leaf disease. So we look towards growing more oaks in the future. Who's going to get them? Homeowners, conservation groups. We plan to plant more oaks in our natural areas and in and around the island where we're allowed to. And in general, just closing, we want to grow oaks, share oaks to teach people the value of oaks as ecosystem foundation trees. So thank you for allowing me to give a 5-minute talk on oaks, which I've never done before.
Thank you, Tim. All right. We don't have time for questions now, but later today, we're going to be doing our general discussion. All right, so next we have Mike Whittemore from the Central Pine Barrens Joint Planning and Policy Commission. Mike, if you are ready to share your screen. Mike's going to be talking about flora distribution and characteristics of North Atlantic coastal plain, heathland, and grasslands. Thanks, Mike.
Oop. Thanks for the intro, Sarah. Could everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see your
Let me try and, is that better? Is
presentation mode. There you go.
that better? Awesome. Welcome, my name is Mike Whittemore. I'm the ecologist for the Central Pine Barrens Commission on Long Island, and I've been fortunate to work with Sandplain grasslands and imperiled barrens habitats for about 6 years, while helping the Sandplain Grassland Network to put together a literature review and guidebook for managing these systems. Two things became apparent. First, in the past 70+ years, there's been a tremendous amount of energy devoted to documenting localized site floras and habitat maps. Several botanists are actually on this call. And there seem to be several sites from Long Island to Maine of varying quality, management, and ownership. And second, to my knowledge, there has been no effort to put all these elements together, especially to develop a regional habitat flora. We've all heard that Sandplain grassland and similar habitats hold a high proportion of rare species in the region, but how many? And what is a Sandplain grassland compositionally? Are all grasslands similar in quality and site characteristics? This work helps understand that. Today, I'll be talking about vegetation composition, distribution, and characteristics in Northeast Atlantic pine, coastal heathland, and grassland, which is a habitat classification used by NatureServe that includes Sandplain grasslands. Main authors for this are myself, Holly Weekend, my current supervisor, and Dr. Chris Neal, my former supervisor. So many authors here as well. I'll show you some of the organizations they work for. Specifically, this work asks the following questions. What is the flora of northern Atlantic plain, coastal heathland, and grassland? What is the estimated extent? And what site characteristics might be responsible for variation? But first, I took this picture on Tuckernug similar to Sarah's. We didn't coordinate. A few years ago, it's packed with rare species and doesn't experience mowing, grazing, or burning. So maritime conditions help keep it groomed. As you could imagine, these systems differ from other types of grasslands in the country. Since that picture was taken, we've lost about 60 to 90 feet to the ocean. So there's really three categories, of data that I collected. It was species checklists, habitat map data, and site characteristics. And I'll go more into this in a moment. There we go. We created a map with two layers, all known estimated habitat and then sample areas. To form a map of all known estimated habitat, we stitched together all known maps, which seem to use ground truthing methods. To form a map of sample areas, we just asked botanists to reconstruct the areas of their surveys, and we digitized them. We followed NatureServe's North Atlantic Plain, Coastal Heathland, and Grassland classification, which follows Bailey's 221A ecoregion. We located 9 map efforts dating from 1996 to 2005. 6 were done by the Nature Conservancy, 2 were done by Natural Heritage of Massachusetts and New York, and 1 was done by the National Park Service. Of course, some of these areas have obviously changed since then. Although every map classified vegetation somewhat differently, they all separated native grassland from agriculture or pasture. This allowed us to select for 27 distinct habitat layers, such as Sandplain grassland, maritime heathland, fire breaks, and the like. Okay. This is the map we developed showing northeastern coastal Atlantic grassland and heathland, shown in black, and sample areas in red. Based on all known habitat types, this habitat comprises of nearly 26,000 acres across the region. Our sample sites comprise of about 5,380 acres, making up 21% of the estimated total habitat. Of course, these habitat maps are somewhat outdated, but provide an idea. Also, acreage seems to align in acreage to recent habitat maps that used remote sensing. As we anticipated, remaining habitat is sparse, patchy, and consists of clusters or sort of these strongholds. Local grasslands range from small to over 700 acres, and the vast majority seem to be within 10 miles of the ocean. Okay. This table breaks down total estimated habitat and sample acreage by state. As you can see, it's about 26,000 total acres. Massachusetts had most of the acreage, 55%. And Massachusetts also had more sites that were studied, which is 41 sites of the 67. Okay, here's a close-up of Long Island and Cape and the islands, and you'll notice distinct clusters. There we go. Okay, so for the flora, 77 species lists for 66 sites from Long Island to Maine were accounted for. There came in typewritten, botanist notes, long-term plot data, multi-habitat data. So I transcribed into a database of species by site. Roberta Lombardi of UMass Herbarium updated nomenclature, which was great. And we omitted wetland plants like facwet and obligate that might have been accounted for on the edges, and also plants just identified only to genus. For the few lists that had multiple habitats, botanists called lists based on their recollection for this habitat type. And this included growth form, duration, and native status following USDA plants database classifications. Okay. So for native status, 67% native, 33% introduced, which I think is pretty much in line for like what Massachusetts is as a whole. Growth form, 59% forbs, 18% graminoid, 15% shrub. So these should really be called forblands from now on. Okay, and duration, 74% perennial, 23% annual, and 4% biennial. Cool. So what is a Sandplain grasslands? We developed a database of species by site. So using occurrence data, we were able to query for most frequent species across the region to quantify what the dominant composition is. This table shows species that were found on at least 60% of the sites in descending order. Mix of little bluestem, poverty oakgrass, the euthamias, bunch of asters, rough-leaved goldenrod, gray goldenrod, greens rush. There's juniper, paspalum, huckleberry, bayberry, and hyssop-leaved boneset. So these are just a collection of sort of the top generalist species. Okay. So with this database, we are able to quantify rare species occurrences. The vast majority of these data were collected from botanical surveys, but Massachusetts and New York natural heritage programs provided subsequent reports using the sample site polygons I sent them. So we found 83 rare species. This includes watch list and rare species, historical, 2 federally endangered, 56 rare species in mass, 527 occurrences, 34 in New York with only 144 occurrences, 10 rare species in Maine with 11. And each of the 66 sites had at least 1 rare species, which I found interesting, ranging all the way to 38 rare species per site. Keep in mind, I only had time this morning to pull data from species that are rare in at least 1 state. For example, some species may be rare in New York that aren't in Massachusetts, but they were present in Massachusetts, but you get the idea. It's probably a similar trend. Okay, so let's look at some of the site characteristics. Of course, the composition seems to vary quite a bit, as we knew. We know that site characteristics influence vegetation. So although we collected a lot of data here and we have a big database full of data, I'll highlight just a few characteristics. 80% are in some form of protection, which is great. 57% of protected habitat is actually owned by nonprofits, which is important. The majority of sites have been restored in some way, with several sites that have experienced prescribed burning, which has seemed to have worked very well. And sites such as airports and airfields or old radio stations, which have been regularly mowed or burned, or have had long-term fencing, tend to have a higher quality. Okay, so I only have 2 more slides here. I don't know how I'm doing. But this work helps us quantify the state of this habitat. A lot of this we sort of already anticipated, you know, patchy, isolated, varying habitats, varying quality. They collectively hold a high proportion of rare species. What I found illuminating is that looking at these data, there's definitely clear strongholds with similar rare diversity across the range. For example, Sayville is very similar to some of the grasslands on Martha's Vineyard. Sayville is on Long Island. And of course, management's very important. Last slide. So future implications. I think from this work, I think it would be good to prioritize the following. Habitat-wide assisted migration strategy, especially because these are very small, fragmented landscapes. They have challenges there. Production of seed for a suite of generalist and specialist species to widen the bottleneck for restoration efforts. Research ecotypes and seed transfer zones to alleviate the supply and demand challenges in seed production, as we all know. Updating vegetation maps locally or with a specific focus on the habitat area as a whole, if possible, to understand existing habitat and opportunities for expansion. And I think there's one more that's very important. Test rare species and habitat responses to management tools, especially fire. And we know that there's been a lot of great research over the years on management responses, you know, vegetation responses. I think honing more into like the rare species responses would be great. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike. And also thank you for being under time. Much appreciated. All right, we'll have time later for questions for Mike. But I think we are ready to go right into our next talk. Patrick, if you are ready, you can go ahead and start to share your screen. Our next talk is Patrick Farrar with the Woodwell Climate Research Center. He's going to be talking about 2 decades of change in Martha's Vineyard plant communities.
Indeed, I am. Hello, everybody. Can you see my PowerPoint?
We can see your, yes.
There you go.
Your PowerPoint.
Okay. All right, great. Awesome. All right, so thank you, Sarah. Hello, everybody. As Sarah said, I am Pat Farrar. I'm with Woodwell Climate Research Center. And today I'm going to be talking about 2 decades of change in Martha's Vineyard plant communities. So I don't need to talk too much about this introductory Sandplain Grassland stuff. Folks have touched a lot about it already, and the paper I refer to here is what Sarah just discussed earlier. So I will spare you rehashing the details of this, but we all are aware that these are disturbance-dependent regional biodiversity hotspots, and there's been large areas of loss in recent years. And what I want to emphasize here, though, is that as the remaining grasslands and other habitats are changing over time, and we're observing some of these changes that we're concerned about in grasslands, such as losses of species and increases in woody plant cover. So it's really important to be monitoring change over time in various plant communities, and especially in Sandplain grasslands. So with that said, we had this really great opportunity to take advantage of a large Martha's Vineyard island-wide plant survey from 2000 that was done by Glenn Motzkin and a team from Harvard Forests to do a longitudinal plant ecology study. And in this, so with our project partners, Sheriff's Meadow Foundation and Martha's Vineyard Commission, we wanted to take advantage of taking a survey from 2000 and resurveying in 2022 to analyze changes in communities and diversity over time across various habitats in conservation areas around the island. So this is just to give you a sense of where our plots were spread around the island. We had 101, and as I said, they're in various habitats and all in conservation areas. This is some pictures of my summer coworker, Julia Charest, and myself doing fieldwork on Martha's Vineyard last summer. We resurveyed 101 of the original Harvard Forest plots, which were 20 by 20 meters large. And at every plot, we would identify all plants present and estimate their cover in 8 cover classes. We also recorded the diameter breast height of all the trees present in the plot that were greater than 2.5 centimeters. And we used a densiometer to estimate canopy cover and a rangefinder to record the maximum 3 tree heights of the plot. So this is a breakdown of where the different habitat types that our plots were in. These are kind of major lumped groups. These are the 5 main ones. As you can see, there were 19 of them were in grassland habitat of the 101. And this actually is only, I believe, 95 because we ended up excluding 6 plots from the analysis for reasons that I will discuss in more detail later. And also I want to note too that there's the lines between some of these groups are not always super clear cut. Like there are some shrublands that are very grassland-esque, and forest is comprised of many different types of forests, and some of those forests are pitch pine stands that have a lot of scrub oak in them. So the line between forest and scrub oak can get blurry as well, but these are just the major group types. The main takeaway finding here is a mean decrease in species per plot. That's pretty substantial. We saw a decrease of 5 species per plot, which is a 26% decrease from 2000. I mean, it's not surprising necessarily that that was mostly in native species because, you know, in conservation areas, there weren't a whole lot of non-native species to begin with. But something interesting is that the changes in cover composition were pretty negligible. And what I mean by that is we didn't see a big swing in the proportion of each plot that was covered by forbs and graminoids versus the proportion that was covered by woody stuff. So that was, particularly for grassland plots, that was an interesting finding. Like, we didn't necessarily see that this loss of species was correlated with a big increase in woody plant cover. And similarly, across all habitats, the species richness declines were pretty evenly split between forb and graminoid species and woody species. So it wasn't like all the losses were really concentrated in forb and graminoid species, which we would maybe expect if things were just all getting shaded out by increasing woody plant cover. This graph really is just, you know, if I had a pointer, I could maybe demonstrate a little easier, but like, take the dark green block on the farthest left. That is the distribution of forest plant species richness in 2000. And then the same colored block on the right is the forest plant species richness distribution in 2022. So you can kind of see, okay, the orange is grassland. So you can see that the richness dropped from 2000 to 2022 by looking at the orange box plot on the left versus the one on the right. And yeah, the declines in forest, grassland, and scrub oak were all pretty similar, about 3.5 species per plot lost. The shoreline loss is so large, basically because a lot of our shoreline plots were underwater when we went to resurvey them. So we recorded them as having species richness of 0. And that obviously has a big effect on the species richness of those plots in 2022. But notably also shrublands had a larger decline in species than any of the other scrub oak, grassland, or forest types. But like I said, there's a pretty big overlap between some of the shrublands and grasslands. Now just to talk about only the forb and graminoid species within these declines. Grasslands did have a bigger loss and this graph is in the same format as the last one, by the way. So you can see, you know, grasslands obviously have a lot more forb and graminoid species to begin with than forests and scrub oak. But so they did have a larger loss, but that's also possibly because forests and scrub oak just don't have many forb and graminoid species to begin with. And shoreline, similarly, that's just likely mostly a product of a lot of these plots being underwater or on eroded cliff faces with no vegetation. But shrublands also lost a good amount of forb and graminoid species. And this is where, in the column on the farthest right, you can see the changes in forb and graminoid cover. As you can see, it's really quite negligible in forest, grasslands, and scrub oak habitats. And it actually increased in shrublands, even though we saw a decline in species richness for forbs and graminoids. And I chose not to display the shoreline change in cover value here because with these changes in cover are based on proportions, and with covers of 0, it just wasn't really, it was kind of a misleading figure. So I chose not to include it. Now to talk about just woody species, you can see there, you know, the distribution looks about the same in 2000 and 2022, but just every habitat kind of dropped by a relatively similar amount. And yeah, grasslands had less species richness declines in woody species, but they are more filled with forb and graminoid species. And similarly, the changes in cover are not big. So grasslands had a 0.4% increase in woody cover, which is really, really negligible. So I would have maybe expected to see a big increase in woody plant cover associated with species declines like this. And I would have expected to see declines more concentrated in forb and graminoid species, but that's not necessarily what we were seeing either. Really, the changes in non-native species were also pretty negligible, besides maybe in grasslands. There was a mean of 1 additional non-native species per plot in the grassland plots, but the cover of non-natives did not really go up by very much at all, 3.6%. And if you want to see a silver lining in the shoreline plots all eroding or becoming underwater, they did lose some non-native species in there. So that's something, I suppose. To summarize, the main findings here are that there was declining plant species richness across all habitats island-wide in these conservation areas. And interestingly, those losses were evenly split between forb and graminoid and woody species. Also, within each habitat type, the cover composition didn't change very much. So for grasslands, it's important to note that we did not find that our grassland plots were getting woodier over time. And also, as I was saying, the erosion of shorelines led to complete losses of habitat in a lot of places. So briefly, just really quickly, want to touch on some of the challenges of doing longitudinal studies like this. Relocating and orienting these plots is non-trivial, especially if you're just navigating to a GPS point and there's no permanent marker, and then you're using a handheld compass to orient the plot north. Even just in these areas where there's small patchy habitat mosaics that are all, where you have different plant communities pretty close to each other in small patchy areas, even just having the plot a few meters away and oriented a little differently, you can capture some significant differences. So as I said earlier, we already threw out 6 of the plots, 6 of the 101, because as I started to go through the data, it was pretty clear that they were just not surveyed in the same spot. The vegetation composition was just not the same. And also you have challenges arising from having 2 different teams do the surveying in 2000 versus 2022, or whenever you do a longitudinal study. Like, there are going to be differences in how people identify plants and how they estimate cover. So then that leads to some decision making as you go to analyze the data in how you want to deal with some of those things. So I can touch on how we've started to deal with some of those things in more detail later if anyone is interested or wants to talk, but for the sake of time, I will just move along for now. So the next steps that we want to do include incorporating land management into our data set, so we can start looking at relationships between disturbance type and frequency and the specific plant community changes. We also want to compare specific species occurrences between the 2 years, so that we can look at the species that have had the most, like individual species that have had significant changes. Obviously, this whole time I've been talking about just general changes in species richness, but we want to hone in on which species are really driving those changes. We also want to look at individual plots as well as individual species. So were there plots that had really big swings in plant species richness, and is that maybe tied into a management regime or something like that? Or did something happen at this site that where we can maybe say, why did this have a big increase or decrease in species richness? Is there something we can attribute that to? We also are looking forward to utilizing some ordination to analyze the community composition change over time. And Sarah Kleonsky, who is here, is going to help us with that. So with that, I will leave you with the acknowledgements. We had a lot of donors and a lot of groups help us along the way. And shout out to our project partners, Sheriff's Meadow and the Martha's Vineyard Commission. So I will leave it there.
Great, thanks, Pat. And as we get ready for the next speaker, I just want to remind everyone, we're going to be having a discussion at the end of the morning session. So if you have questions for specific speakers, you can put them in the chat and we're going to kind of keep track of those and we can talk about them again at the end of the session. Or any of the author or any of the speakers can look at the chat too and answer specific questions. All right. Kelly, Pat, if you want to stop sharing.
Oh, sure.
Thanks. All right, up next, we have Kelly Oman from the Nantucket Conservation Foundation. Kelly is going to be talking about revisiting a Harrow Seed Edition grassland restoration treatment to assess longer-term effects. All set, Kelly.
Thanks, Sarah. Hopefully everybody can see this. I'm not sure.
Not yet.
Can anybody see it now?
Not yet.
No.
All right, I'm not sure what I'm having for a problem here.
Here, Kelly, I can share mine because I have your talk. Why don't I do that? I'll share. Whoops. Hold on 1 second. I can do this. There, can people see there? People can see that.
Yep.
All right. So Kelly, just tell me and I'll advance the slides.
All right, thanks, Chris. So this is a Nantucket Conservation Foundation project on the island of Nantucket in the middle of the island. We wanted to revisit a project that ended in 2013, where we did disc harrowing on a large area, and then we assessed the vegetation using sampling plots. Next slide, please.
Oh, hold on.
Thanks. So this just shows the area that we harrowed and the vegetation plots and the adjacent unharrowed area. We used 1 meter quadrats and we did vegetation sampling looking at percent cover. And we also did photo monitoring over the years. And we've been revisiting this site over time and have noticed a really strong signature. So we wanted to go back 10 years later and see if what we saw visually was really occurring. Next slide. So you can see kind of the line between the left and the right on this picture. The harrowed area is on the left. We published this in 2018 as an article, and we wanted to go back and reanalyze the data in a similar way and see if what we're noticing visually is really what's happening. Thank you. Next slide, please. You could see in 2023, we were still seeing this. So we went out this summer and we re-sampled the vegetation plots. Next slide, please. Our plan is to go forward and just analyze the species richness of the site, comparing to previous years, and also look at the vegetation trends over time. Trying to take a look at how things may have shifted since the time that we did the harrowing. The only follow-up management for this site has actually been just mowing in the dormant season. So we haven't been able to apply fire or any other processes, but we're still really seeing a real difference between the shrubland that wasn't harrowed and the areas that were harrowed. And that's pretty much it for me. Chris, if you want to stop. And then I'm supposed to introduce Chris as the next speaker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there is time, there's time for one question if we wanted to take a question, I think.
Sure.
If anybody had a question of Kelly. And just shout out because it's kind of hard to see the hands raised. Nothing. Now, if people think of things, we'll have time to have everybody in the discussion at the
Yeah,
end
I'm
of the
happy to
morning.
answer questions on email or other methods. Thanks.
Okay. All right. I'll start by sharing my screen. All right. So I have the pleasure of introducing a series of talks. There'll be 4 of us giving short talks on this idea of incorporating sandplain grasslands and restoration of grasslands or creation of grasslands into these ongoing cranberry bog restoration projects. And I want to talk about sort of why this is a restoration opportunity. Well, one is that these cranberry bogs occur on sandy soils in the Pine Barrens country, and the sites are disturbed. A lot of them, like in this picture along the edge of, this is a project in Rochester, a site owned by the Buzzards Bay Coalition that is in the planning phase for a big restoration experiment. They already have areas that resemble in a lot of ways sandplain grasslands and have a bunch of component species. We don't know a whole lot about these sort of side areas of these bogs, but those of us who have visited a lot of sites see a lot of these sites as analogs to sandplain grasslands. And these present some interesting opportunities, right? We could incorporate some very interesting wet to very dry transitions. We could incorporate some open to forested transitions. You can kind of see this in this picture off to the left. It gets wetter over by the bog. And as you go off to the right into the woods, you have these transitions to a more forested kind of Pine Barrens situation. So all of those are potential and could be incorporated. Again, some more reasons. There are some non-cultivated cranberry bogs with natural populations of cranberries that are potential habitat analogs. Bob Wernereel has showed me this site just the other day. They are really interesting, and they do have some resemblance to the edges of these cranberry bogs. And there are many potential restoration sites out there. The Mass Division of Ecological Restoration has a very active program now working with farmers and NGOs and other landowners to come up with plans for both taking cranberries out of production, which is a help to the industry at this point on non-productive lands because the industry itself knows it needs green exit strategies for farmers, and they're developing these sites, and there's potential to build grassland restoration into these sites. This was something, I'm proud of this because this was a project of the Sandplain Grassland Network a couple of years ago, working with folks at DER, including Alex Hackman. And we actually worked together and came up with a short document that what was entitled Recommendations for Incorporating Sandplain Grassland Restoration into Cranberry Bog Wetland Restoration Projects. And I'm happy to report some of these are actively being incorporated and coming to fruition potentially soon. This is another Buzzards Bay Coalition site, Sarah Quintal, showing us a site at Mattapoisett that will have grasslands built in to the future bog. And Karen is following is going to talk about another one at Windswept. There'll be examples in today's talks. Windswept, Sarah Cleonsi is going to talk about grassland plants showing up in the project, some of the projects that have been done. And Bob is going to talk about the rare habitat potential in some of these sites, especially along these gradients. I would just say that there are some future challenges in doing this. We don't know much about it. It's very new. We don't know how it's going to work. So we want to both design this into more places with more variety, and we want to monitor and learn from actions. And I'm happy to say that the folks from the Grassland Network are involved in trying to establish some ability to monitor pre-post conditions at the Mattapoisett and the Windswept bogs. And we'd love to sort of throw that out there as something that we could do more of as these projects actually get implemented on the ground. So thanks.
So next up, we have Karen Beatty, who's going to be talking about continuing the theme of cranberry bogs and how Sandplain grassland can be added to those restorations.
Good morning, everybody. Wondering if you can see my screen.
Yes,
Great.
just put it on full screen if you would.
And I just need to switch the display. Hang on a second. Okay. Are we all set?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Thank you, Chris, for setting the stage for me to talk about the continuing theme of incorporating Sandplain grassland plans into wetland restoration projects in cranberry bogs. So I want to talk about a project that the Nantucket Conservation Foundation has been working on at Windswept Bog on Nantucket Island. And we are one of the many landowners that has been the recipient of a tremendous amount of expertise that we've gotten from our partners at Mass Division of Ecological Restoration. So I really want to credit them for all of the work I'm about to talk about. So just very briefly, this is our site. Windswept Bog is located in the northeastern corner of Nantucket Island, and Nantucket Island is in the southeastern portion of New England. The site is owned by the Nantucket Conservation Foundation, the organization I work for. We own 231 acres in total, but what I want to talk about today are the 81 acres of uplands that represent opportunities for habitat restoration. So these are the current conditions at our site. 14 bog cells, approximately 40 acres of wetlands to be restored. We have not gone to construction yet. We hope to be doing that in January of 2024, which is next month. And then this is our plan for the wetland restoration itself, what we hope the wetlands are going to look like when we're finished with the restoration project. But what I want to focus on are the opportunities for habitat restoration in the surrounding uplands around the wetlands that are about to be restored. So we, and when I say we, I'm talking about our department, ecology department here at NCF, have done a tremendous amount of ecological research and monitoring to inform the restoration design for this project. And all of this work has been incorporated into a habitat management plan that's been approved by Mass Division of Fish and Wildlife's Natural Heritage Program. And this is a picture of Kelly, who you just heard from. She did an extensive property-wide botanical inventory at Windswept over the course of 4 years and documented over 390 species of plants on the property. And I can't emphasize enough how important it was for us to know exactly what we had on the site before we started to do any work. This information really vastly informed how the plans for the restoration in both the wetlands and the uplands proceeded. So during cranberry farming, many of you may know this, but the bog borders and the uplands surrounding the bogs themselves are mowed repeatedly. They're basically managed most of the time as lawns. And that's just to prevent seed from blowing into the bogs and creating quote unquote weeds. And what Kelly found when she did her botany inventory is that after that frequent mowing ceased, when we abandoned cranberry farming, the areas in the uplands surrounding the bogs literally blossomed and revealed that there was already a diverse wetland and upland meadow habitats on the property that the plants either came back from the seed bank or they had been lying dormant, waiting for the right conditions to occur when that frequent mowing ceased. So what we found was that we actually already had a lot of Sandplain grassland associated species already on the site, which was great news. So our plans for Sandplain grassland habitat restoration were vastly informed by the botany inventory that Kelly did. And basically what it showed us was where we had great habitat and where we wanted to prevent doing disturbance in the uplands when the sand is removed from the bog and placed on the surrounding uplands. So that botany inventory really helped us strategically select places to put sand deposition and places to avoid that already had great habitat. And so what we're hoping to do at this site is rely a lot on recruitment from the seed bank, since we already have a lot of these species here on the property. And then we're also going to be doing seed harvesting from some of our other properties on Nantucket to maintain that local genetic diversity and use that seed to help restore some of these upland areas. I wanted to mention wet meadows, which are not technically Sandplain grasslands, but Chris was talking about that gradation from wet to dry, which is really important. And this is a type of habitat we found at Windswept that literally exists in places that are just a couple of inches lower in elevation. Technically, they're not Sandplain grasslands, but they're wet herbaceous communities that support a great amount of biodiversity and some rare plant species. So in this case, what we'll be doing is not putting sand on top of these areas as the restoration in the wetland proceeds, and then fencing them and protecting them and maintaining them just as they are. Just briefly, these are some of the plant protection strategies that we will be incorporating at the site to make sure that what we already have doesn't get disturbed. We are going to be doing something a little bit different in terms of construction timing. Most of these projects start and then they just keep going until they're completed. We will be doing our project over 2 to 3 years during the dormant season to avoid impacts to both plants and wildlife. And again, avoiding protecting with protective fencing, doing seed collection and propagation. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention, unfortunately, is that in projects such as this, everyone always has to be vigilant about invasive species. Sarah touched a little bit on Chinese plume grass and weeping love grass, which are both two species that we have found on the site. They love disturbed sandy soil, so we have them at Windswept. We've already started to do management work, and we will be doing post-construction monitoring and management work to prevent them from taking over the grasslands that we hope to be creating. So just to wrap up, I wanted to summarize that our plans for this site, both in the wetlands and in the surrounding uplands, were extensively informed by the 4 years of pre-construction research and monitoring that we did, and that data will be really valuable when it comes to monitoring the success of the restoration work itself. And then the message I would like to leave you with is that it's really tempting to kind of jump headfirst into restoration projects such as this because you want to do really good work. But we, at least at our site, we have found that it's really, really important to gain a thorough understanding of your existing site conditions and the species composition that's already there, because you may find that some of the species that you're hoping to restore are already there, and all it needs is a little bit of protection and ecological management strategy. So with that, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Next up, we have Sarah Quintal from the University of Connecticut. She'll be continuing the theme of grasslands and cranberry bogs. Sarah?
It's Sarah Kleonsky.
Oh, sorry.
There are two restoration Sarahs talking. Yes, this is Sarah Kleonsky.
Maybe more than two. Yeah,
More
we're everywhere.
Sarahs. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, my name is Sarah Kleonsky. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Connecticut. My research is really about restoration outcomes on restored cranberry bogs. So I have to admit, other than hearing Chris talk about this group for a long time, I have not spent a great deal of time thinking about Sandplain grasslands, but I've spent a lot of time with the vegetation on cranberry bogs. So we thought it would be interesting to try to do just a little quick comparison of what's happening on the existing restored projects. So the question we were thinking about here is how the plant species in dry microsites on restored cranberry bogs compares with Sandplain grasslands. So this isn't, I'm not focusing here on the transition between the wetland and the upland, but it's really on the restored surface, and whether those areas resemble more like old fields or weedy grasslands, and whether they can be refugia or seed sources for some of these grassland species. So I took a very simple approach with these new data that I had not looked at before, and thanks to Mike Whitmore, got species occurrence data from 40 Sandplain grassland sites in Massachusetts. The rare species were excluded from these data, but in terms of this comparison, that is okay because we really haven't found any rare species on the restored cranberry bogs. And I compared those data with species occurrence data from fixed vegetation plots that we are monitoring at 3 cranberry bogs, and specifically the 41 driest plots that we have there, and ranked the frequency of occurrence at the 2 types of habitats, focusing only on the facultative or upland adapted species. So then I plotted those frequencies against each other here. So on the x-axis, we have the grassland frequencies, and on the y-axis, we have the restored cranberry bog. Each point on this figure is a species, and the points in blue are species that are found in both places. Purple are just found in cranberry bogs, and green are just found in grasslands. These are the most common species at both places, not the full suite of species. I'm going to break this figure down a little bit just so we can see where we have overlap between the restored bogs and the grassland sites. So in the lower left-hand corner, we can see species that are shared in high frequency between both habitats. These include Morella caroliniensis, which is also in these data called Morella pennsylvanica, which is one of the most common grassland species. And then these 3 are pretty common in both places. Poison ivy is very, very common in the cranberry bogs and also fairly common in the grasslands. And then we also have Pinus rigida and Juncus tenuis sort of rounding out the species that fall within the top 10 most common species. I guess I should also point out there are more than 20 dots on this figure, even though I focused on the top 10 frequencies because multiple species had the same frequency in both types of habitat. So these are the species that are shared. If we look at the species that are common in grasslands but uncommon or not occurring in the cranberry bogs, we have little bluestem, which is the most common species in the grasslands. This is on the margins that gets seeded in on the restored cranberry bogs, but not in the plots that we were looking at. These other 3 common grassland species also were not in our cranberry bog plots, and Carex pennsylvanica was, but very infrequently. And then finally, the species that are common in the bogs and not in the grasslands are Euthymia caroliniana. So I saw that this was on Mike's lists for all of his sites, but it was not on the Massachusetts list. And then Agrostis scabra and Dicanthelium acuminatum are very common in the bogs as well, but infrequent in the grass. So super quick, simple approach, but we can see that the bogs and the grasslands share some species, not in the figure, but they really don't share mutually uncommon species. The bogs do have microsites that host some grassland species, but maybe there's more somewhere in between a Sandplain grassland and a weedy grassland. Unsurprisingly, the grasslands have many more upland adapted species, but these numbers, don't take into account the big sample size and intensity differences between my 41 plots and Mike's whole survey there. And as I mentioned, the restored bogs don't have rare species that we've detected so far. So thank you very much. And thanks to Chris and Woodwell as well.
Thanks, Sarah. Next up, we have Jennifer Carberg from the Nantucket Conservation Foundation. We'll be talking about the update of the vegetation mapping in Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket.
Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
Just to confirm, Kelly, are you seeing my presentation slide?
Yep.
Thank you. Got thumbs up. All right, so this quick update is just to kind of go through a project that we are working on with the Martha's Vineyard Commission, and is a collaboration across both islands and has taken information from a bunch of conservation groups on all of the islands are contributing information to this. Let me just see. Are you actually seeing my presentation? Sorry, it's not advancing for me.
It's not in full screen, so you just
put it in full screen mode.
I apologize. I thought it was. Let me just redo that real quick. Okay, hopefully that's working now. Thank you. Yes.
Perfect.
So background on this, many of you on the islands know that we have vegetation maps that are available within our GIS systems for both islands, for Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. And these maps were created by the Nature Conservancy back in the early 2000s for both islands. There was some very intensive work that was done using aerial photos and the actual creation of vegetation community types for the islands and hand delineation of locations of vegetation types across the island. And this is extremely useful, I know, within our conservation group, and anyone else that I speak to that's working in a conservation group or a management group on the islands uses these vegetation maps to help explain, vegetation composition across the island, to look at prioritizing management. And its ground truthing did occur when they were created in 5 by 5 meter and 10 by 10 meter plots. The methodology was intense and something that is, given the kind of technology that we have now, and we were looking at updating these maps, thinking that there might be some better ways to do this. So. Apologize, guys. My sharing is not working the way it's supposed to today. So I'm just going to skip through the slides as opposed to sharing the overall presentation, because I know that'll work. Okay. So just to see if you've worked on the islands, you've seen these maps before. These are maps that are generated using those vegetation habitat types, Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. And as we use these maps today, what we're finding is there's been a lot of change on the island. So there really is a need more than 20 years post the creation of these maps to do an update on those maps. So groups have been talking about it for a while, but this year, the Martha's Vineyard Commission spearheaded applying for an MVP grant in the state of Massachusetts, and we collaborated with them to bring both islands together. We hired a consultant. They're actually out of the UK, but they've done a lot of this kind of mapping work across the world, actually, in different countries, and have a lot of expertise and actually a lot of ecologists on their team. So as we reviewed the different consultants, we were really confident in the work that these guys were going to do in updating the maps for us. Luckily, we have updated LiDAR and aerial photos for both islands that were done in 2021 to 2022. And so the consultants are going to have been taking that LiDAR and aerial photo imagery to update the delineation. They're doing it in a couple methods. They're doing manual digitization based on those photos, but they're also using AI learning to help teach computers the different vegetation communities to help them do that delineation, which was really exciting. The conservation groups on both islands have volunteered to give in-kind time to do ground truthing. So this is an iterative process where they're starting their delineation work, and then the question marks and the delineation work will be supplied to the on-island conservation groups that will go do ground truthing, which will then be fed back into the delineation model. The products we're going to get will be metadata with all of their methodology. There will be an Esri Geo database that's going to be available, and we're hoping to make it publicly available within our town GIS departments, as well as shared with all conservation groups. And then there's going to be a crosswalk between what was the TNC classification that was created back in the early 2000s and the Massachusetts Natural Communities classification, which is something that the state and Natural Heritage have developed and is used when you're applying for grants, doing any kind of permitting applications through the state, and it's just a more updated system. So we're trying to get both, be able to crosswalk back to the old one to look at vegetation change in a more broader spectrum than the detailed work that Pat was talking about. But also then to be able to have our vegetation communities delineated in this more newer methodology and definitions. The timeline is very, very quick for this update. We got the grant is only a year grant, so we got it in September. We got the consultants on board, and we're moving through the process now up until July of 2024. The consultants will be doing the delineation of Martha's Vineyard first, which is the more complicated delineation, actually, with a higher degree of different community types. And then from what they learn, they'll also then be doing the Nantucket delineation in parallel. And the ground truthing will happen kind of in our off season, which is unfortunate, but we're hoping that we can get most questions answered with that. Then there will be a presentation towards the end. It will get incorporated into the Martha's Vineyard Sustainability Plan. And then afterwards, we'll be working with the Martha's Vineyard Commission to try and interpret that vegetation change over time. And just last point is that right now we're in the process where we're really working through that crosswalk of the TNC vegetation community types and the natural community types, and trying to figure out what to do with some habitat types that are not in mass natural communities, but we want defined and delineated so that we can pull them out for analysis related to sustainability, climate change, habitat change. And these are things we're kind of in discussion about how to deal with them. Successional agricultural fields are things that have some ecological value and that we want to be able to track. Our cranberry bogs, delineations of water. There's a ruderal community type that's in the TNC vegetation community type that's not in mass natural communities. That's cemeteries, golf courses, public parks, recreation. That's, you know, these areas of open space that are going to be important for resiliency and perhaps management and adaptation, but don't necessarily fall in natural communities. And we're figuring out how to identify those within the change. And then we're looking at adjusting our minimum mapping unit depending on habitat type. The really specific one we're thinking about is doing a finer scale mapping unit for things like salt marshes, where we want to grade between high and low salt marsh change. And then that border between Sandplain grassland, Sandplain coastal heathland, where we have an intergrade of community types. And so those are things that we're working through in conjunction with the consultants right now. So it's in process. I'm sure you'll hear more. If you want to be more involved or have feedback or questions, please feel free to reach out. I'm the representative that's working from Nantucket from the Conservation Foundation, and Chris Seidel is the cartographer GIS coordinator with the Martha's Vineyard Commission. And she's the person on Martha's Vineyard to connect. And that's all I have for you. Thank you guys very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jen. And next up is Chris Bulow with the Massachusetts Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program. He's a senior restoration ecologist there, I believe.
Thanks, Mike. Can everyone see the slide? Is that being shared?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, well, thanks everyone. Chris Bulow, senior restoration ecologist for the Mass Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program. And just going to spend about the next 15 minutes thinking about seed bank contributions to species diversity and restoration projects. And so in the spirit of knowing your audience, going to focus on Sandplain communities, not just Sandplain grassland communities, but essentially fire influence landscapes on Outwash. And, kind of starting off with this caveat about restoration, I mean, I feel pretty strongly every site is unique, and therefore every restoration approach needs to be tailored to the specific site. So the intention of this presentation is not at all to be prescriptive. It's really just meant to share experiences and observation of our work over the years. That said, there are many commonalities between all of us and our restoration goals, right? I mean, typically when we're taking on these projects, we're looking to restore natural community integrity and resilience. We're looking to increase specialized biodiversity and species associations, conserving local genotypes. These are all concepts that are pretty universal and really are coming through when we start thinking about how the seed bank can contribute to some of these overarching goals of our natural community restoration. And there's also commonalities in the seed banks in these communities that really do apply to our restoration. And I've come to think of this as kind of taking advantage of the life history strategies of the species, the obligate species in the communities that you're working with. So, we're talking about Sandplain grasslands, we're talking about barrens communities, really disturbance-dependent communities. And when we think about plants, it's species that those obligates have evolved these life history strategies to really deal with this pulsing habitat quality over time, right? Really thriving immediately after a disturbance event, but then needing to lay latently, often in the seed bank, between disturbance events. So two of the really common life history strategies developed by a subsuite of our barrens obligate species. They have very long-lived seeds, and they won't germinate, a subset won't germinate without exposure to warmth, right, sunlight, or exposure to mineral soil. And so what happens here is it's basically setting up these situations where we can come into even a really highly degraded natural community, overrun by generalists. But if that base is there, we still know that we can get a very good native response of obligates through restoration, because that latent seed bank is going to be there. Another way of putting this is, because of that seed longevity, in many cases, a great representation of the community's previous high integrity composition is waiting to be expressed just below the duff layer. And I think that's really the key to thinking about all of this. It's getting down through that duff layer that's accumulated in the absence of disturbance through all this time, getting into that mineral soil and re-engaging with that native seed bank. And really the classic way of doing this is through scarification. And there's many different ways to apply scarification to the landscape. Prescribed fire, classic one if a site is ready for it, but mechanical is often the first step in getting that seed bank re-exposed. And photo here is, maybe a technique that's not thought of typically for scarification in these communities, but this is a photo from Central Mass where it's a restoration of a former oak woodland overwhelmed by white pine. When we write up the specs for projects like this, we actually write in soil disturbance right into the management plan. We require skidding, whole tree harvesting, with the idea you can picture these machines moving over the ground, carrying these bundles. That's deliberately turning up the stuff layer and exposing that seed bank below in that parent material. And I think this photo really just takes that all home. This is that same site. This is the first autumn after that initial harvest. You can see on the left there, that's the area where the skidder did not get. So that duff was just left untouched, and a couple sprigs of sheep laurel. There's nothing happening there. But if you look at the right, where the skidder was actually pulling those bundles of trees over, broke up that duff layer, nothing here was seeded. This is all volunteer from the seed bank. All that graminoid community is just waiting there. And this was a site that hadn't seen disturbance since a wildfire in 1942. So this is about 80 years of just sitting there waiting to be re-exposed. And the way that this logging operation in the first part of this restoration happened, did that, and almost instantly we had these results. And to take this a step further, to show how quickly and completely this can happen, this is a barrens restoration in central Massachusetts that we're working on with Army Corps of Engineers at Birch Hill and Winchendon. This is a big cane terrace that was, you can see the red pine in the back. This was a 50-acre near pure red pine stand, absolutely no ground cover when we started. Scarified this, it looks terrible, crazy, but remember, this was a photo taking this January. This is what the site looked like in August. Not a single seed was put in here. All completely ground cover, volunteering, either from the seed bank, the majority of it. You can see the graminoid community that came in one growing season, or all this bracken very likely was just latent rootstock that was sitting there barely hanging on over time, waiting for sunlight to get back on it. But just near instantaneous response, and we're already seeing species like Viola dunca and other highly specialized species starting to pioneer or re-express themselves from this disturbance. Another example that's going to show this going a little bit further through time is Muddy Brook, another central Mass oak woodland site, highly fire influenced historically. Hadn't seen fire in about 80 years. You can see the pre-restoration here. Looks pretty normal, pretty typical, really nothing going on in that ground cover, pretty lame. We did the same sort of approach here. This is 5 years after, and this is before we even got prescribed fire onto the site. And you can see in the foreground that really nice, diverse graminoid response. But after time, you can see that other strategy of the latent rootstock. You can see the scrub oak and the hazel coming in the background. So this is what these sites look like just 5 years later, even before we get prescribed fire on the landscape. And so, you know, that's sort of the overarching what happens on the landscape when we come in and we sort of on the large scale scarify and we get that really quick response. But it gets really exciting when we start diving down into some of the individual species that we're getting. And I think the rest of this presentation of what's left of it for this part of it is going to be focused on that Muddy Brook site in central Massachusetts, just because we've spent so much time with pre and post botanical surveys here. So New Jersey tea, you know, classic Barrens obligate species. Across the 1,000+ acres of the site, literally just a handful of sprigs of this species. This is just a couple years post-restoration. Again, not seeding any of this. Tens of thousands of Cyanthus just all over this landscape. Looking at the seeds of this, we figure some of these seeds can probably lay latently like this for over 100 years. This is one of the first species that we see that surges back once we get that scarification and the sunlight back onto the land. I really like this photo just because it shows a lot going on in a little space. This was actually in a skid trail, so this got beat up more than most of the other areas. That bare soil, I get really excited when I see that. That's fantastic native bee habitat. So that's part of this matrix that we're thinking about with scarification as well. But if you look at what's happening in just this little block here, you know, front and center is Bicknell's geranium, watch listed, pretty restricted in where it occurs. This just exploded across the landscape post-restoration. Interestingly, in time, it's kind of not on the landscape now. I think it's one of these pioneers that really pops up in primary succession, throws its seeds out, and then fades back in competition. Right behind it, we have Corydalis, which I wouldn't have anticipated out in the middle of the barrens, but there it is, and it's showing up all over these sites from the seed bank. There's New Jersey tea seedlings all through here. There's Lismachia and a really nice diverse graminoid area, diversity representation in an area that was closed canopy white pine and probably 4 or 5 inches of just needle duff and nothing else pre-restoration. And then the same Muddy Brook site, some of the rarities start popping up. And this was particularly exciting because, you know, we had Cyperus, Houtonia, Scleria passiflora, and Carex bushii pop up here. Really not on anyone's radar. I mean, real habitat specialists. And also it's just so very rare that those pre-restoration conditions, you just wouldn't have anticipated that these species are here. These actually showed up in some of the worst areas pre-restoration. You know, in one spot, about 8 inches of needle duff and closed canopy white pine. And the cyperus is especially exciting for us. Actually, 2 plants found last year in one of these really kind of previously highly degraded areas. So that was 2022. We did a prescribed fire this May on that site, came back later in the summer. Over 400 stems of this, half of this went to seed. It's now Muddy Brook is now the largest population of this endangered species in all of New England, from a site that really looked like an ordinary white pine forest previously. And then surprises, columbine's not rare, but I don't necessarily think of it being out on the Barrens landscape like this. But the more of this work that we do, the more that we're finding that it's showing it up on these came terraces that have some mineral influence from the surrounding bedrock. And so this is one that it seems popped up all over. Just another species I would have never anticipated. You can see these really interesting communities forming. You can see the Richardson's geranium there in the corner, all these other, semi-rich species popping up. And that's interesting. But what's really exciting is it starts cascading up through the species level. And so this is Papapima leucostigma, very rare moth, only feeds on columbine. I think there's 2 stations in all of Massachusetts where this has been confirmed. Muddy Brook is now one of the strongholds. And it just kind of tells the story of how these species may be laying low during these times between disturbances, right? Relies on the columbine, restoration, engaged columbine, it comes back. The assumption is that this moth species was hanging out on that landscape on the last few plants that were remaining below trace levels. Now that the host plant is back, the moth is back and in really pretty strong numbers here. So it's just sort of, it's beyond the plant. You're really seeing very quickly how these associations and communities pop up across. And then finally, the other really kind of classic relationship, false foxglove. Not shocking that this showed up at the Muddy Brook site, fire influenced oak woodland species. Thousands of plants here now was not recorded pre-restoration. So that was exciting. But then another moth, situation where this state listed moth, the orange sallow, showed up just this spring. Once that population of Aurelaria hit its critical mass, there's a known station for orange sallow about 5 miles away. It pioneered. We assume that it was there historically because the foxglove was there historically. So at least a 70-year absence of this rare moth back on the landscape because the community has come back, and it's really come back through the seed bank. And finally, the last example is Lobelia syphilitica, which I think no one would have ever anticipated this coming up on this landscape. This is a calciphyte of damp areas in the Marble Valley. This is outside of its known range, more or less. Certainly not a Barrens obligate, but this is showing up in those columbine areas and those areas of rich seams through. So there's always going to be surprises, and often they're very positive when we're thinking about what the seed bank is going to express in these areas that have been sort of off our radar for decades to a century. Getting a little tight on time, so just jump, so I've been talking about seed banks, how important that is. So is it okay to seed? Yeah, of course it's okay to seed. It's all situational, and seeding can be a very important restoration tool. It's just thinking about that balance between your goals and what could be expressed through that landscape. And so this is a photo of a Sandplain grassland in Southwick, Massachusetts. And this is a classic area. I think Sandplain grasslands are critical that you seed in bluestem because bluestem really doesn't seed bank very long. It's the primary driver of these communities. That needs to be supplemented in order to get, but what we've learned is our early seeding, we probably overseeded. So we pull way back. We actually do less than half the density for seeding. And one of the main reasons is we don't want to overwhelm those surprises coming in. We want to be able to see what's coming in. The other thing that we don't do in Sandplain grasslands like this when we seed is seed in complementary species, at least not right away. We like to get that base of bluestem and then just let the seed bank express and see what it gives us and then work with that. And finally, one of the big takeaways and related to that is we do seed in complementary species in here, but now we've gotten to the point where we're typically waiting 4 or 5 years before we start introducing, just so we know what was there latently in that seed bank, and we're not obscuring anything that we could learn by introducing things that could either be redundant or overwhelm some of those native contributions. And, sort of peripherally related, but I just throw this in there because I think it's important. People ask, well, do you seed for erosion in these Barrens type habitats? And, I've come to feel that we avoid it if we, unless there's direct contribution of sediment going into wetlands and waterways. This is fantastic. You know, again, for the pollinator nesting area, these places are great. And very quickly, they become what they want to become if you just leave them alone. So big proponent for just letting things express how they historically were, because that legacy is still there. And I think I'm out of time, so I'll stop there, but thank you.
Awesome. Great point, Chris, about, waiting to plant complementary species. I thought that was great. Next up is Rich Kaus, who's best known for being one of my favorite past roommates and employees. He's the program director at Natural Neighbors with Biodiversity Works. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Same here. So we're done. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, and we're up and running, right?
Yes, yes.
So now for something completely different. Like I said, I'm Rich Kaus, I'm the director of the Natural Neighbors here in Martha's Vineyard. And let's see, I'm going to talk about how we work as more of a microhabitat restoration projects where we're dealing with landowners. So it's a much smaller scale from the talks we've been hearing this morning, but we're just a free program providing property owners with recommendations on how to benefit plants and pollinators and wildlife on their properties that are compatible with whatever their goals and resources. A little bit about our history. The seeds of Natural Neighbors were planted by Tom Chase back when he was with the Nature Conservancy as the Vineyard Habitat Network. From there, he took it to Cornell Lab of Ornithology, where it's a yard map for a while. And eventually it found its home here with Biodiversity Works when they got funding from the Martha's Vineyard Fellowship, and were able to start this program in full as we started visiting properties all over the island. And the first thing we needed to do as we're recommending like all these native plants to people is how do we get these plants into people's hands? So we started a partnership with the Poly Hill Arboretum where we were provided little plant packs through sales. The first one was really successful, so we decided to do one in the spring and fall, and so it's kind of a biannual thing where we're getting plants into people's hands. And then this past year, as we did more and more visits and finding lots of invasive plants on people's properties, we find that people were pretty overwhelmed at times with all the plants that were there, and what they do, how can they do it all on their own? So what we did, we started a little labor co-op called the Invasive Plant Brigade, where we'd get a bunch of people to come to people's properties and take care of those invasives so we can make room for all the native plants. And this picture here on the bottom is just us all getting ready for our plant sale, putting our packs together for people. So far, things to keep in mind if anybody has any ideas. Our challenges have been just our regular suburban ethics or aesthetics of how people view their yards, and having them kind of view it in a different context where they have native plants rather than these big empty lawns. Some of the things, plant blindness. Most people just see plants as things with green leaves and they make flowers. They don't really know the difference between native plants and non-native plants. And finally is having more just native plants to get into people's hands and making it affordable for people. So the lens we look through when we're visiting a property is first, before I even get to a property, I look at the property in the greater landscape context. I'll visit Mass Mapper and I'll see what soil types are on the property, the land use. I'll make use of natural heritage data in the biomap to see if it's priority habitat, if it abuts priority habitat. So when I get there, I kind of have a really good idea of what I can work with there and what they can, or I can recommend for them. And so the 4 key things that I recommend to them, if we look at native plant diversity, like while I'm there, I'm doing a mini natural resource inventory to see what's growing there already, keep an eye out for rare plants. We've had a couple instances where we've had first recorded species of some moss species that had never been found on the island before, at least according to iNaturalist. Then we provide a customized list of plants for the people so that is suitable for their property. I keep an eye out for invasives. They kind of just pop out of everywhere. Some properties are better than others. We can tell them, we look for chances to provide water, spots that they can have it at, and opportunities to provide cover for wildlife. Looking for bats a lot to see people spot bats, if people spot snakes, if people have birds nesting on their property, all kinds of things there. So the first is the native plant diversity. Like I said, we look at the geological soil types. This is a typical home in Edgartown. We have a big lawn and you have your ornamental species planted around the house. And when you get this, is kind of what we're looking at. But a lot of people are looking to reduce lawn size and things like that. I'll particularly look at this, how the sun and shade areas are falling on the property. Some people have irrigation, some people don't. So you're looking at moisture levels there. And like I said, people have different size pocketbooks, so we try to make recommendations that can meet their needs. After a project is, after a visit is over, we do provide them with a report where they can reference everything we talk about during the visit, so they can make the changes that we talk about. So hopefully at the end, they can have something a little more native grown in their yard, something that looks more like this. As far as invasive management goes, it really is a matter of trying to teach people to identify their invasives and give them the knowledge they need, because most of them, they're kind of afraid to pull any plant out, because they don't, after all this talk about native plants, they don't want to pull that one native plant that they do have on their property. So it's giving them the knowledge they need. We have fact sheets on all the listed invasive species in Massachusetts to give them, so they can find them on their property. If most of them they don't remember one visit lesson on identifying their plants, it doesn't stick as well. So that those sheets are helpful. And then we engage them. A lot of people get interested when they say, well, you're not on your own. We have a group of people here that you can join, and they can come to your property, and in a 2 hours time, you'd be amazed at how much plant material we can remove in that time and get those invasives off their property. Again, we tell them spots where they can provide water. Anything big or small, doesn't matter. You can just make a little puddle on your property, or you can do a whole pond project. We also make it and let them know it's important to provide water in the winter for wildlife. And cover as well. We talk about winter shelter a lot, especially this time of year, and making brush piles for birds, leaving the leaves, saving stems, and even keeping bare soil. Most people they hate bare spots on their lawn, and I got to tell them, bare ground is habitat as well. and in fragmented habitats, bird need have their own housing crisis. Bats, we recommend bat boxes for people who do see bats on their property. When I'm there, I'll even look at a lot of these houses on the island have these old foundations where northern long-eared may like to hibernate. For people who spot snakes or even black racers, we can recommend hibernacula or cover boards so they can put them on their property. There's lots of aspects we can look at. But how does this relate to Sandplain grasslands? Well, location matters. We have, out of 258 natural neighbors, 32 of them live within a 2-mile radius of the Katama Plains. So in this area, a lot of these are budding properties, and yards can still be habitat as well. So if we can, a lot of micro habitats together equal a macro habitat. So here's a little closer look, and thanks to Mike Whittemore for providing this overlay. The black areas are Sandplain grasslands here, so you can see there are some abutting properties to grasslands here. The blue dots are properties, so south of Edgartown, West Tisbury Road, and around Edgartown, Great Pond. So they're there, and some of these properties we have found, like blue-eyed grass or even liatris on the properties. So it's pretty cool. In a larger context of the entire island, the gray area is the moraine, but you can see how our properties really do cover the whole island. And even though some of them drop at this scale, my mapping software somehow, as I zoom out from the island, some of the properties disappear, but there are still a lot more properties than what you see in all these blue dots. But still, there's a lot around the grasslands here. So as the things shift inland, providing more yards for grasslands to move into could be helpful. So what naturally has achieved so far is reclaimed habitat. We have 668 acres of land. Sorry, 666. I didn't really want to, a little ominous number. But they have committed and invested stewards. So these are people who are already there. They're managing their land in a certain way now, that in a direction that we would want them to, with a more ecological mindset. I have 3 more visits this week, so that's going to be up to 670 acres by the end of the week. Again, gives room for grasslands to migrate inland from sea level rise. And to date, with over 4,000 native plants have been planted across the Martha's Vineyard through our native plant sales. And many more can to come. I'm consistently booking appointments out 2 months in advance. They're coming in all the time, and it's hard to keep up with them. So it doesn't show any sign of slowing down. So, the goal is just more connectivity through this microhabitat movement. And thank you. I hope I got that all out in time.
Thank you so much, Rich. And seeing that map to visualize the impact was really cool.
Thanks, man.
Next up, we have Beth McCullum, who is with the, Albany Pine Bush Preserve Commission.
Good morning, everyone. Give me just a second to share my, gotta wait until
I'm stopping
Richard
to share now.
Yeah, no worries, sorry. Getting ahead of the curve there.
Yeah.
All right. Pull this up. And sorry. Okay. All right. So I said, good morning. I am the outreach volunteer coordinator for the Albany Pine Bush Preserve. And I just wanted to take a few minutes and let you all know what we do here in Albany, New York, that I feel makes us so special and helps us engage volunteers to support the mission of the Albany Pine Bush Preserve. So who we are a 3,400 acre pitch pine scrub oak barren, one of the best remaining examples of the inland barrens in the world, located in the heart of the Capital District. We are a fire dependent ecosystem that provides habitat for many plants and animals, including 20% of New York State species with greatest conservation needs, such as the Cardinal blue butterfly. We are characterized by rolling sand dunes and 20 miles of hiking trails that provide a variety of recreational and educational opportunities. And we do have an interpretive center called the Discovery Center that is part of our preserve. Our mission is to protect and manage the unique and endangered natural communities and species of the Albany pine bush for ecological benefits and controlled and appropriate public recreational educational use. And so what I hope to show you in the next couple of minutes is how our volunteer programs align with and advance our mission in those two specific areas of protecting and managing and also educational and recreational use. And so this is not meant to be, it's kind of a bird's eye view of what we do here, but as far as the volunteer engagement cycle, such as recruiting, creating programs, retaining, and also recognizing volunteers, that's like a whole nother ball of wax. And I'm happy to talk to anybody who has any questions about the administrative side of my job, but this is just kind of showing what the needs are of the preserve and how we align that with volunteers. So we do have our first opportunity I'm going to talk about is our community outreach volunteers. And these are volunteers who go out specifically into the community to attend tabling events such as harvest festivals and neighborhood association meetings, anywhere that we have been invited by our constituency to get out and talk to people about our mission and what we do here at the preserve and letting people know that we're here. Our constituency is within a 10-mile radius that includes, and the preserve itself is in 3 different municipalities: Guilderland, the city of Albany, and the town of Colony. So when I refer to constituents, I'm referring to the individuals within that 10-mile radius. And so we go out to people and we have volunteers specifically who come and go with us to tabling events and talk to people. We also have that same core of volunteers who work at all of our special events. And we host a variety of special events throughout the year that have everything from logistical to staffing that's made possible by volunteers. And this is just a smattering on the screen. This is our Barron's Birding Blitz that we had recently, which is our first competitive birding competition. We have a huge Lupin Festival, which is kind of our capstone that draws about 2,000 people annually to the preserve, as well as our very popular Smokey Bear Day. But we have a variety of events that our outreach volunteers participate in. And again, supporting that mission of educating our constituency. This is our bird banding volunteers, which we have my colleague Dylan is going to be on in a little bit to talk about bees within the Albany Pine Bush Preserve, but she is our field ecologist and entomologist, and she runs our bird banding station, which she could speak more eloquently to, but essentially that relies heavily on staff members, but again, staff have limited resources such as time and availability. So we do rely on bird banding volunteers to help collect data, and I know we participate in several different national studies and collaborations with universities, and we run bird banding in the summer and also throughout the fall migratory season, and we also have an owl banding station. And our banding volunteers do come from community partners, some of them with New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, and then people just who are very passionate and interested. They take a kind of refresher or first time course, and then they schedule themselves to help at the banding station. Trying to figure out if I can, there we go. Okay, so these are some of our bird banding, and they support the mission by helping with data collection and furthering research. We also have a very robust community science volunteer program, which also aids the conservation department. Our full-time conservation staff is 5 individuals, including our fire crew. But we have lots and lots of things that we are participating in, and we offer an opportunity for volunteers to, this is more flexible. They do a one-time training in either how to conduct snowpack monitoring or do frog watch or IMAP invasives, and then they're assigned an area in the preserve where they go out and conduct their survey and return our data to our conservation department. So again, furthering that mission through their volunteer efforts in data collection. The next volunteer program we have is, because we do have our interpretive center, which is the gateway to the Pine Bush. We do have a need for docents and people to help orient staff and interpret the natural history and ecology of the Albany Pine Bush. And we have docents who assist in preparing materials for smaller program or for our public and education programs. And so we have docents who are trained specifically to work within the Discovery Center. The next program we have is our volunteer fire crew, and some of these are volunteers, and right in the middle, this is Tyler Briggs. He is our fire boss, and we are a fire dependent ecosystem. And so I know we have a goal within the preserve to burn about 200 acres on different parcels throughout the preserve throughout the year. And a lot of this work is conducted specifically with a core of 500 volunteers that Tyler can call upon when he's getting ready to do a burn. And that is, some of those are community partners within New York State Department of Environmental Conservation and Parks, also the National Forest Service, but we do have a lot of local volunteer firefighters who then go on to get the wildland firefighter certification, specifically so they can serve within the Pine Bush. And Tyler is able to execute his burns to great success because of the volunteer staff that he has cultivated on the burn crew. And they directly further our mission of preservation and management with the prescribed burns. So just a couple more really cool volunteer opportunities we have here at the Pine Bush. We have our certified seed collectors, which is run by our preserve botanist and steward department. And this is a 6-hour course, including classroom and field work, where our certified seed collectors learn about the native species and then are taught to go out and harvest each species within the preserve at when it is ready to be harvested, and that seed is then used to be sown in our preservation efforts. And so these individuals are called upon at different times from our stewardship department to go out and collect, and it's really cool to see that what they're collecting is directly the direct result in pounds that are going back into the ecosystem of the preserve. And then our education department is a large part of what we do here at the preserve. We have volunteer educators, program assistants, and naturalists. We offer both public and school programming, lots and lots of it. Our calendar is always full. And we have dedicated volunteer educators who lead programs, but also program assistants would be more like volunteer opportunities in a supportive role, like there's a full moon hikes. Our program assistant would be the sweep to make sure everybody's kind of staying together. So this is contributing to our organizational mission of educating the public about all the things that we do here and how important this ecosystem is, and fostering that love of space in our constituency. And then our volunteer naturalists are kind of our ambassadors on the trails. They just go out at their own time. They're trained in interpretation, and they interact and observe how people are using the trails, and if there are any dangers or things on the fallen trees or eroded trail systems, people violating preserve rules, those kinds of things they report in a trail report. And that way our staff is only able to be in so many places. We have over 3,400 acres and 20 miles of trails. This is one way for us to extend our limited staff presence out into the preserve and also kind of get a real-time pulse on what is happening in the preserve. And then we have 2 more volunteer opportunities. Like I said, we have 10 different programs. If you count fire volunteers, we have over close to 700 volunteers on the books annually for the preserve. And each of these are managed by myself and a staff member. Each staff member supervises each different program. We do have Conservation Day volunteers, and these are kind of a one-time volunteer opportunity. Usually large corporations or nonprofits approach us for an opportunity to give service to the pine bush, and we organize days, conservation days that could be anything from trash removal, trail cleanup. They also assist on seed collection when the harvest time is really heavy. We also do invasive species removal. So this young man here is helping to set up a split rail fence. So our conservation days help the stewardship department with some of the heavy lifting of the maintenance and things that need to happen within the preserve. Volunteers kind of supplementing where regular staff are limited. And then the last one, we have our Friends of the Pine Bush community, which are our friends group. So they're kind of our 501c counterparts, and they do all good things for the preserve. They're very passionate, and they look for ways to supplement everything that we do and to further our mission. Everything from hosting the Pine Bush Perspectives, which is a photo exhibit, to actively promoting programs and funding equipment and supplemental needs of the preserve. So that is another way that people can volunteer. So if anything I've said you are interested in about specific programs, how we got them off the ground, they're all born out of specific needs that the preserve has, and volunteers 100% enhance our mission, and what our organization is able to do is amplified because of our volunteers. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Beth. We appreciate it. Next up is Bob Warnerall, the state botanist with Massachusetts Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program.
Great. I hope you can see the screen. Let's see, that's not the right slide. There we go. Yeah, so there should be a, this is about getting back to the theme briefly now. I just have a 5-minute talk, but reference sites and rare plants for Granbury bogs. And it's this interface that Sarah Kleonsky talked about and Chris Neal have talked about between some of the more open communities and that fringe into forest and upland, also come into cranberry bogs. And there's a couple of sites I've been to lately with Chris and Sarah Quintel, who you'll hear from later today, and Liz Gorel, that are really interesting, with some interesting species, including native wild cranberries, but also including some other graminoid species. And we refer to these in natural heritage as acidic graminoid fens to some extent. It depends on exactly how you define it. So here's a picture from one of these sites down in Dartmouth, which is where the maps show roughly, there's Dartmouth in the very southeast part of the state. And here's an acidic graminoid fen that we map some natural communities. We don't map all of them by any means, or even half, but we did map this one that we visited recently, and I visited also over the summer. So I'll talk first about a couple matrix species. This Andropogon virginicus, or broom sedge, seems to always be right at the edge, the upland edge of these sites, and it's a good indicator. And it's also good to learn to pay attention to the differences between this and little blue stem. As you see it from a distance, you'll all think it's all little blue and it's upland, but this is happy to inhabit the wetland fringe, even though further south it will be largely an upland species. And you can see some distinguishing features of this from little blue. More about that elsewhere. And then a related sister species, Andropogon glomerata, sometimes called bushy blue stem. I don't think there's really a good common name for it, but you could call it cranberry bog restoration blue stem because it's coming in on a lot of sites all by itself and has this big, easy to identify bushy head, and it's a fac wet species. Then a wetland obligate species in the rush family, also a graminoid, Juncus canadensis. We sometimes are intimidated to try to identify Juncus in the field. This is quite a common one and relatively easy to learn to identify. Reason I have pictures of the seeds there is that's one of the means you can sort of confirm your ID in the field by looking at the seeds. They have these really long tails for them. So overall, the full length of the seed with the tails, it's about 1.5 millimeters. But if you're in the field, you can take and roll the capsule in your finger and try to get the seeds out onto your pants or a mitten or glove, and you can easily see these. It's the lower right photo down here. You can see these long tails, and that can help you identify this important matrix graminoid species that can go really into quite wet water, 6, 7, 8 inches deep, or even more. Now I'm going to get into the couple more uncommon species, and then into some 1 or 2 rares. This one I've been looking at a lot lately. It used to be called Calamagrostis sinoides. Fortunately, the common name has not changed. Nuttall's reedgrass. Scientific name is now Greeniacloa coarctata, which is actually still fairly easy to pronounce. And it's fairly tall there. You can see there on the left. Seems to be in all these really good, interesting sites. And then what I did here on the lower right is to put up how you can find my observations on iNaturalist, because these 2 in the upper right are pictures that I add to my iNaturalist observations after I get back from the field. I'll put in these really high resolution notes as to how you can help identify it if you were to find it in the field and bring it back. And another sort of uncommon and really nice adding to the mix of these graminoids, Cladium mariscoides, or twig rush. And in the center, you can see the head of that there, which is kind of thick. And then on the far right, you can do the same thing as the Juncus. You twist the capsules in your hand and these seeds pop out here, which are just like magnificent little beautiful miniature acorns. Or I'm still waiting for a chocolatier to make some sort of form of chocolate chip out of those and sell at a botany conference sometimes, but hasn't happened yet. Coletania longifolia, this is our state threatened species, and it's in these sites. And again, a little bit more on iNaturalist is how to identify it with some notes taken under a microscope that I add after I come back from the field. Also, the ligule here is quite important. This is half the size of the more common Coletania rigidulum, which is in wetlands throughout Worcester County and everything to the east and south of that. If we're lucky, we'll get a new species named in 2017 or 2018, Spiranthes archisipola, And the archisepala refers to an arcing of the sepal. So here are the lateral sepals right here. I think you could probably see my cursor. They have quite a downward arc to them. This was in one of the 2 sites in Dartmouth with these in the acidic graminoid fens. A really beautiful species. I didn't want to do a presentation without at least one orchid here. So, but then I'll just close by saying there's a lot more that we need to do. A lot of these plants could be looked for and brought into these sites, or just watched for. You saw Chris Bulow's presentation where just a lot of things come out of the seed bank with disturbance, but we'll need some good botanists to try to keep an eye out on these sites and try to identify them. I've been working with Chris Neal and Sarah Quintel, who's again pictured here on the right, to try to get some of the hydrology and the grading of the sand in the restorations to the point where some of these would be more likely to come back in. So I'll stop with that.
Really nice work, Bob. Thank you. Next up is Luann Johnson with Biodiversity Work. She is the founder and director of the program.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. Hi, everybody. So I'm not going to do a PowerPoint. I'm going to spare you all. I wanted to talk to you about perhaps collaborating on a pride campaign for our Sandplains, Grasslands, and Barrens habitats. You know, we all have such enthusiasm for these habitats and the species that they hold, and just the tremendous amount of biodiversity that can be found there and how special it is, some of them globally rare. But it's not evident to me that our communities embrace them as much as we do. Especially doing the Natural Neighbors program that we've been involved in, that Rich spoke to you about. You know, we've certainly noticed that, you know, a lot of our homeowners aren't aware of these globally rare habitats or how they could play a role in their conservation, even providing stepping stones on their properties. And so being a piping plover biologist for 30 years, I've learned that through developing a communications plan for piping plovers with the federal, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service communications person, a lot of us on the Atlantic coast collaborated on that. We created a message bank. We created a communications plan that a lot of us could use together. So I was just thinking that maybe the time has come for us all to perhaps collaborate on a little bit of outreach. We're in the process of applying for funding for a fellow to start next year, which is actually who's a retired teacher who would be working on developing lesson plans for promoting all the biodiversity on Martha's Vineyard, but it could include Sandplain species. And I have a lot of thoughts about that. But I think that given the knowledge and expertise and enthusiasm in this group for some of these species, that coming up with flagship species to focus on, you know, for example, like, wouldn't it be great if every kid on the islands or in these areas knew about a Barron's buck moth in addition to a monarch butterfly, right? Like, some of these species that are really just amazing. They have all these adaptations, but there's such a focus on species like the monarch, you know, and there could be so much more that's done with this than what we're currently doing. I'm thinking about 2 or 3 minute videos that can be shared with teachers. I'm thinking like Project Edubat. Edubat has word search puzzles and crossword puzzles that elementary school kids can do. So we could be introducing vocabulary words that are related to these species and these habitats. And just in general, it's sort of a pride campaign. So if you're not familiar with the organization RARE, they have a lot of information out there on how to do pride campaigns and what can be done. And so I think I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to throw this idea out to you all, and you could certainly email me. We could develop a little working group that might work on this over the next year or so or longer. And I just wanted to gauge your interest, and that's it.
Thank you, Luann. And Chris and Karen Lombard are going to transition us, I think, into the discussion.
So, yeah, this is Karen Lombard, and I think Chris and I thought we would start by folks responding to Luann's pitch there for a Pride campaign, if anyone has any thoughts. And we certainly heard a lot of great things from Beth at the Albany Pine Bush on how they have gotten incredible numbers of people involved. I was particularly impressed with the fire volunteers, 500. And obviously a lot of things can be done with dedicated staff that focus on this in particular and bring their expertise on how to motivate and, oversee volunteers. So any thoughts from everyone? Just again, it's a large number of people. I think we're up to 89 folks today, which is great. So I think if you raise your hand, you will pop to the front, but also feel free to unmute yourself and just say something.
Aaron, James Grimes has his hand up.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to be the only one here. I want to make one comment, and that is you guys are doing a terrific job here. This is a great program. I've been out of the game a little bit for a while, but a couple comments I did want to make on fire management. And Albany Pine Bush has probably the longest record of burn programs and stuff. I worked with the Nature Conservancy many years ago with a fellow, Bob Zaremba, on burn programs out here where I live in Montauk. One of the biggest hurdles we found with doing fire management is the bureaucratic hurdle. In our particular area, everybody would agree that burning would be a good thing, but you couldn't get anybody to agree to indemnify each agency against what might happen. There were hurdles with respect to how and where you could utilize your local volunteer fire folk in it. One of the things that we ultimately came into, and it's somewhat of a policy in our area, is I guess what you might call a spontaneous prescriptive burn. And that is taking a normal wildfire that is, in our area, it's typically the train going by that sets the fires. But rather than go in and try to extinguish the fire, look at how you can manage the fire and literally look at areas in advance and say, okay, well, if we get a fire here, there's nothing that says that we have to go in there and chase this fire from one end of the woods to the other. We can let a portion of the area burn off and actually tease up for future fires, because you've got this sort of rolling system where, you're minimally disturbing the wildlife and that. And, it's something that could possibly be tried other areas, or hopefully there's some consensus can be drawn to educate people on the benefits and value of a prescriptive burn. The other thing I found incredibly intriguing was the restoration of cranberry bogs. We never had commercial cranberry production where we are. We just have natural cranberry bogs. The commonality between the Sandplain areas and the cranberry bogs typically is that mulsand soil. And the comment that was made about the special diversity changing in a matter of an inch or two is kind of amazing, because we can have Hudsonia growing 5 feet from Kelly Pogon orchids and threadleaf sundew and Iris prismatic and stuff like that. Anyway, that's it. I didn't have any questions. I don't want to make any more comments, but thank you.
Well, thanks, James, for your insights. Over an obviously long career, I did know James, Bob Zaremba, as I'm sure others do on this call. So it's great to hear his name, as he was an early practitioner. So it looks like Jake has a question. Jake, you want to unmute?
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on what Luann said, because I see that as such a critical line of effort for what we all do, why we're here today. And it's really a foundation for every talk or topic here, is we have to be building that public valuation of grasslands, heathlands, barrens. And I've really seen a big trend lately in like the climate oriented forestry guideline talks with the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, and many other places where even a lot of the environmental activist groups are undermining grassland, heathland, and pine barrens conservation and trying to push that towards what they're calling old growth forests, and things like that. And so I've been doing a lot of talking with the public and others about how scale matters. We're never going to have grasslands completely pushing out forests in Massachusetts, and how important they are to that biodiversity and some of these species. And you can really get people excited when you start talking about the values of these habitats to that cultural and natural heritage. And so I think this group, figuring out that public outreach and building that base of support, that understanding of how grasslands fit into long-term resilience and climate migration, the role they play, that's so very important. So I'm glad Luann brought that up.
Okay, thanks, Jake, for the support of that. Chris, do you have a question or a comment, question?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to follow up on that idea, because I think I hear this argument. I work at a place that values carbon a lot, and here I am talking about keeping woody stuff out of areas. But I think the answer, the argument to me has always been that we don't need that many acres of well-managed grassland, heathland, shrublands to keep a great deal of biodiversity. I thought Mike's talk and Mark's talk said that very clearly. They kind of even agree on how much habitat we have. And so we probably need to come up with some messaging around that as a counter argument, at least I think. And I think that could be, we touched on it in that restoration ecology paper that we had out last year, but we probably need to message that, figure out the right forum for carrying that message forward. Because we're trying to do that with the stuff that Pat Farrar was working on the vineyard, saying that, these are high diversity habitats, but they don't, managing what we have doesn't require eliminating forests.
Thanks, Chris, for that comment. And then Sarah, Boyce?
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Just 2 quick points. One, to piggyback on what Chris was saying, there was a paper from Europe this past year too that had it was a really great discussion of the carbon sink of grasslands and how important the underground biomass is. And so it'd be great to kind of, as you're saying, kind of use that angle as another emphasis for how important grasslands are here locally, because we hear that over and over again, right, of like forests being the best for carbon sinks and anyway, and prioritizing forests over other things. No offense to Tim and oaks, because we do appreciate our oaks. But I wanted to just comment from what Luann's discussion, our organization does a lot of education too, and we hear locally on Nantucket, sometimes teachers reach out to us and want us to talk about the savannas and how important like African grasslands are, and we're like, we are on Nantucket, we have like some of the best grasslands, our Sandplain grasslands. And I think I appreciate you bringing the discussion and talking about even, making curriculum or helping with curriculum for school age groups, because obviously with the work that a lot of us are doing, we're focused on our management and communicating out to other researchers, other land managers and things. And so kind of putting the other hat of my job on, it's really nice to think about, we do still have an obligation or a way to discuss to all ages about the importance of grassland communities. And I loved your discussion of the monarch butterfly, because we had Barron's buckmouth on Nantucket this fall it was like a banner year for them, and we had so many great people were just like posting pictures on our local Facebook community pages, and because they were like, what are these crazy, and like people didn't know what they were, but they are so charismatic. And so I love that, having those signature species that people can get behind. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you bringing that to the table, and I'm all in for sure. Thanks, Lynn.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Looks like Rich, you have a comment. Or question.
Yeah, just in my in my rush through my presentation, and thinking of the larger context, people, think of grasslands as large areas. I forgot to mention the land, the sizes of the parcels that I work with, and know whether we go through anywhere from a quarter-acre size to over 50 acres that the property that people own. Several over 20 acres in up into 30 and 40 acre things. And even though the average is probably 2.5 acres when it comes down to it, I just wanted to mention there's still opportunities for preserving good chunks of land that are contiguous on their own, not just from stitching together quarter-acre lots. So I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. That's great. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, like, if you're interested in working on this marketing and outreach, maybe put some information in the chat, and one of us can compile that information and maybe start a small working group that's focused on this marketing piece. It'd be also great to have some folks involved. As Chris had mentioned, there's a steering committee of us that are 10, and we've always thought that it would be great to have like subcommittees that bring in other people that work on some of the issues that like there's more than enough to do. Oh yeah, and Leanne has just put her contact information for folks who want to outreach on this topic. Any other any questions about anything we talked about this morning, or any other presentations? Since we weren't able to do question and answers, feel free. We can have a wide-ranging discussion here. Maybe folks are getting a little, we had a lot of good discussions. Oh, Chris, you have something.
No, people are getting hungry, and that's fine.
Yeah, they're getting hungry.
We do have a break built in for people can go grab lunch.
Chris raised his own.
So, I wanted to ask Chris, if he's still on, Chris Buelow. It's fabulous to see these terrestrial species in the seed bank sort of coming back with disturbance. Do you are there fundamental differences between sort of how long those species live and species in agricultural areas? Because, we're always areas that have had previous tillage, we're always worried about stirring up those seeds from the seed bank, and all the new farming is all, no till and don't encourage weeds. But are you only considering doing those kinds of management in areas that have sort of never been, where the soil's kind of never been broken?
It's a great question. And, so honestly, I'll say I don't know what those legacies of the more agricultural weeds are in terms of their persistence. I will say it's interesting, even at some of these sites, we did some experimental, really small scale harrowing where we got deeper and it came weedy. So we really avoid that, really keep it superficial. And I know, I think one of the first things I mentioned when I started the presentation was it's all situational. So I know other people have successfully harrowed in other places, land use history, all of that goes into it. From our experience, especially, mine is mostly on the mainland. We avoid going deep just because we've been much less happy with those results.
Yeah. It's just, we didn't present results because this wasn't on bog restoration versus grassland. The grassland kind of comes in around the edges, but the results of just letting seed banks blossom from the bog restorations are just fabulous. Just its enormous richness of, dozens of species per square meter in, coming up from the seed bank in what was, this perennial mat of cranberries once you disturb it and get at the underlying sand. So certainly those techniques of letting seeds come back has, sort of works in a bunch of other contexts. Sarah Kleonsky is going to have more at some future meeting. If you're interested, Sarah Kleonsky has that whole story nailed down.
I just had a question for Chris, building off of that. Chris Bulow. So on Long Island, what we're seeing when we do some disturbance is a flush of invasives, buckthorn, miscanthus, and barberry. Some of those drastic soil disturbance that you're doing. Have you been seeing inadvertent recruitment of those species or myelominate? We've had some forest areas that have been clear cut for development and left fallow, and it's very striking to see that is what's primarily recruiting in those disturbed areas. So we're trying to restore these pine barren systems and remove that organic layer and expose that mineral soil and the seed bank, but also concerned about the recruitment of these invasives that weren't present back when, the soil disturbance was regularly occurring.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, my understanding is most of our invasives are actually relatively short-lived, their seeds. So I think what you may be seeing is pioneering in more recently. I know for a lot of our sites, we're actually, and it's really the barren sites where we're not seeing this happen. I think it's so poor, and most of our interior sites are relatively isolated, and relatively, I know that, and land use history, I think, has a big part of this. And so most of our interior barrens were not ag land, they were woodlots. So they didn't have that real intense over time of other non-natives coming in. So I think we're starting from a better place. And I think with that, these sites are often so poor that invasives are not just exploding because they're somewhat limited by the adaptive conditions that are already existing, because we don't have a big pulse of seed in there to begin with. That would be my guess, that it's land use history, location, and so, I mean, Long Island, seems like it's much more urban compared to many of the places that we're working. So you're probably getting a lot of influence from the surrounding landscape would be my thought.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is seed rain and also birds, but it's just something I wanted to highlight as concern that we are seeing here on the island, and trying to be proactive to suppress or contain populations, just because we are seeing that level of inadvertent recruitment where we're trying to advance restoration and disturbance without having that inadvertent recruitment of undesirable species.
Well, that's one of the dilemmas on the Long Island area, is many times what we perceive to be, let's say, natural woodland was agricultural field that just laid fallow. And there's been so much transmission of soil on Long Island as part of development. Probably one of the biggest challenges we always have on doing like a restoration landscape is trying to do restoration on one of these, on these old agricultural soils, because the natural horizons don't exist there anymore. And they are far more the invasives are far more adaptable to those conditions than, let's say, they would be in, you want to take like a pasture situation, which is what we see farther out east. None of those soils was ever really tilled. A lot of the pine barren areas, there was always some pushing of the agricultural activity into them. I mean, you could get a couple crops of potatoes out of some of those soils. They didn't hold up very well, but it wasn't like it wasn't tried.
Yeah.
I was going to jump in before you and after Polly, but I'm glad you jumped in, James, because it sort of further articulates what I've come across. I've worked on Martha's Vineyard converting agricultural fields to Sandplain grassland, and those were plowed or tilled, that kind of thing. And I always wondered about amending the soil on top, putting sand on top. And I just wonder if anybody's ever had experience with that. And it sort of talks to your point, Chris Beulah, like you're not really disturbing the soil as much. And a lot of these agricultural fields have a lot of soil amendments over the years. Just wondering if you have any comments about that?
Actually,
Yeah, I was going to say, we've actually done that to a fair degree, and it can work very, very well. until you get a species that's fairly deep rooted, Japanese knotweed, some of like Solidago rugosa, things like that. Once they've poked through that sand, they take off like wildfire.
Yeah, and I was thinking more too is what, because what we did at one of the sites on Martha's Vineyard is you tilled it a few times and it took care of a lot of the non-native cool season grasses. There wasn't a lot of biodiversity in that seed bed to begin with. So this would be for a site that needs heavy restoration. And I don't know, I thought that maybe putting sand there might be a less invasive way, I guess.
Well, yeah, but sometimes you know what you got to look at is we worked on a golf course one time where the desire was to try and recreate Shinnecock Hills. Okay. It was on an old potato farm. We were hired initially to write a report on what our recommendations would be as far as restoration of this. We came to a conclusion that given the quality of the soils, the depth of the soils, it was more appropriate to like a tall grass prairie than it was a sandplain grassland. And it was very interesting because it really flew in the face of what the developer was wanting to hear. And the alternative is we asked, well, perhaps you could strip most of your soils and do exactly what was mentioned earlier, mend it with sand and actually create a depaltry soil condition, which is basically what you have over in the Shinnecock area. That is essentially what you describe as a natural links sort of course. But in the absence of doing something that drastic, sometimes you just got to look at it and say, well, all right, if we can't get it to this, what does make sense? Okay, if it becomes sort of a hybrid where you're working back to something that's more tall grass, then perhaps what your goals are, maybe that's a good compromise.
So Mike, I'll just jump in there real quick because, and build off what's been said, because we've actually done this as well too. And I think the best example is at Westover Air Force Base, where it's a giant sandplain grassland. On the edge of this, there was some private leased land that went to ag. So they were constantly amending it for decades. And for mitigation reasons, they were required to put it back into high quality sandplain grassland. So we actually did exactly that. We scraped off the top layer, we brought in sand, worked it in, and it came back beautiful. And it also actually we had crotalaria, we had Camacrysta, all these really fantastic species came in. And it's actually one of the better sandplain grasslands in the whole airfield now, at least before they started burning it. So exactly, it's soil conditions. And so, you know, you're sort of overcoming the previous amendments with your new amendments, but it's really getting back to that base that's supporting the community.
And how much did you scrape off, Chris?
Just the very top, you know,
Like
you know, there was no A horizon, but the equivalent, you know, that organic material on top that was basically amended over all that time and just sort of built up.
And I just wanted to take a minute, just so James Grimes, as he's listed here, has been one of the forefront leaders in native plant production and application on Long Island. Working with Fort Pond Native Plants was the business he started and continues. So just you're being very modest, Jim, and but I wanted everyone to have an association of who he is.
Well, thanks, Polly. I actually forgot we met quite a while ago. But yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I just wanted to add too, on some restoration sites in the Berkshires we've been involved with, we're also waiting to do anything because of a flush of stilt grass that we want to control. And if we put native stuff down, we don't want to then have to kill it all with herbicide as we work on the stilt grass. So, and then maybe we also won't have to do any seed amendments, which are also expensive. Yeah, so
go for it.
Well, the good news was something like stilt grass. I don't know how big an area you're trying to address, but the good news was stilt grass in like mile a minute. They're annuals. So if you can affect sort of an aggressive manual removal program, you can typically basically get control over it in one season. Now, the nice thing with stiltgrass, it's got such a shitty root system that you can just take a spring rake a lot of times and scratch most of it off. Similar situation with mile a minute. I mean, if you can get in on it early and just prevent it from going to seed for a season, you can typically within a couple of seasons get really good control over the plant.
And not to take over or anything, but to piggyback on that, I just went to a flame, like a fire torch showing, and that's what they do. It's an annual, so you just go over there and torch the top of it, and it works very effective. So.
And if you don't do it right, Jim, you can have some of those inadvertent, spontaneous wildfires that.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm kind of chuckling to myself about the fire torch thing because I have tried that, and then I thought a few years ago I had a genius idea that I was going to treat weeds with like hot, like steam. So I bought a steam generator. It was probably both messy and painful because I think I was more collateral damage than being effective with the weeds. But no, on some of the stuff, we got hired in on a project that for several years, they had a contractor coming in on an annual basis with a pretty hefty budget to control mile a minute. And each year they started their controls, I want to say mid-July through the fall. Okay. And what they basically did is a very effective job of both enhancing the mile a minute growth and spreading it. And really what it came down to is just capturing that soil, that moment that the soil temperatures are right for germination and getting in there and being disciplined about hand removal of the mile a minute before it had the opportunity to go to seed. But we watched this property for like 4 years, absolutely gain no ground on the mile a minute. And we had it within 2 seasons. We were down to the point that it was really minimal control to get the same kind of effects.
All right, I think this was a great discussion. Thanks, everybody. Chris, do you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say maybe it's a good time to stop and take a lunch break, and if people start, I'll stop the recording, but I'll let people back in at about 25 after. We're supposed to start up with an afternoon talk by Theo Witzel, talking about southeastern grassland. Should be very interesting. So come back in. We'll let everybody in, and we'll see you after a short break.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
And Chris, am I right in understanding that I'll have the full time and we'll have a Q&A discussion type thing later on? Is that
Yeah, if there's you could have the full half an hour if you want.
Okay.
If you want to leave a few minutes, we can ask a couple questions. We did that in the morning. There was a little bit of time. But
Yeah, I've got
otherwise we have a discussion at about a little after 3 o'clock.
Okay, great.
After the afternoon session. Yeah, it kind of acts as a buffer against running way over. We stayed pretty well on time in the morning.
Great. Okay. Well, I've got a couple stopping off points I could do, so I'll set a timer for 25 minutes and see where we're at.
Okay.
Right. Are we all set, Chris?
I think we're good. Yeah, take it away, Bob.
Yeah, I'd like to welcome everybody back to our afternoon session of the Sandplain Grassland Conference here in 2023. Hope you enjoyed the morning. It was a lively discussion and a number of great presentations. When we started considering doing this conference a few months back, I thought about maybe trying to get someone from the Southeast Grassland Institute. I'd run into the director, Dwayne Estes, in 2000 down in Atlanta at a conference, and was really impressed with the work that was being done there. And he suggested that we ask Theo to come. So Theo's been a ecologist and botanist in Arkansas for 25 years. He works with the Arkansas Natural Heritage Program, as well as the Southeast Grasslands Institute. And he's been a consultant for a number of NGOs and federal agencies. Co-author of Trees, Shrubs, and Woody Vines of Arkansas, and also Atlas of Vascular Plants of Arkansas, you know, a state that is highly diverse. So he has to know an awful lot. He must be a really good botanist. I'm following him on iNaturalist, where he has over 10,000 observations. So with that, we're really looking forward to hearing what the Southeast Grasslands Institute is up to. It's a very similar, and it's not only in its aims and goals, but in some of the, I think, lack of understanding that they face from the public, and also sometimes pushback against issues like carbon balance and things. But we'll hear a lot more about that. So Theo, take it away.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was on most of the morning session, just watching the talks, and Bob's right. There's so much, so many parallels between the work you're doing there and the work in the Southeast. The same political and social issues against, sort of pushback against thinning and burning and restoring grasslands, and also the same sort of ecological forces and anthropogenic forces that have acted over time to put us where we are in terms of the loss of grasslands. So I'm going to talk briefly about our organization on the front end, and kind of why we decided to start a new organization. There's so many other conservation organizations out there, and then sort of get into southeastern grasslands a little bit, give a few case studies, and a little bit of a tour around to see what we've got there. Somehow I'm not advancing here. Did I cede control somehow when I shared my screen?
Just
there we go. Okay, it worked. So we were inspired, both Dwayne and I, who we met in about 2008 at a Natural Areas Association conference, instantly bonded over our botanical interests and interest in conservation, and became fast friends. And over time, we sort of shared experiences and started to talk about how much we love grasslands. And we both had a common experience as kids, where we were told in school about what we call the myth of the squirrel, where this mythical squirrel could travel through the tree canopy of the vast forest of the eastern US from the Atlantic coast to the Mississippi River without touching the ground. And like so many other people, we grew up with that myth being perpetuated and told to us. And of course, that's not true at all. But in fact, there was a lot of forest in the east, of course, but it wasn't all forest. And some of the most interesting areas that were there were not forests ecologically. So we like to joke about the myth of the squirrel, and how one of our aims is to debunk this myth. And in fact, the Southeast in particular, and in particular because it was never glaciated, right? So as much as there are great elements of biodiversity in the Northeast, a lot of probably what was there in ancient times, it was pushed out by the glaciers during the Pleistocene. And all of that northern flora and fauna, or flora anyway, came down and to our part of the world down here in the Southeast. And then as climates changed and things moved north, some of the rarest things here are common up where you are, and of course vice versa. But a lot of the ancient sort of endemic flora and fauna made it down here because it was never glaciated. So that's one reason of course we're from the Southeast. That's where we live, that's where we work, where we love the land. But part of it is an ecological strategy. It is one of the most biodiverse places in the continent, and makes it a sort of a hot spot that needs extra work. And that's why we're down here. just a few of the types. We take a sort of a broad definition of grasslands at our organization, and we were very much inspired by this 2012 book by Reed Noss, Forgotten Grasslands of the South. And if you haven't read that, by all means, you should check that out. It's an excellent overview, drawing from multiple lines of evidence, history, various disciplines of
Hey, let me
science
do it. Hang on. I'm putting you on
to
speaker.
tell the story of grasslands. But we include sort of savannas and woodlands, open woodlands, where in fact there may be a lot of trees in the ecosystem, but not usually many species of trees. And the real biodiversity is on the ground in terms of the herbaceous flora and the animals that depend on a rich herbaceous flora. We have woodlands in Arkansas where we have 3 or 4 species of tree in the overstory and 250 species of herbaceous plants on the ground in a well-managed, intact system. So just sort of an example there. In Forgotten Grasslands of the South, the foreword was written by E.O. Wilson, and he made this great quote that we've really taken to heart in our mission. That is that the southern grassland biome, when it is properly defined to include the longleaf pine savanna, is probably the richest terrestrial biome in all of North America. And we of course agree with his assessment that this should be a priority goal in America's environmental movement. And as was mentioned in the introduction, I've worked for the Arkansas Natural Heritage Program and the Natural Areas Program here for about 25 years, and worked with a lot of other organizations around the region. And universally, grasslands are getting outdone by work in protection work, by protecting forests and rugged landscapes and dramatic scenery, rocky land that's not good for anything else, wetlands, of course, coastal areas. Those are all sort of getting, and not that they're not important, of course they are, but grasslands are just getting the short end of the stick. And so we really took an ambitious goal in sort of coming up with a mission statement. It was to basically force a paradigm shift in American conservation, where we wanted to elevate grasslands to the status of all of those other much loved ecosystems. And this is a great little quote here. These are both from Reed Noss's book as well. But we sort of take this broad view of grasslands as any community in which the grass layer with its associated forbs is the dominant layer in terms of either total cover or biomass or both. And in some instances, these can have shrubs or trees above the herbaceous canopy to be savannas. But an ecosystem is a grassland when the canopy of grasses is continuous or nearly so. This is a map of our focal region, and we refer to this as the biogeographic Southeast. And my kids always say, that's not the Southeast, Dad. And it's not the cultural Southeast, but it is what we consider the biogeographic Southeast. And it goes from sort of the eastern portions of Oklahoma and Texas up to the Pleistocene glacial maximum, all the way up and over to Long Island, the southern half anyway of Long Island, which of course is up into the Hempstead Plains where you all work, and then on down to the coast. So it's parts of 24 states. We founded the organization in 2017 with backing from a philanthropic foundation called the Mann Foundation. And then of course we've been on a nonstop fundraising adventure ever since. But yeah, so these areas in blue, these blue stars anyway, are areas where, or cities where we have staff presently working or based. And the red star is our newest. We have just established a full-time coordinator position in Roanoke, Virginia. Yeah, so we, sorry, I've got this little window I'm having to move around so I can see my slide. We founded the organization with a strategy of building strategic partnerships with other organizations. And we have many partnerships with a lot of different groups, and some of our staff are actually housed in other institutions. We have folks at the State Botanical Garden of Georgia in Athens, Georgia. I'm based here in Little Rock. We have folks at Reflection Riding Arboretum in Chattanooga, Tennessee. They're based there, but they work for us full time. We have people, our sort of headquarters in Clarksville, Tennessee, up on the Kentucky border in the Pennyroyal Plain Prairie. And we have staff in Nashville as well, and some partnership staff with the North Carolina Botanical Garden in Chapel Hill. I mentioned our region already, and I will say this map with the green is not to be interpreted as areas that were grassland, although some of them were mostly grassland. But these are areas that had a significant portion, a significant portion of these areas was grassland, or there was important grasslands embedded within those regions. So the white areas were dominated really by, in our concept of closed canopies, were mesic forest, and the other areas were really more of a mosaic of habitats, of course included forest, but many other savanna, woodland, and many types of grasslands as well. We have a focus on science, but we also have a focus on history. We've found a really rich treasure trove of knowledge in the historical record, as well as the scientific record. And we do a lot of work to uncover that history and bring it forward to share with others. And we've always intended to really start a robust program to do on the ground conservation, stewardship work, and protection work. So actually acquire remnant grasslands that no one else is looking at because they're too small or too difficult to manage. We wanted to really strategically go after and protect, purchase those properties, and then restore them. And then also to do restoration on private lands, on government conservation lands, but to push that forward as well. So that's another sort of aspect of our program. And we've always tried to approach it with a philosophy that we call complement, not compete. So we're not trying to compete for your dollars or whatever, but to work with you and pursue projects jointly and share information and credit too. So that's our thing. So Dwayne and I, again, as I mentioned, we co-founded the organization, but we did it out of a frustration at the lack of adequate resources being put towards grassland conservation. We're both botanists. He's a professor of botany at Austin Peay, and I came out of the Natural Heritage Program Network, but we both recognized even 10 years ago that grasslands were just not getting the importance, or they were not getting recognized for the important priorities that they were. And we teamed up with two sort of mentors of ours, Reed Noss and Alan Weekly, and sort of, sought their advice and is it worth us doing this, trying to start a new organization. And the consensus there was absolutely. And now we're actually working with both of them, which is pretty exciting for us. I mentioned all this stuff. These red dots are expansion areas that we're working on now. We've had a really good year last year with some grant funding opportunities, and we're about to hire 15 additional staff into the staff I'm about to show. This is kind of I can't fit them all in one slide, so there's a few slides here, but just to give you a quick overview of how we're set up, we've got the executive director, myself as the chief ecologist, we have a director of operations and the chief of stewardship. And Jeremy French is our chief of stewardship. He was just hired into that position a few weeks ago. So this is a new sort of expanding phase arm of our program. We have Chip Morgan's our chief of technology, and he is, I'll tell you about a project in a minute we call Grasslandia, which is our public information and information sharing arm that we're about to launch as well. Of course, we're working with Reed and Allen. We're doing a lot of work with some funding that we've acquired lately to expand partnerships with Native American tribes. And we've hired our first of what's going to be 3 tribal liaisons, Corley Thomas Hill. She's a member of the Eastern Band of the Cherokee Indians and is helping us to build that program as we go forward. We have, our model is that we have a series, we're not centralized too much because we have such a broad geography. So we have these coordinating offices that we're starting around at different places. We have Zach Irick in the Southern Appalachians in Chattanooga. We have Elena Krakowiak, who's our coordinator in Roanoke, who's just hired, with Zach Wood in Georgia, working collaboratively with Jennifer Seska at the State Botanical Garden. Jody Morgan's our youth outreach coordinator. She's based in Atlanta, Georgia. Devin Gearhart is at our central office in Clarksville. Laura Hunt also in Clarksville, our volunteer program coordinator. Cooper Breeden's our rare plant program coordinator, doing on the ground conservation of rare species. And then we built a native seed program, and we currently have we have 5 staff in the native seed program right now. All of that's set to expand as well. It's led by Dr. Marcello DeVitis. He's based out of Nashville, works out of the Clarksville office, and has a series of technicians, and Phoebe Judge is our program manager. So all those people are working together to sort of advance our overall mission of Grasslands, and we're about to hire the 15 additional staff I mentioned earlier. Our headquarters is in the basement of a former Honda automobile dealership, which the university purchased several years ago, and we have full reign of the entire lower floor, which is great because it has sort of the garage bays where we have all our trucks and equipment, and have seed cleaning equipment set up in there. And then we have sort of offices in the back and an herbarium. We've been meeting with the university lately about some renovations there. That's exciting. The upper floor of the dealership is going to be the Austin Peay State University Welcome Center. So it's a pretty neat place to be because we're right in the Welcome Center on the first floor, and can interface with the public there. As I mentioned, we're expanding up into Roanoke, Virginia, with some funding from the Dorothy Kate and Thomas F. Frist Foundation. We are actively engaging with, of course, being through the university, we do a lot with research and graduate students and undergraduate students, and work with other professors there at a place called the Center of Excellence for Field Biology. And we jointly promote, we bring in a fair amount of research dollars through the university, and jointly promote that with them. One of our big projects right now is a series of conservation planning exercises. The first big one that we're doing is the Cumberland Plateau ecoregion, which is about 14 million acres over large portions of Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, and a little bit of Georgia. And this area had extensive savannas and some other rare patch community grasslands historically. A lot of the conservation work that's been done there is focused on forested river gorges and basically ignored grasslands in the more productive landscapes. And we're aiming to specifically plan for conservation of grasslands throughout that ecoregion and try to push action on those. So that's exciting. And Reed Noss is leading that project for us. We've got a fairly robust and growing publication arm. We're trying to do a lot of scientific publications. These are a few that we've gotten out recently. This is a specific multi-author project on identifying the science needs specifically for southeastern grassland species of concern. It was a technical report, peer review, that was published by the U.S. Geological Survey. And then jointly out of that same work, we had an article in conservation biology, again, with a lot of cooperators and collaborators, taking that same sort of grassland focus and suggesting some improvements to the species status assessment process under the Endangered Species Act that would specifically look at habitats or ecosystems instead of only just individual species, which we think is kind of a failure of that process, unfortunately. And then the seed program has continually been putting out a lot of publications in the seed realm. We have new species descriptions. We're doing a lot with the North Carolina Botanical Garden to further about 100 different undescribed species, most of them in plants, mostly in grasslands in the Southeast United States that don't even have names. So how can we protect these things or get attention for them and they're not even named and known? This is a publication just came out recently describing several new species in the genus Clematis in southeastern grasslands. And then we have the first publication in what's going to be a series of articles on rare river scour grasslands, these sort of high energy riparian river gorge grasslands, which have incredibly high species endemism across the southeast or throughout our focal area, and also even up into the glaciated country north of us as well. Fascinating ecosystems. We're going to actually have a compendium in the Natural Areas Journal of all the articles that comes out as a unit at the end of the project, I think. And then we're going to be we're working with National Geographic on a special multi-page feature, going to be, we think, this spring, that has maps of the southeastern grasslands to the best that we've been able to recreate, working in cooperation there with NatureServe as well. I mentioned graduate students. We have a sort of steady stream of folks coming in doing research projects with us, helping them get funding and get published as we go through. We are botanists at heart. We are nerds about plants, and we love to collect and curate specimens. We have an active herbarium, and we try to really keep field science as the focus of sort of the research arm of what we do, and monitoring. Mason Brock, fortunately, has moved on, but he was our herbarium curator for a number of years at Austin P, SGI Herbarium. And we've got this ongoing prescribed fire and or restoration and native seed program going on now. The rare plant program I mentioned looks specifically at globally rare grassland species. The orchid on the left there is Platanthera integralatia, the white fringeless orchid, which grows in acidic seepage, open savannas and open bogs in the Cumberland Plateau. One of the species that we've worked on. And we're working a lot with some of the federal cost share programs to help private landowners connect with dollars to do, and we were helping write management plans to restore grasslands, especially areas that were historically open savannas that today are closed forests and only have the species on the edges, the herbaceous species on the edges, to go in and thin and burn some of the same things you were talking about in some of the work you were describing this morning, that we're putting that out there to do really at the landscape scale. This particular property here is an 11,000 acre farm in Alabama that has about 6,000, at least a little over 6,000 acres of remnant prairie and savanna, and is unbelievable trip back in time. I think we got 25 rare species on the state rare plant list in Alabama in our first site visits to this property. Just incredible. But they needed assistance to get restoration dollars and so on. What happened to these grass? Oh, and then we're doing restorations or recreations, we're calling them. Areas that were prairie historically, like this Pennyroyal Plain agricultural field at Google's data center in Clarksville. We've gone in and restored 50 acres of prairie with about a 70, we started with a 70 species mix of wildflowers and grasses sourced from the ecoregion, and now have built that up with a lot of, overseeding of locally collected material, and about to double the size of that to 100 acres. So it's pretty exciting for us. And then doing a lot of management as well. And with that, I'm just going to kind of jump ahead and run out of time. We do have that robust volunteer program. This is one of our volunteer days at a prairie recreation and restoration that we did at Dunbar Cave State Park in Tennessee. And, going out and using volunteers to remove invasive woody plants, collect seeds, and have a good time while we're out there. That's a prairie fort that the kids made at one of the volunteer events. Pretty fun. Also, this is another volunteer day in Chattanooga, Tennessee, planting a series of native grassland facsimiles in city parks around Chattanooga. And the volunteers there have already seeded the area out, stomped the seeds into the ground, and are now applying some mulch on the ground. And then we have this outreach campaign, which we're doing. That's essential to combating, for example, the miscommunications, the misunderstandings that we've talked about already. And you talked about with others of the people in your group about don't cut trees. It'll be old growth forest one day. We need to just leave these areas alone, which we know is misguided and unfortunate. This Grasslandia data portal is this thing that we're working on now, where we're going to have both scientific and historical information and a spatial database where anybody can go and be highly visual and see quotes from 200 years ago around these regions, maps of where grasslands were, hundreds of thousands of records from iNaturalist of grassland species that are geo-referenced. Look for this. Maybe sometime we can give you guys a tour of it here in the next year. It'll include our entire focal area. And then the most exciting thing for me is that we, in the last year, have started acquiring remnant grasslands. This is the last 5-acre remnant of a wet pennyroyal plain prairie that we know of in Tennessee that's not on Fort Campbell Army Base. And we were able to purchase this through generous donation from Bob and Deborah Hulse. And we now have a specific fund that other people can donate to that's a grassland acquisition fund. And we're working on a couple other projects to acquire some very rare grassland types in Alabama. Open forests, open woodlands, savannas, prairies, glades. These are just some of the areas that we're looking, or the ecosystems that we're looking to protect in the Southeast. Longleaf wiregrass savannas, mountain longleaf woodlands, wet longleaf pine, pitcher plant bogs. Acidic seepage wetlands, sinkhole pond marshes, glades, which are these rock outcrop grasslands with high levels of endemism. And then I'm going to just close with a little story about this site. Because we're botanists, we really have a focus on the herbaceous layer. And, a lot of the work that's been done on savanna restoration has focused on longleaf pine as a tree species, or shortleaf pine as a tree species, or whatever, large plants there are. But the action is really on the ground. This is a site in the Green Swamp in North Carolina, where I think it's the highest, at least at the time, it was the highest biodiversity of plants in a single 1 meter square quadrat plot anywhere. There were 52 species in this 1 square meter. And these are the species. It was not common stuff. These are rare orchids and lilies and globally rare species, all these carnivorous plants. I mean, this is an extreme example, but it's really, at the same time, it's not. There are lots of places with this sort of outstanding biodiversity throughout the unglaciated Southeast, but they're barely hanging on. And really, it's our goal and mission to work with everybody we can, elevate science, elevate history, and try to get out, protect, manage, restore, and share these areas with everybody. And with that, I'll be done. I'm about 1 minute under, I think.
Okay, well, thank you, Theo. This is Karen Lombard. I'm up next to introduce next speakers, but that was a very inspiring presentation. And I must admit, I have a little bit of envy of your organization.
Well, you're welcome to come visit anytime.
I think we need a field trip to the south. We'll have to talk about it. But thank you so much. That was great kickoff to the afternoon.
Thank you.
And,
enjoy the rest of y'all's session. I'll be back for the discussion. Thank you.
Get back for the discussion. Okay. And so folks, save your questions for then, for Theo. And our next up is Jenica Allen talking about sandplain grassland invasions and climate change. Jenica's at the University of Massachusetts and is a representative of the Northeast Risk Management Network, Regional Invasive Species and Climate Change.
Thanks, Karen, for that introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thanks for the thumbs up, Chris. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here today. I feel like I'm maybe one of the strangers to this group because I'm really coming to this topic thinking about invasive species and climate change and how that applies to sandplain grasslands, rather than thinking about sandplain grasslands and then thinking about invasive species and climate change. But my aim today is really to serve as a representative of the Northeast Regional Invasive Species and Climate Change Management Network. That's a mouthful. We call it RISC for short. Sometimes you'll hear us call it any risk for Northeast risk. And one of my main aims is really to bring this translational invasion ecology model to the conversation. Because the Sandplain Grassland Network is really getting up and running and doing all of this really great synthesis work, and RISC as an organization really tries to have these stakeholder conversations to identify what the information needs are around any particular invasive species and climate change topic. This seemed like a great opportunity to really get these two groups together, share what RISC does, and sort of some general lessons learned about invasive species and climate change and how that might apply to Sandplain grasslands. And I'll have to thank Sarah Boyce for her talk this morning because she really set up a lot of these topics quite nicely. But when we're thinking about how climate change and invasive species interact, there are a number of different avenues that we can pursue. And I'm going to touch briefly on 3 topics today. One is plant performance, another is phenology shifts, and the last are disturbance pathways, and then focus most of my time thinking and sharing about range shifts and how that might be relevant in Sandplain grasslands. And I'll just note this fun little graphic that sort of summarizes the different ways that invasive species and climate change might interact comes from a type of document that RISC produces called management challenges. And so this particular management challenges is really focused on just outlining the ways that these two things can interact, but there are lots of different management challenges on our website that are focused on different topics. So if you're looking for good science synthesis documents, I would encourage you to go check it out and see if there's something there that would be useful for you. But back to Sandplain grasslands and these two interacting global changes. First, I'll just say that there's pretty good evidence in the literature that at least for terrestrial plants, both elevated CO2 and elevated temperature are going to give invasive plants a boost relative to native plants. Certainly all plants perform better with elevated CO2 and higher temperature, to a limit, of course, but invasive plants get the added edge from those two types of global change. So that's not great news if we're thinking about what might happen with the existing invasives in Sandplain grasslands. We also know that there's a general pattern that invasive plant phenological sensitivity is higher than native plants, and that greater phenological sensitivity provides a performance boost relative to native plants. So this is some data, again, not specifically from Sandplain grasslands, but a pretty good data set in and of itself that shows pretty clearly that native plants are able to shift their springtime flowering more so than native species. And then carry-on analysis has shown that that also then seems to lead to higher abundance of those invasives. And so if we're thinking about this in a broader context of Sandplain grasslands and how this might apply, it's thinking about what's actually happening on the ground in situ, whether species are having directional shifts. So sort of this cartoon example in the lower part of the screen shows like how a native species might be shifting a little bit earlier in a season with warmer temperatures, but that a non-native or an invasive species might shift a lot earlier in the season. And so it could be that there's just one end of the season that's different for invasives, or we commonly see this, it's both ends of the season. So it's earlier springtime phenology and later fall phenology. So across the growing season, that non-native species is getting a boost. And so this argues for a couple of things. One is paying attention to what's happening with phenology at your particular site to try to get a handle on whether things do seem to be changing or whether there is sort of more separation between native and non-native species than you've experienced in the past. But even more importantly, it's thinking about the timing of management. So whether that is management of invasive species themselves, or whether it's the management of the grassland habitat. I've heard a number of talks this morning that talk about that, the need to maintain that habitat. And so thinking about the best timing for that relative to these shifts in phenology that might be happening at your site. And the last thing I'll just touch on briefly is that, there's good evidence that invasive species thrive with disturbance, and we expect that disturbance is going to increase with climate change. And so when I say disturbance, I mean sort of large weather events like hurricanes that can bring, physical disturbance, they can bring inundation, but I also mean things like heat waves and droughts that could impact the persistence of populations in these grasslands. But layered on top of that is sort of the acknowledgement that, disturbance is also required for the maintenance of these sandplain grasslands. And so, finding that balance between providing the disturbance that's necessary for maintenance, but then also doing the monitoring and management of the invasives that might then be coming in, particularly from these climate-mediated disturbances, is going to be important. Another piece of the puzzle for managing these habitats. And so now I want to shift focus to thinking about species ranges and how the landscape is likely to change with climate change. And work that I've done in collaboration with Bethany Bradley here at UMass has shown that the Northeast is a hotspot of future plant invasion. So this is a map of, what we might expect with mid-century climate change, so like roughly 2050. And you'll notice there's lots of red, which is an increase in the number of invasive plants that are already established in the US, but are likely to shift their ranges into the Northeast. But if you kind of zoom in on the sort of coastal areas where we expect sandplain grasslands to exist, you'll notice there's a lot of gray shading in those areas, which suggests that this particular ecoregion is not going to be the largest recipient of these range-shifting invasive species. So like if there's a silver lining in my talk, that's one of them, right? That yes, we should expect some range-shifting invasive species, but it's not expected to be the same magnitude as other parts of the Northeast or other ecoregions within the Northeast. But we do have some ongoing challenges when we're thinking about these distribution models. One important one is we frequently have a mismatch between the spatial scale that we can model things at and the scale at which management happens, right? One of the, modeling tends to be bigger scale and management, application tends to be much smaller scale. And in a lot of these invasive plant models, we're also lacking the community context. We're sort of treating each species like it's its own entity. And that's because that was all the data we had for a long time. We have repositories like EdMaps that aggregate all of this great invasive plant data, but it was species by species. Some of that is changing. So there's a newly assembled database called the Standardized Plant Community with Introduced Status Database. We've just been calling it SPECIS. That pulls together 9 different fairly large scale vegetation plot data sets. So this is helping us to circumvent that single species problem with all of the range modeling that we've done previously. So in the data set, there's over 14,000 unique taxa. There's over 83,000 sampling units or vegetation plots. So it's quite a lot of data. And the nice thing is that the data sets have been harmonized such that they provide comparable data on the occurrence, the abundance, and sort of the native invasive status of the species that are in that database. And so we've started digging into this database, and I'll just sort of caveat this with this is work that we're just starting to think about. And so I'm hoping that, we can have some conversations around this today or afterwards. But thinking about, okay, well, what can we actually learn about Atlantic coastal pine barrens from this data set? And so this is work that I've started with a postdoc at UMass, Dan Boniato. And so within this ecoregion, there are 444 plots, and among those, 125 of those plots have one or more invasive plants represented within them. There are also 94 unique invasive plants inside of those 444 plots. And so we're able to identify the invasive plants that show up most frequently across plots, but this data set actually has the interesting feature that there is just a very large diversity of invasive plants that show up in it. So like there are many species that only show up in 1 or 2 or 3 of these 125 plots that are invaded. And so it's sort of a different problem than we've thought about in other habitats where you tend to see the same species over and over and over again. That doesn't seem to be the case in this ecoregion. And perhaps some of you are nodding your heads of, yes, of course. But this is sort of an interesting pattern for us. But of those 7 that we see most frequently, this is who they are. So a couple honeysuckles, a couple roses, 1 grass, and then a couple other plants. And so one of the things that we can do at this point is crosswalk these most frequently observed invasives with the distribution modeling that we have already done. And so those are the maps that you're seeing here. So there's a paper that is in press right now that has modeled the high abundance distribution of invasive plants with in the US and with climate change. And so here you're seeing the number of future climate models that agree that the focal species will be in high abundance somewhere in the counties that are mapped. And so the darker colors essentially mean there's higher agreement that we're going to have lots of that plant with mid-century climate change. And for most of these species, there's pretty high model agreement. Multiflora rose is sort of the only one that's sort of like around the 50% agreement mark. And so in places where it's already abundant, it will probably still persist, but we're not quite as sure as with these other species. Now, we don't have abundance models for all of these species. We do have establishment models for the ones that we don't have abundance data. And so those are the remaining species that are pictured here. And again, it's really just the solanum species that maybe suggests doesn't have a great potential future for persistence in this ecoregion, but the other 2 species we should anticipate will stick around.
Jenica, we have just 1 more minute.
Yep, so I'll just,
you're done.
Yep, so I'll just say, invite the conversation back to what the information needs are of the Sandplain Grassland network. RISC is quite good at data synthesis, modeling, mapping. And so if you have information needs that might fit into some of those categories, please do connect with me or with the broader group after this talk. And, we can flesh out what actually needs to happen, how in-depth of a project it is, and ways that we might contribute. So, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Jenica. It's great to see that work combined with the Sandplain Grassland Network. Okay, so next up is Bill Jacobs and Cassidy Robinson, who will be talking about emerging invasive species in grasslands, and they're from the Long Island Invasive Species Management Area. Bill, are you there?
Aaron, I'm unmuting.
Oh, you're unmuting. There you are. Hi.
Can you see the slides? Let's see.
Yes, you're not in presentation mode, so you need to, if you can.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Good, okay.
That's good.
Thanks, Karen. Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the emerging invasive species in grasslands. Just highlights, because there are many more than we can cover in one sitting. I'm Bill Jacobs. I'm the program manager for the Long Island Invasive Species Management Area. I'm joined by my colleague today, Cassidy Robinson, who is our Education and Outreach Manager. And not with us today, but also on our team, are Melody Cerniglia, our Early Detection and Rapid Response Manager, and Abby Marino, our Conservation Area Manager. For those of you not familiar with LISMA, we are a partnership of organizations working together to reduce the threat of invasive species and to protect local ecosystems in New York City and on Long Island. So we cover from Staten Island in the city all the way out to Montauk Point in Suffolk County. We are hosted by the Long Island Native Plant Initiative, and funding for LISMA is provided by the New York State Environmental Protection Fund as administered by the New York State DEC. What is an invasive species? I'm sure all of you know, but just in case, it's a species that's not native to an ecosystem and that causes or is likely to cause harm to the economy, to the environment, or to human health. Now let's take a look at some of the species that some of these you may have encountered already, some may be new.
First up,
yeah, Cassidy is going to start the first group of invasives. Go ahead, Cassidy.
thanks, Phil.
All right.
First up, we have maiden grass or Miscanthus sinensis, also known as Chinese silvergrass. This is a clumping perennial grass growing from 3 to 12 feet high with inflorescences in a dense fan-shaped panicle growing up to a foot. The plant generally has a flared vase shape to it, can help you identify it, and it spreads through seeds or rhizomes and has a distinctive white midrib. You can manage this plant by manually removing it and digging it up, and be sure to remove those rhizomes. Next is another Miscanthus, Amur plumegrass, Miscanthus saccharophloris, also known as Japanese silvergrass. This is a non-clumping, rhizomatically spreading grass. Its seed heads, you can see, are lighter in color than Miscanthus sinensis, and in that left photo, it's growing more of like a stand than a clump. Kind of reminds me of how Phragmites would grow. And those seed heads lack awns, which are the stiff bristles extending from the spikelets. The blue dots are showing the spikelets, or the awns rather, from Miscanthus sinensis that Miscanthus saccharophloris lacks. And generally, the seed heads are less droopy on Miscanthus saccharophloris than on Miscanthus sinensis. And this is managed the same way as well. Next is Ravenna grass, Tripidum ravenna. This is a clumping perennial grass growing from 8 to 12 feet high with weakly serrated leaf margins. It also has a white midrib on its leaf, but you can identify this plant by its reddish silvery plumes and reddish cane-like stems. It's also densely hairy on its leaf blade bases. The ligule and the upper leaf base are almost hidden by those hairs. And those hairs cause skin irritation, so if you're managing this plant, take care and maybe wear some gloves. You can manage this by removing it and being sure to dig up the roots as well. Next is pampas grass, Cortaderia celoana. This is a clumping perennial grass, 8 to 13 feet high, and it has those really plumy, feathery, silvery white plumes that disperse seeds by the wind. Its elongated leaves are kind of whip-like and reach 4 feet long. Those leaves are more highly serrated on the leaf margins than those of Ravenna grass, and it does not have a white midrib. While the leaf base is somewhat hairy, it's not as hairy as Ravenna grass either. And this plant is becoming increasingly invasive in mild winter climates such as the Southeast United States and increasingly in the Northeast as our winters become more mild. And this plant can be managed by digging as well. You'll want to wear some gloves as well, and one of my notes got cut off. You can move on to the next slide. Thanks. Giant reed, Arundo donax. This is a clumping perennial with cane-like stems reaching up to 30 feet. So it earned its name of giant reed, definitely. It has dense creeping rhizomes that spread vegetatively as well as rhizomatically, and it does not have viable seeds. This plant has wider leaves at 2 to 3 inches wide that clasp the stem, having some hairs, and they are pale green to blue-green and alternate along the stem. It grows in riparian and moist areas and is flood tolerant as well. Fountain grass, centris or pennisedum species. This clumping perennial grows 2 to 3 feet high and wide. It's kind of a small round plant with strongly arching leaves. It has that distinct bottle brush inflorescence that's reddish brown, and those spikelets have awns or bristles again. This is a prolific seeder with sticky seeds that will cling to hikers or animals. So if you're not able to accomplish management, as with many of these grasses that will spread by seed, you can just cut off the seed head and be sure to properly dispose of those if you're not able to accomplish management that season. But otherwise, this plant is fairly easily dug up. And last for me is Scotch broom, Psittacis scoparius. This is a legume, and it fixes nitrogen and alters the soil it's found in. It has extremely long-lasting seeds in the soil, lasting for 30 years. This shrub is a hairy evergreen with photosynthetic stems, so it has that competitive advantage, allowing it to photosynthesize over the winter. It has small yellow flowers that are fragrant, trifoliate hairy leaves, and it ballistically disperses its seeds, meaning when its seed pods turn black and dry out with the heat, they pop open and spread far away. And those are very long-lasting seeds, so you want to be sure to dig up this plant or treat it with foliar or cut stump herbicide treatment.
Thank you, Cass. Sea Isle sand sedge, also known as Asiatic sand sedge. This is a invasive plant of dunes, coastal habitats. Carex kobamuchi has long, narrow leaves with a distinctive folded appearance, forms dense mats, outcompeting native vegetation and altering soil composition, as do most of the other invasive plants. This plant outcompetes native dune-binding grasses like American beach grass and sea oats. Regular cutting or trimming can help reduce its biomass and prevent seed production. There are some herbicides that can be used to target Carex kobamuchi while minimizing harm to native species if applied carefully. We recommend regular monitoring of coastal beaches and dunes for signs of this plant and addressing it quickly before it spreads. Small carpet grass. This is a low-growing annual grass of wet areas. It has coarse, bristly stems and small, white, flat leaves. The sparse hairs along the leaf margin are a identifying feature. Arthraxan's rapid growth and prolific seed production cause it to displace plants and reduce biodiversity. For small infestations, manually pull out plants before they produce seeds. Mowing in early fall before the seeds mature can be an effective control. The seeds can stay or remain viable in the seed bank for a number of years. We're not sure exactly how long, but as an annual, even if the plants are gone, you have to keep monitoring for probably 5 to 10 years afterwards. Herbicide can also be effective if properly timed and applied. Wavy leaf basket grass looks a little similar to the Arthraxan. It's identified by its low-growing, creeping nature, and has distinctive basket-like seed heads, which is where it gets its name. The plant forms dense mats, outcompeting native vegetation and disrupting the natural balance of ecosystems. Basket grass thrives in shaded areas, quickly spreading and hindering the growth of native plants. It's another prolific seed producer, and its ability to establish in a variety of habitats make it a challenging invasive plant. Monitor for the species and respond to new infestations before they become established, which is what we recommend for all of these. Control efforts include manual removal, mulching, selective herbicides, and promoting the growth of competitive native vegetation. Here's an image that compares Japanese stilt grass, wavy leaf basket grass, and small carpet grass or Thraxon. So on the left is the stilt grass. They all look similar, so that's why we have them up here, and they grow in similar habitats sometimes. The basket grass lacks the white midrib that the stilt grass on the left has, and basket grass leaves do not clasp the stem like the carpet grass or Thraxon on the right. It also has dark green leaves that are larger with long tapered tips, and wavy leaves are characteristic of the wavy leaf basket grass. We'll give you a little bit on management. Of course, prevention is always the highest priority, or usually always the highest priority in invasive species management. That includes education, cleaning vehicles and equipment, maintaining resilient native ecosystems, and managing pathways of invasion. These are all important for prevention. Manual and mechanical controls include mowing, cutting, pulling, digging, burning, for example, with a weed torch, which is a useful device. Chemical control. There are herbicides that can be used for invasive grassland plants, many of the grasses that we talked about. For example, for some of these large invasive grasses, we've found some research that discusses Accord, a glyphosate mix with a 1% solution of imazapyr as an effective control for invasive grasses. Of course, when using herbicide, always follow the label, follow the state and local regulations, and use a commercial pesticide applicator. There are biological controls. Mostly for grassland, there are not many classical biological control agents, for example, insects or fungi from the homeland of the invasive plant. But there are some grazing animals, for example, goats. Goats are more effective on woody species than they are on grasses. But we wanted to mention biological control, and we hope there's more of that in the future. And then cultural control, planting and maintaining native species and resilient ecosystems. There are ways to smother plants with black tarps or landscape cloth to block sunlight and block airflow to the plants. And there's also solarization using a clear plastic that harnesses the solar radiation and heats up the plants and heats up the soil to kill them. So these are some potential control methods. It's important that everyone tries to report invasive species. Groups like LISMA, we rely on IMAP Invasives, the app, and we also rely on iNaturalist, two apps that we look at weekly. So IMAP Invasives is mostly used by professional resource managers to report invasive species observations. IMAP Invasives is also fantastic because it has a recently added management tracking app built into it. So if you're doing management, you can record what species you're managing, how you're managing them, where, etc. And that's going to be really helpful for future resource managers to be able to look back on. iNaturalist is an app that's often used by the public. It helps to identify a plant or animal and record observations. If you don't know what a plant is or you're not sure, you can use iNaturalist and Seek. Seek is a part of iNaturalist. You can just take an image of the plant in question and iNaturalist will help you identify it. So sometimes I use the two together if I can't identify a plant. And you can visit either of these sites to see the distribution of the invasive species that we talked about today or any other species.
Hi, Bill.
Yes.
Good on your last slide. Great.
Oh yeah, I time it perfectly, Karen.
Yeah.
All right, I'm a little bit over. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. And we'll be around for questions later. But, or you can always email us at invasive@lisma.org if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Betsy Van Halle, effects of disturbance and nitrogen deposition on the composition of Cape Cod heathland plant communities.
Thanks so much, Karen. Just a quick question. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to join earlier today. Am I supposed to be sharing my screen, or does someone?
You share your screen.
Share my, okay, sorry about that. Okay.
We had an original plan that didn't work out very well.
Okay, very good. Get it to...
Just put it on full screen and.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that point. Okay, very good. Okay.
Yeah, looks good.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to this session. So as many of you know, chronic elevated nitrogen deposition has contributed to acidification of precipitation and surface waters, as well as the mobilization and loss of base cations from soils and watersheds. One really important consequence of nitrogen deposition is basically the decline of biodiversity, which has been very well documented in European heathland habitats. First, really quickly though, I'd just like to acknowledge my collaborators and co-workers on this, and you know, most especially to thank Alexis Stocius and Suzanne Nicholson, who have done the vast majority of the monitoring of this project, which has been conducted over the last 7 years. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go through this, but this project is based out of Cape Cod National Seashore. Here's a picture of the Cape, and zeroing in on the habitat. We're looking at heathland habitat within the National Seashore. And this little red box denotes the area where we work. And you can just get a quick look at this habitat, which is very, used for military purposes and kind of really bombed out habitat. But I should just note that we carefully looked at aerial photos and picked out areas that were kind of bombed out in an equivalent amount to establish our plots here. Okay, and so, like I said, we're working in heathland community habitats, which are disturbance dependent. It has these evergreen and sclerophrous veg across these areas within the heath families, and they generally occur on these nutrient poor and acidic soils. It has been put forward that these habitats are especially vulnerable to nutrient deposition simply because they are in these nutrient poor habitats, and it could make fast growing species, nitrophilic species such as grasses, sedges, and non-native species take over with long-term chronic nutrient deposition, which has been occurring across the United States, but also in Cape Cod. And so what has happened in Europe and what we've seen over decades is that these heathland species slowly phase out with chronic nitrogen deposition. And then that has led to the progressive decline of heathlands throughout Europe, especially in these areas that have experienced really high nutrient deposition. And so we wanted to test that in these habitats in North America to see if we see similar results. And so given what we've seen in Europe, we hypothesized that increased nitrogen deposition would shift these heathland habitats towards fast growing or non-native species, as well as decrease that overall plant species richness and cover of these heathland habitats. And we also hypothesized that these heathland plant communities would be more responsive to nitrogen deposition relative to fire and canopy removal. So that kind of plays my hand about what I'm about to tell you in terms of our treatments across these different sites. And we hypothesized they would be more responsive to nitrogen deposition simply because this is not a disturbance that these species have evolved with. So this is just a scheme of the management treatments These are 60 by 60 meter plots that are outlined in these little blue, red, and yellow colors. These were randomly assigned the following management treatments, which is control, no manipulation whatsoever. A half cut and burn is removing half of those overstory pitch pines trees in those plots, and then that's followed by a summer burn. And then the full cut and burn was a complete removal of all overstory pitch pine trees, followed by a summer burn. And so this is just a picture of one of these full cut and burn treatments. And I'm out here, observing the burn treatments. And you can see the kind of after picture on the right where the full cut and burn, everything was burned, right? So there were very few areas, there were patches, but there were very few areas that had, remaining plants alive that were alive. And so it was a pretty even burn, and we did this with a backing fire. And this is just to demonstrate what these plots look like, these 60 by 60 meter plots, which there were 12 of them. And then within each of those plots, we had different nitrogen deposition subplots. So the subplots are in red, white, and yellow. And we had controls where we added no nitrogen. And then we had 7 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year added to these plots, as well as 14 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare per year. There's a total of 144 of these subplots that we're monitoring, 1, 2, and 6 years after the experimental burn. And so, within these subplots, we would, during those 1, 2, and 6 year surveys, we monitored the species composition. We started off looking at the biomass, but we looked at the cover for all of these, as well as soil nutrient analyses. And so we added to these plots at the end of the growing season, granular urea and nitrate of soda in these experimental additions. And I should just also note that these experimental nutrient additions doubled and tripled the current atmospheric nitrogen deposition rates from the Cape Cod area. And then percent cover of herb, shrub, and tree species was estimated visually, and total canopy cover of each functional group was estimated by summing individual species covers for each of those functional groups. We predicted that the removal of the overstory trees with burning would decrease tree cover and increase the richness of these characteristic heathland species, with the most disturbed areas, full cut and burn, having greater heathland species richness and cover than the half cut burn and then the controls. We also hypothesized that these characteristic heathland species richness and cover would decrease with those additional levels of nitrogen, and that these grasses, such as Carex and sedges, such as Carex pennsylvanica, non-native species and other nitrophilic species would increase in those nitrogen addition plots. And so this is just a quick note to show you that we did in fact see responses of the soil to the nitrogen addition treatments. And so, I'm sorry, to the disturbance treatments, that's big spoiler there. So we saw, despite the fact that we doubled and tripled the nitrogen in these different plots annually for 7 years, we saw no significant effect of nitrogen addition on those soil nitrate and ammonium levels in any of the years following the treatments. However, 1 and 2 years following the treatments, the post nitrogen deposition treatments, where we experimentally added nitrogen, we did see significant differences based on the disturbance treatments. And so you can see from this figure that the full cut and burn is significantly higher in levels of soil ammonium 1 year after we started adding the nitrogen than the half cut and burn. and then the control. And that would also, that trend also played out for the the nitrate form of nitrogen in these soils 1 and 2 years following the nitrogen addition. And so what we found is that, again, through the next several figures that I'm going to show you, we did two-way analyses of variance to see if there was an interaction between nitrogen addition and disturbance treatment, and look at that, and there were no interactions, and there were no significant impacts on the species richness and cover with the nitrogen addition treatments. But the disturbance treatments had significant effects. So they had significant effects on the total vascular richness, the graminoid richness, the forb richness, the subshrub richness per plot. However, the total cover per plot was reduced by these disturbance treatments. And that most likely was because the tree cover was significantly reduced, which was gratifying because we chainsawed these trees down. And so it's good to see that the cover of trees is significantly lower. And in fact, it held across those whole 6 years where we're adding nitrogen annually. And then the tree cover maintained a much lower tree cover in the full cut burn than in the half cut burn. So that's important for our experimental treatments and what we're seeing from these richness and covers of these other categories of plants. We did see, as we hypothesized, that we saw an increase in shrub cover per plot with those increased levels of disturbance. And that also held true for forb cover as well. And so revisiting these predictions, we basically hypothesized and predicted that this nitrogen deposition was going to shift this heathland species composition towards these more fast-growing species, non-native species, overall plant species richness, and then the cover of these species in heathlands. And there's a big no across the board, right? Nitrogen deposition doubled and tripled in these different plots, and then the heathland species that we were really concerned about losing them in the system were not lost. Okay, and so there was no response to these pretty high levels of nitrogen that were added to the plots. And we also predicted, obviously, corresponding to the previous point, we predicted that these heathland plant communities would have a greater response to the nitrogen deposition treatments and rather than the disturbance, and that was clearly not true. And we hypothesized that was because this was an anthropogenic disturbance, which they have not co-evolved with. So in terms of the management treatment plots, we absolutely found that the tree cover was reduced even 6 years later. The richness and cover of these characteristic heathland species, for the richness, we did see that higher disturbance did play out in higher levels of forb species, graminoid species, subshrubs, and non-vascular species. But that the cover did not, of these different species, only came out with the forbs and the shrub cover in terms of responding positively to those disturbance treatments. Basically, I don't need to go back over this. Our predictions that nitrogen addition would have an effect on the species, a richness or cover certainly just did not play out. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Betsy. That was really interesting. And we are going to move right on, given time, to Sarah Quintal from the Buzzards Bay Coalition, who will be talking about sourcing seeds for restoration, challenges and opportunities.
Hi, everyone. So I manage the active restoration projects here at the Coalition, basically from soup to nuts, from grant writing through planning, permitting, and construction. And I absolutely love going to field trips to other places where I get to see other people's restorations first, and then I get to bring back all sorts of fun tidbits that we can incorporate into ours. But so we've done now, most recently, last year we started construction of a salt marsh restoration, which we incorporated Sandplain grassland, and currently under construction, as you saw in one of Chris Neal's slides, over at Mattapoisett Bogs and Mattapoisett. This slide is showing how we've been incorporating Sandplain and grassland into this wetland restoration. When we think about restoration here, we first of all want to maximize wetland restoration, but there come significant opportunities to do other great things for plant communities, wildlife, and for people as well. So we always try and incorporate trails and passive recreation opportunities, but also rare species habitat improvements, and most recently, this concept of Sandplain grassland or heathland. So here at the photos you're seeing here of Mattapoisett Bogs is showing your existing conditions with particular emphasis showing some of the culverts and so forth that are out there. But on the right, our conditions plan, proposed conditions plan, you're seeing light green, which is our proposed wetland areas. And the darker green is the extent of Sandplain grasslands that we're creating out there using the cut material from those bog surfaces. So the commonality among many of our restoration sites is that the soils are very sandy. So Sandplain grassland habitat just seems to work with what we have there on site, particularly when we're trying to cut and balance these fills as best as we can. But the challenges then are the material that we're using to create that Sandplain grassland habitat may not necessarily have existing upland seed bank in it. So in the case of our cranberry bog restoration projects, we're expecting there to be good native seed bank for the wetland plants on there, but we're not quite positive that, don't have high confidence that we're going to get great resurgence of upland plants as quickly as we may want to see some coverage on those adjacent upland areas. And so we have spent quite a bit of time and effort thinking about upland grassland seed mixes and what those compositions should be and sourcing them. And so in that, we think about, well, what, ideally we want to have as local of a seed bank as possible, or as local of a genotype as possible in these seed mixes. But it comes down to sort of finding that cost and availability. So the bigger commercial wholesalers like Ernst and Pinelands have more limited ecotypes that are close to where we are in southeastern Massachusetts. But nonetheless, we've got Ernst, for example, has those 3 nice Long Island to New York ecotypes, which aren't too bad. Within 100, 150 miles of our sites over here, but not so much for the rest of the species. And then is also, with the amount of restoration that's currently going on, its timing is important when putting in these orders, particularly for the larger restoration sites. We're starting to hit sort of the maximum of the availability for some of these local seed types. And so we've been looking for local smaller suppliers as well, but then becomes the challenge of availability of material and cost. So we're trying to figure out how we can get more native seed sources available for restoration projects that we have several in the pipeline. Ultimately, New England Wetland Plants was who we have been sourcing from for our past 2 restorations. But to kind of just walk you through the process a bit. So this was our sort of ideal coastal sandplain seed mix that we started with, that we spec'd out in coordination with our engineer for our salt marsh restoration site, where we were trying to plant those adjacent slopes with the very, very beach sandy material that we have there. And while in general we were able to find many of the species that we were looking for, it came down to who has the most local genotype and as many of those 4 species as possible, and trying to find that seed at a reasonable cost that wasn't going to break the bank. So we definitely had to find some substitutions, and we ended up with a seed mix that we were fairly happy with. it costs not inexpensive, about $240 a pound, which adds up pretty quickly when you're seeding multiple acres. But the one thing that I want to point out here that is in this picture is the Hudsonia that is currently blooming on part of the site. So this was a peninsula of land that had been basically filled in with dredged material from the bottom of New Bedford Harbor, very, very sandy soil. And there had been no seeding done since the site was last filled in the early 1950s. Stuff came in on its own, and it established a sort of transitioning sandplain, grassland, sandplain, heathland, dune type mosaic, of which there's a tremendous stand of Hudsonia out there. And so I was hoping to be able to incorporate some of that into our seed mix as well. But finding it's not commercially available. So we're contemplating in this case, either transplanting some of the existing shrubs before our phase 2 of construction starts, or trying to figure out how we might be able to efficiently collect seed from the existing stand that's out there. At our cranberry bog that's currently under construction, I used a similar seed mix as our coastal salt marsh site, basically just swapping out a couple of the species. But the one thing to note is, this is even a bigger site, and this seed mix is somewhere around $250 a pound, which again adds up really quickly. So in trying to balance that budget yet still have some good seed stock that could continue to expand over time, most of the upland areas at this site I'm seeding with a modified warm season grass mix. So I'm finding the best value when I can sort of pick an off the shelf seed mix as much as possible, but working with the wholesaler to swap out a few of the species. And so I was able to do that with these mixes. And I'm in this particular case really favoring the little blue stem for the upland areas. And we have a few reasons for that, but one of them is actually, sightline and aesthetics for these properties that are highly, highly visited by the public. They like to be able to walk and see where they're going without having a lot of tall vegetation in their way. So particularly around the trails and those sandy areas of the site, I was really hoping for a mix. I'm hoping for a mix that comes in and sort of trends towards that lower elevation. So again, it's not going with native seed mixes as much as possible, but also trying to favor certain species that also work with a myriad of goals at the site. So we're doing a handful of islands around the site that will have the more expensive grassland forb seed mix out here, with the hope that those will bloom and shed their seeds and in time really expand across the site as well. And hopefully we'll get some emergence from the material that we're placing from the excavated bog surface. There very well might be some seed bank emergence. We're just not banking on it for these particular upland creation areas. So with this comes my search for how we might be able to better find and better source local seed mix for these restoration projects, of which there are many more in the pipeline, particularly cranberry bog restorations that naturally have a lot of sandy soils. So can we get existing wholesale suppliers to provide more local seeds? Might they be able to help us harvest from existing conservation properties, for example? But the challenge there is that, depending on who owns those conservation properties, there's different rules to follow. Some organizations might not be so eager to have seed harvested from that site for use at different properties. But nonetheless, for the lands that are willing to act as harvest sites for other projects, is that something where commercial growers might be interested in coming to harvest on them, or could we consider developing a dedicated and efficient nonprofit team who might fit that role? Would there be opportunity to share seeds and equipment between organizations in our region in order to provide this restoration seed source. And instead of us paying wholesalers for their seed mixes, could we instead put those funds into trying to figure out how to get a more local seed collection process? But of course, none of that can happen without thinking about making sure that there aren't any invasive plants in those harvested seeds as well. And so perhaps that could be one of the avenues that we also consider incorporating sort of that cost of the collection. Maybe that could also incorporate the cost of invasive species management on some of these sites that we think could be good harvest sites for the region. So on that, that's more sort of food for thought, what's been spinning around in my head, and I am eager to hear from folks in this network as to if any of these might already be underway, or if there's sort of interest in brainstorming a bit more to see if we could come up with a solution. I will leave you with an image of our salt marsh restoration site in Fairhaven. This is Marsh Island. And here you can see this is a view out to New Bedford Harbor. We've planted the marsh plain with plugs, and then above the goose exclusion fence, that is some of our Sandplain grassland habitat that is now about 4 months old. So it's filling in. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. It'll be great to see a post, a photo after the next growing season to see what it looks like. We have time for a question or two. Since you ended early, Sarah. Looks like Betsy has a question.
Thanks for a great presentation. I just had a quick question that once you start seeding in these mixes, if you're seeing additional native species start to settle in on and getting a more diverse group of species after a little while.
Yeah, so even in the first 4 months, so here at Marsh Island, so we seeded most of the site in June, and we were definitely seeing recruitment, not necessarily of natives, there were some, but a lot of naturalized species, a lot of and a lot of things like primrose, and just there had been upland there. So in this case, the soils really got mixed up. A lot of it was dredged material that got put on the banks. So we weren't sure if whatever ended up on the top layer was going to be material from the bottom of New Bedford Harbor, or if it was going to be sort of mixed in with the seeds that had been on the top of the site. That just wasn't something that we had good control over when we were mixing these, and we were dealing with 46,000 yards of material. So it was anyone's guess what kind of seed was going to be left at the top. But nonetheless, we do have some plots out here, and we are just beginning to track. We've done one growing season that was very early, and are seeing some recruitment.
Great, thank you. I think we'll wrap up here and go on to the next talk. Thanks so much, Sarah. And
hey, can I just stick something in there? Hey, Sarah, on your issues with Hudsonia, I've had a lot of experience over the years of basically not being able to propagate that plant. But where we have been successful is if you have some portions of that disturbed site where it had naturally recruited, if you can harvest the soils there and maybe create some nuclei of areas where it will come up in the soils that you transplant, and then it'll perhaps colonize the area the way you hoped. But that's a plant over the years I've tried on numerous occasions to do it by cuttings, to do it by seed, whether there's some dormancy issues or whatever. But when God wants it to germinate, it germinates like crazy.
Good to know. I won't waste too much time trying to get those itty bitty seeds and just take some scoops of dirt instead.
It'll make you crazy.
Great. I appreciate that input. Thank you.
okay, so our next talk hopefully is going to focus on some solutions to some of the challenges that you raised, Sarah, in your talk. This is development of a New England seed network by Michael Piantadosi from Native Plant Trust.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks, Eve, for the intro in the chat. Let me see if I get my screen share first. Can you all see that? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
Okay, great. And thanks to Chris. Thanks everybody for putting this on. Sarah, thank you for that talk just before mine, because I think it dovetails nicely. I won't say that we have solutions to your problems. I think that would be a little bit too bold. But I'll say that there are definitely a concerted group that has been thinking about the lack of seed supply of ecotypic, native seed in the Northeast region, specifically in the New England states. And that is the focus of my talk. So again, thanks for having me here today. I'll try to keep this relatively brief and just highlight some of the context of how Native Plant Trust got involved with this and how we kind of partnered to create the Northeast Seed Network as it stands now. I should also say my name is Michael Piantadosi. I'm the Director of Conservation, Native Plant Trust. So this was talked about a little bit earlier as well. Mark Anderson is also presented this morning, and we worked on this report together with Bill Brumback, formerly of New England Wildflower Society, Native Plant Trust fame. I just brought this up because I do feel like Conserving Plant Diversity in New England, this report published in 2021, it started a lot of our thinking toward habitat scale work and how to incorporate that into what previously had been, a lot of work with New England Wildflower Society and Native Plant Trust focused on rare and endangered plant species. And thinking more holistically, more broad scale about the survival of those taxa and their thriving into the whole context of their ecology. So what I'm showing here quickly is just the cover of the report on the left, and well, my left, and then on my right, a map that is still up. The interactive mapping tool that goes with this report has some pretty solid data in it when you think about areas that are of kind of uniqueness for their plant diversity and their density of rare and endangered taxa, as well as unique habitats that are maybe somewhat limited proportionally across the New England region. So it's a starting point to frame the thinking that we're taking with this kind of ecoregion approach to seed supply. I got started thinking about this in 2015 when we officially got involved with Seeds of Success, SOS. Seeds of Success is a national program run by Bureau of Land Management and has been for the last couple of decades, but it's primarily been taking place in the western states, mostly focused on rangeland restoration and post-fire management. Also, it's important to understand that the federal land ownership is obviously disproportional. It's a lot easier to run a program like this where you need access to really large stands of native species in abundance to collect seed from them in the first place using those protocols. We did this by using the NEPCOP model, and many of you on the call are probably familiar with the New England Plant Conservation Program, or some of you are. That has been what me and my colleagues spend a lot of time planning for, working with state natural heritage programs and coming up with priorities, and then doing a lot of cold calling of landowners, frankly. And that is how we were able to make this kind of a success. But it was obvious that when starting with Seeds of Success, learning the protocols, going to training, getting involved with broader habitat-wide restoration work, there wasn't a lot of groundwork built for who's being contacted for the seed, who knows we have this seed, how do we get the seed distributed to them, who's cleaning and processing it and testing it, and all those pieces were kind of missing. Fortunately, we had at the time the USDA involved, NRCS involved, and a lot of other federal players that were there for seed storage or seed processing on large scale, or training or workshops around the program and the protocols. Since then, it ran out of funding in 2017. And this is me and a couple of interns, as same in this photo, working on learning 300-ish native taxa that we'd be collecting. We got involved with Seeds of Success East because of funding that was directed toward Hurricane Sandy restoration, resiliency around that. So a lot of the work was on sand dunes, some on Sandplain areas, grasslands and heathlands, in everything from the edge of a sandy beach to dam removal, restoration, and that kind of thing. But we had obviously, built a little bit of structure with knowing how to seed bank rare and endangered plants through the New England Plant Conservation Program, but this was a very different animal to go into this scale of seed. So this is what I mean. Typically, collections were on the order of half a pound to a pound. and still not reaching 20% of what was available for mature ripe seed of any one taxon. That was kind of core to the protocol. Another major piece was to document where it came from and to distribute that information, especially when trying to link up users of that seed to those who had collected it or would otherwise be storing or testing it. Another piece that we realized was definitely missing in the Northeast after this project ended. So just a couple of projects to highlight of that. We worked a lot with, as I mentioned, salt marsh restoration. Here is the Satchewest Point National Wildlife Refuge in Rhode Island, where Fish and Wildlife Service did a lot of work to dredge sediments and to deposit it on this part of salt marsh and to replant Spartina alterna flora into it, the large cordgrass, as you can see here. Revisiting, seeing vegetative recruitment come in and the site kind of expand itself and gradually having spots like this that you wouldn't necessarily know were modified at all, 5-10 years ago. A totally opposite of the paradigm or opposite of the parallel of this entirely was work we did on Cadillac Mountain with National Park Service in Acadia, specifically trying to figure out how to use seed or plant material that again was collected locally from the mountain itself or within Acadia National Park, and how to get it to grow in this kind of unusual habitat. So we did a lot of different treatments with growing seed in different conditions. Me and Bill Brumback did at the time. And then also looking at, mixes of different species together, whether we were going to use modules instead of seeds. So a variety of species grown in kind of a flat, like sod, or growing individual plugs and trying them all out. And I'm just scanning through, but what looks like a freaky burial ritual on the surface of a Cadillac is actually us just trying out different ways of addressing plots that would keep vegetation in a landscape that is frequently frosted and thawed and freezing and thawing and ejecting plants a lot of the time with frost heaves. And that was one of the major issues we faced. But above all, I guess the theme that's trying to bring this all together, and we did get better at it over time. You can see some of these plots actually growing in with 7 or 8 different native species. The thing we're trying to link this to is ultimately not having seed available for this kind of project, or a dozen other projects that we've been involved in for restoration. With Seeds of Success East, having folks wait 2 years for the collections to be made and then cleaned and then tested and then sent to them to be used. And I'll say we worked with about a dozen restoration projects in the region during that time, and probably 8 out of 12 had major delays, had been put back 2 or 3 years. So now that seed was sitting in cold, dry storage for an additional year or 2 before being used, which meant another round of testing and a whole lot of work to keep up with that quality of supply. So anyway, you can see some of the remnants of what we did on Cadillac and a nice view of Bar Harbor. But I just brought up a couple of projects because there have been so many over the years, and these were kind of opposite ends of the spectrum. Now onto the seed stuff. I wanted to talk about the Northeast Seed Network. We launched this officially, I think, November of last year in 2022. But that said, this was really a parallel creation, I think. Ecological Health Network, Eve Allen, and that group, had done a lot of the same kind of thinking Native Plant Trust was doing. Since Seeds of Success had gone away in 2017, I spent the last 3 to 4 years before kicking this thing off, just fielding responses of people looking for seed and not being able to find it. Looking for folks to advise on how much seed to use and what quantity and when and how to mow it and manage it and otherwise. And it seemed like there was an obvious gap in the work that we're doing as a conservation agency or a conservation group to provide advice and materials to be able to do successful restoration work. So we've established this as of November. We had a symposium in November 2022. But we brought out a lot of folks that have been kind of on the fringes of this network being formed and different roles in seed generally. I'm working on this in collaboration with Uli Lorimer, who's the Director of Horticulture at Native Plant Trust, and Alexis Docius, who's the Nursery Manager at Nasambi Farm. Both of them have very different backgrounds and experiences with getting this network off the ground than I do. They have much more of a horticultural and nursery production background, which I think when you fuse the two works really well. I'm speaking much more toward habitat restoration and how I've experienced it. So that said, we're trying to figure out who's out there and needs seed ultimately, and basically how we communicate as a group. So the Northeast Seed Network now has, dozens of partners that are part of it, but we're trying to have more regular meetings and trying to staff up with recently acquired grant funds just to be able to have folks that have capacity to take this on. it has been Uli and I behind the scenes for a long time, at least on the MPT side of things. So we're trying to hire a coordinator for the network overall, as well as someone that will lead a field collection team next season, and how to go about doing all of that. We were fortunate enough to get funding from Fish and Wildlife Service for the seed collection that will happen next year, in a very similar way to Seeds of Success protocols, using those. And we also got funding to build facilities for seed storage, of cold, dry storage of Orthodox taxa primarily, seed cleaning at the scale of a plant materials center such as USDA would have. Previously, we had used the Cape May Plant Materials Center, but they shifted some of their focus away from native plant materials. So we're trying to fill that niche as well. In addition, I should mention that while we're trying to figure out who's where and how do we build this network, we're also trying to not just collect seed from the wild, exploit that habitat or that species, and then take it back and use it somewhere else. We're very serious about the conservation mission that we have behind all the work we do. So a big part of that was figuring out how to get founder plots or seed increase plots in place. In other words, something that could allow us to not necessarily over-collect from wild populations, but have a genotype that is representative of the genotypes of a wild population, without undue harm coming to those populations. And we're aware as well that, there's a kind of limited time for that if you're growing something in an agricultural plot, where you'd have to bring in more wild material, every 3 to 5 years, something like that. So we're trying to do this with a level of quality, if we can, to make sure that it's kind of unique and fits a bill that we've been looking to fill. So we've been trying to come up with a species list that was created this year by the Northeast Seed Network and its many members. I think it's got 65 species or so on it. Eve can probably correct me if I'm wrong there. I was part of that species selection committee, so I should know that. But we did come up with a species list that I think you can find on the website. And in the same way, we've just started building up other committees to add to the network. We've had a steering committee made up of folks that have been part of the early members of this network, species selection committee, one working on protocols and definitions. What do you mean by ecotype? What does that mean to me? And how does that fit in with genotype or genetic relevance to the species we're using or the populations we're selecting? We're about to start a research subcommittee in February. I just announced that at our last network meeting, and have a lot of folks that are interested in that, in order to make this a model that can be replicated and can be used elsewhere, as well as to actually document what data we can on how well does a seed germinate in a plot versus in the wild, how much does the genetic makeup of that species change, or that plant change when it's in domesticated setting for several years before being brought back out. Is there fidelity between ecoregions and where plants are likely to migrate with climate change? How bound is any one species to a given ecoregion? If I didn't mention it already, that is kind of our metric for ecoregional or local seed, I guess, is to use the Omernick level 3 ecoregions right now. We called this the Northeast Seed Network because we were hoping to not just limit it to the literal political boundaries of New England, but to think instead along the lines of the ecoregions of New England. So, the New England ecoregions as well as those of the northern mid-Atlantic, essentially. And anyway, in addition to providing the seed, providing the resources for storing seed or increasing it, and ultimately using it, we also wanted to do a better job with our workshop offerings, public programs, and otherwise just to educate folks in what ecotypic seed looks like, how to use that, how seed might be processed and stored, and those kinds of things. We're also trying to really get a sense of what the demand is, because we're still in the middle of construction right now with building a lot of these facilities, going to be hiring a lot of folks. But right now it's as much as we can stick our finger up in the wind and see which way it's going, that's the kind of supply we're building for. So we're relatively slow and steady. Each of the main partners probably having a handful of species to start in seed increase plots now. And I'd say within 5 years, having a pretty solid source to call on for restoration projects that ideally would be affordable, certainly. We're a nonprofit, not trying to make money on it, just trying to get it distributed in the right way. And I think ultimately, trying to bring a different standard into the seed business, as it were. Folks, I think, don't think to ask where the seed is coming from in general. It's great that people are interested in native plants, as one stepping stone along the path, but it's even better if they know what an ecotype is or a genotype is, to ask those questions. And I think, we should be ahead of the curve, at Native Plant Trust at least, with trying to address what's coming and being able to provide a source for that to fill this need. So that is the goal, education as well as resources ultimately. And then I'll just say we are trying to do a lot of work next year. We had funding from Fish and Wildlife Service that was basically reallocated to 2024 so that we can do some hiring. We're going to be hiring seed collectors as well as a collection coordinator for that field team, identifying and scouting populations, and working on at least 1 or 2 habitat restoration projects next year as kind of pilots for how do we implement the protocols of the network in this format. We also have a nice agreement with Fish and Wildlife Service that was really a lot of negotiation about second generation, if it were, F2, G2 generation of plants. So it is prohibited indeed to take plants from a public landscape and to sell them, make any commercial profit from them. It's a little bit different if you're taking a small portion of seed and using it in seed increase. And that's an important caveat to how we kind of built this relationship up with Fish and Wildlife Service.
Michael, we're a little bit over, a little over time.
Okay, my last slide, Karen. I apologize. This madness is what goes on in my head, and I think our heads in general at the MPT team. This is trying to bring in the use of all the different seed stuff we're trying to do and how to address it. And I'll let you sit with that for 45 minutes to try to understand it. But roughly, that's how we're going about it. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. I encourage you to check out the nativeplanttrust.org website and look for the Northeast Seed Network tab, and contact me and Uli otherwise if you have any questions. Big thanks to our partners as well, especially Eve Allen and Ecological Health Network, Eco 59, Smith Botanic Garden, and Norcross, a bunch of other folks. So thank you for your time. Sorry to go over.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to move right on to some wildlife presentations. The first up is Amanda Dillon from the Albany Pine Bush, talking about bee community response to restoration and management at the Pine Bush.
Hi there, can you see my PowerPoint okay?
Yeah, look great.
Awesome, great. Thanks so much for inviting me to talk today. Just in case anybody is not familiar with the Albany Pine Bush Preserve, we're located in the Capital Region in Albany, New York, right between the cities of Albany and Schenectady. So we are also located inside of this glacial sand belt that was the result of a glacial lake that was here after the last glaciation. So you can see these sandy deposits in the salmon color. We're a little bit unique here because whereas most of these areas ended up being more kind of sand plains, our sands here were blown up into sand dunes. So we have inland parabolic dune field here, and the vegetation community that got established on that is this northeastern interior pine barrens. And the kind of community that we're working really hard to restore and maintain on the landscape is the inland pitch pine scrub oak barrens. Reason being is that it is a globally rare system. There's less than 5 occurrences in the state and less than 20 globally, and this is considered one of the best remaining examples. And it is kind of that niche that really seems to maximize biodiversity. It is also the type locality for the Karner blue butterfly. So our work in restoring and maintaining this habitat is we kind of follow 2 strategies. One is more system-based, and that's about restoring that vegetation community. And the other has been more species-based, and that's been about restoring the Karner blue butterfly, which is our kind of flagship federally endangered species here. So restoration for the Karner is really tied to restoration of Lupinus perennis, or sundial lupine. That's the sole larval food source for the Karner. So our species work has really been about restoring this plant to the landscape, as well as a suite of other nectar resources. So we like to think of the Karner as kind of an umbrella species, and it's an indicator species of restoring this high quality inland pitch pine scrub oak barrens. The other tool that we use is the system-based, which is really about restoring an altered fire regime. So this is a disturbance-dependent habitat that historically would have been maintained with wildfire or indigenous fire. We're finding that the Mohicans were really stewards of this landscape and used fire a lot in this area to maintain the habitat for forage and also for hunting. So there was about a century of fire suppression here. Back in its heyday, the pine bush was probably around 10,000 hectares in size. And we've got a postage stamp of that protected today. So that means we're surrounded by a lot of roads and development, which means it's really hard to get fire onto the ground. And we've also, the pine bush has become degraded in the absence of that fire. So this is just kind of a little case study of what some of the pine bush preserve looks like, as opposed to our pitch pine scrub oak barrens. This is a closed canopy black locust forest here. So in this case, this is a nitrogen fixing species. It uses a different set of mycorrhizal fungi than our pine barrens plants. And it's really closed canopy. It's also clonal in nature. So it's really hard to get rid of this species. We bring in contractors. Luckily, it does have some commercial value, so that offsets our costs. But they remove all of the above ground timber, and they also have to dig and bury all of the stumps as well, because it will shoot up from any little piece of roots. So we kind of bring it back to post-glaciation almost, and we have a native seed mix that we plant in. And these are seeds that we collect here. Beth McCallum mentioned earlier. We have a suite of seed collectors, volunteer seed collectors that help us collect seed in restored areas and remnant patches of the pine bush that we can use for restoration efforts. So hopefully, you know, that black locust, closed canopy black locust clone after a couple of years will look something more like this, which is a little bit more in the successional northern sandplain grassland kind of area as opposed to pine barrens. We are seeing in some of our older grasslands, we're starting to see the shrub components, the heaths and the scrub oaks move back in. But it is taking a long time. But in the meantime, these grassland habitats are suitable for carners and many other wildlife species as well. So once we've gotten it to that stage where we're ready to apply fire, we can use prescribed fire. If we're still in restoration phase for a site, we might put fire down the ground in every 1 to 3 years. If we're what we call maintenance phase, so it's a site that's considered high quality, we want to get fire out there every about 3 to 5 years. So we have the preserve divided into management units that are between 2 and 50 acres in size. And each one of those has a prescription. So you can, you know, looking at this map, you can see we have a lot of fragmentation. We've got a lot of homes, businesses, roads. The New York State Thruway runs right through the preserve. So we have very specific conditions under which we can burn. But this map is showing you the kind of shifting mosaic that we end up with from the burns. This might look a little hot, but like I said, a lot of the areas where we are applying fire are considered in maintenance phase, and we want to get fire out there every 3 to 5 years, which is kind of what you're seeing on this map here. But we like to see this shifting mosaic. We kind of think this is how this habitat may have existed historically, because looking at the carner, no life stage of the carner can actually survive a fire. But the habitat that comes back after a burn is better for the carners. We've actually, some researchers have found that female carners lay more eggs when they're fed lupin that's grown in recently burned soils. So we think that the carners would kind of be shifting and moving across this landscape, kind of following the burns around. So that's what we're kind of trying to recreate. So this is what a site might look like after a burn. This is kind of a heterogeneous burn. We've got some bare mineral soil exposed, but we've also got some wetter areas that may have had some dew on them in the morning that didn't burn quite as well. This is a great example of a burn that we're looking for. And not only is this helping facilitate that Lupinus perennis there, but a whole suite of other native plants that are going to be floral resources for not only nectarine carners, but also bees. So our hope here is that we're facilitating habitat for a number of native insects, including the bees, which is what I'm going to focus on today. Also, that fire is going to expose mineral soil, which is especially important because probably more than half of our bees in the preserve are actually ground nesters. So exposing that mineral soil is really important for those bees. So I started working here in 2010, and I wanted, you know, we didn't have a bee list at all. So I kind of started big picture, what bees are here, are those bees, is the bee community here kind of distinct from bee communities we see in other northeastern habitats? And then I was kind of interested to look a little bit deeper and look at some of our management treatments and find out if those affected the bee communities. So these are some of the questions. The first two, obviously the first one I'm still answering. I have 206 species so far in the preserve, and that number kind of keeps going up. The second question I'll talk about next was a project that I worked on in 2010. Has the bee community changed over time? And most recently, how does the bee community change in response to prescribed fire? So first, so we're all speaking the same language in case you're not familiar with bees. I'm going to introduce you to the major families of bees here. So up top here, it's going to say the family name, then some common names of bees in that family, and then the number is the number of species in that family I have in the preserve so far. So the andrenids are the mining bees and the fairy bees. These guys are ground nesters. The apidae are a pretty speciose group. There's bumblebees, carpenter bees, both the large ones and the small ones, squash bees and cuckoo bees. It's a pretty diverse group. I found 38 species in this group. Also in this group are the cuckoo bees. They're so named for cuckoo birds because they are kleptoparasites. They actually sneak into the nests mainly of the andrenids and some of the halictids and steal the resources gathered. So they'll lay an egg, that egg will hatch and kill the host egg. And then that larvae will eat the pollen store that's been gathered by the host species. The calidids, this includes the yellow-faced bees. There's real tiny, almost wasp-like looking bees, and also the plaster bees. The plaster bees are also ground nesters. They're called plasterers because they actually kind of use their spit to make a plaster that they use to kind of waterproof and form their nests. I've got 13 calidids. The halictidae, this is our most speciose family. This is the sweat bees and the blood bees. The blood bees are similar to the cuckoo bees in that they're kleptoparasitic. So they sneak into the nests of these other species and lay their eggs. I've got 60 species of halictids in the pine bush. The leafcutter bees, the megachilids are some of my personal favorites. There's leafcutter bees, so named because they actually cut little circles out of leaves, and that is what they use to construct their nests. The orchard bees are also in this group, and they have their own suite of kleptoparasites. The Coleoxys, you can see this female has a really sharp, pointy abdomen. She uses that to stab into the nests of these other leafcutter bees in order to lay her eggs. The final group is not a particularly speciose group. There's only a handful of species in New York State, the mellidids, and I've only found one species in the Pine Bush Preserve so far, and that's Macropus ciliata. So for sampling techniques for bees, unfortunately, sampling techniques are mostly destructive. So we got about 400 species of bees in New York State, and probably only about 75 of those are identifiable without putting under a microscope. So some of these bees are only a few millimeters long, and so unfortunately, destructive sampling is kind of necessary to look at communities. So the techniques that are typically used are really targeted toward bees, and they can be used responsibly so that you're not overcatching or catching more than you need to draw conclusions. So pan traps are a pretty common tool. These are painted with ultraviolet paints. They're filled with soapy water. The bees see them in the habitat and are attracted to them, and then they fall into the soapy water. So these are put out in the morning and left out for a day, and usually picked up at the end of the day, or can be left out for at most 24 hours. Sweep netting or hand netting is usually used along with the pan traps because they catch very different communities of bees. And then finally, the trap over here is a malaise trap. That's not really a bee specific trap, but that's one that we've been using in the preserve to study the insect community as a whole. So insects are flying through the preserve, and this is kind of an H-shape black netting. They hit that and they fly up to get out, and they end up in a collection jar at the top. So for that first study in 2010, I was interested in looking at what the effects of mow and herbicide treatment on scrub oak would have on the bee community. So we found that even after a century of fire suppression, the scrub oaks were so well established that even with mowing and burning, they were growing back within a year or two and completely shading out all of the other native species. And they were really kind of choking out those little grasslands and patches that we have in interstitial spaces between the scrub oaks. So we actually went out and chemically thinned them. So I went out and surveyed the bees at sites that had gotten this treatment and at sites that had gotten no treatment. So here's for the first survey, just the breakdown for the abundance and the species richness per family. And then this is for the site. So the control site was a site that had not received that mow and herbicide treatment. And then I had 4 treatment sites that had received the treatment. So looking here at the richness and abundance, you know, there's nothing really that kind of pops out, no patterns, which could be good. It suggests that people, you know, there doesn't really look like there's a negative effect. But we were really more interested in the community of bees. And so we did this ordination thinking that we might see the treatment sites kind of group away from the control site. But what we actually find is the data is more grouped by time, which is not surprising. The bee community changes over the course of the season. So there is this kind of time effect that's really overshadowing any treatment effect there might be. So we had to get a little bit clever and figure out a different way to analyze this data. So we used this blocked multi-permutation response procedure, which compares the treatment sites to each other, as well as to the control in these 2 different ways. And you can see here that the treatment sites are more different from the controls than they are from each other, which suggests that there is a different community of bees that's getting established in these treated sites. So overall, we kind of established that, yeah, there's a lot of bees here. Some of them are unique. We don't see any negative effect 2 years post that mow and herbicide treatment. And in fact, we think we are seeing a different community of bees at these treated sites, likely due to increases in nesting resources because of exposed mineral soil, and also possibly more opportunities for pollen specialists because of more flowering plant species. Another study that's ongoing right now is this one looking at the bee community then versus now. So we have the luxury of having the curator of entomology, Dr. Tim McCabe, actually lives in the pine bush. He did a pretty extensive survey of insects in the pine bush in the 80s, and he has been running a malaise trap recently. So this is, again, you know, not really the best tool for catching bees, but because it's consistent with what he did in the 80s, it's a way for us to kind of look at the bee community then and now to see if we see any changes in that community. So for example, the bumblebees, a lot of the bumblebee decline is kind of cited as really starting at the end of the 80s. We do have historical records here for Bombus affinis, the rusty patch bumblebee, as well as Bombus ashtonii, which was its parasite, its kleptoparasite species. So we do have historical records for those from the 80s. So it does seem that we are probably going to see some changes in the bee community. Most recently, we joined in this regional study looking at pollinators in xeric habitats. So this was funded by a regional conservation needs grant. And you can see here the blue dots are the sites that participated. So we had sites up in Maine as far south as Virginia. And the size of the dot is the number of bee specimens that were collected from the sites, and the color, the lighter, the darker blue, the more species were found at that site. So you can kind of see, you know, some of these sites that we all use the same methods, but some of these sites had tons and tons of bees, and some had lots of species, like the Albany Pine Bush Preserve kind of stands out for the number of species. So we were kind of contributing to this larger project that was hoping to recommend some best management practices for pollinators in xeric habitats, but we also took the opportunity to do a more detailed survey here in the pine bush and look at now the effect of a mow and herbicide treatment on the bee community. So this data is very preliminary. I still have a handful of specimens left to identify. But just some very preliminary results. So we have the 5 sites down here. Draperies and Green Taxes were our 2 control sites. Now I say control, they both have received mow and burn treatments. They just didn't receive those treatments during the course of the study. Alleycat, Bivy, Diversity were our treatment sites. So looking at this, this is just the abundance, so the number of bees captured at these sites. From year to year, it kind of looks similar. So again, it's likely that we have a seasonal effect of the bee community that's kind of overshadowing any possible treatments. But interestingly, so these blue lines are mow treatments. We had hoped to mow in the winter and burn the following spring, but alas, COVID kind of shut things down in 2020. So this orange bar is showing the bee community following just a mow treatment, and then we burned in the spring of 2021. So looking at our treatment sites here, it looks like maybe there's a possible effect of that burn. But again, maybe a little bit stronger than what we're seeing in our two control sites. But again, it's very preliminary. I haven't ID'd all of the specimens yet from 2022. And we had a pretty significant drought here in 2022. I don't know if anybody else in the Northeast experienced that, but I think that might put a wrinkle in our analyses as well. We see a similar pattern when we look at the species richness. So again, it's kind of similar to what we saw before. We're not seeing any negative effect on the number of bees or the species richness of the bees. We might see community shifts. So those analyses are forthcoming. In the meantime,
we're at time, Amanda.
Okay, this is my last slide.
Okay, great.
Thank you. So we have found some interesting things. Lasioglossum is a very small sweat bee that is really common here, hard to find in the rest of New York State. We got some inland range extensions, Andrena bricata and Nomata electa are more coastal species. So it was interesting to find them up in the pine bush. Macropus ciliata, that's that species of melidid. They specialize on loosestrifes. So we think this guy is really tied to the world loosestrife. Andrena fulvipennis is an interesting species that hasn't been documented since the early 2000s and is another more coastal species. And Hylaeus pictypes here, it's not always a good story. This is a New York State record for a non-native species. So yeah, that's what I had for today. I will be on the discussion if anybody has any questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So our next talk switches to reptiles. Why did the black racer cross the road? Habitat connectivity for a declining species, with Liz Olson from Biodiversity Works.
Liz, you're muted.
We can't hear you. Yeah.
Sorry.
There we go.
Sorry. There we go. I'm Liz Olson from Biodiversity Works, Assistant Director, a small nonprofit. And we've been focusing on black racers since about 2015. Black racers are one of our larger snakes on the vineyard. And they've been declining across the state, but specifically. I'm having trouble. Is it advanced?
Use the arrow. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, a little delayed there. Across the state, but specifically on the vineyard, from habitat fragmentation, of course, loss of habitat, and road mortality. And that's not that surprising, considering what the vineyard looked like in the 1970s compared to what it looks like today. So a lot of development has occurred over the last 30, 40 years. And every year we get at least 2 to 3 reports of dead racers in the road. And so we start to really think about, well, what's happening with our racer populations on the vineyard? Where are they still located? What habitats are they utilizing? How are they moving through this changing landscape? And we first set out to survey the community. Where were people still seeing racers? Where did they used to see racers? We put cover boards in areas where there were racers, and monitored them, but that became very time consuming. So then that led us to put out these trap arrays with funnel traps at the end, and we captured 4 racers, put radio transmitters in them, and followed them for about a year. And from that research, what we found is that most of our racer populations are along the south shore of the vineyard. So from Chappaquiddick all the way up to Aquinnah, we really don't get a lot of reports of racers elsewhere on the island, and really haven't found many. And thank you, Mike, again for this overlay. So as you can see, a lot of our racers are tied to our big patches of Sandplain grassland. What we've also found from this research is that racers are making these large movements from their sort of spring, summer habitat to their fall, winter habitat. And that movement then puts them at higher risk of getting run over. So if they were just hanging out here year round, they would not be at risk as much as crossing many roads to get to that winter habitat. So that was a big surprise for us in doing this research, that they had these really large home ranges. And that's actually how this whole sort of research project ended. Unfortunately, one of our tag racers was run over just outside Long Point Wildlife Refuge. That's what this big star is here, where we found Audrey was her name, was run over. And it was this humbling moment in that, wow, if our racers aren't even safe in a wildlife refuge where they have tons of habitat to roam through, very few roads to cross, how are they faring in other areas where they don't have that much area to roam? So we kind of mulled this over for a few years, what to do. And then in just this past year, we teamed up with the trustees and applied for a Mass Wildlife Habitat Management grant with the goal of putting some of these habitat features that racers need in their summer habitat, so that hopefully if they have everything they need in a smaller area, they're not making these larger movements. So one of the habitat features that we were going to add were these artificial hibernaculas in their some places where we knew they were in the summer. And we were specifically doing this work at Long Point Wildlife Refuge, where we knew there was a lot of racers. We knew a lot about their movements in that habitat. And then we also, road crossings are a great way to get wildlife across a road without getting run over. So we were going to test the viability of these road crossings. Would racers even move along a drift fence? Would they go through a road crossing? We wanted to test that out. So we did all this work at Long Point. We put one hibernacula over on what they call the summer side, or sorry, the winter side of the refuge. This is where Audrey, that racer that was run over, spent a lot of time. So we knew racers were very active in that area, and that was her summer habitat. So putting a hibernacula there, hopefully again, she'll use that, or racers in the area would use that instead of making that big movement. And then we put a hibernacula on the summer side, also an area where we had seen lots of racers in the summer. And then we decided to put the crossing on that road as well, because it's a very busy road in the summertime where people are going to park for the beach. So the first thing we did was install our hibernaculas. This little video that Rich put together for us. The first hibernacula took us about a day and a half, and then the second took about 6 hours. So we kind of crafted our skill for the two hibernacula. And it was very labor intensive and a lot of thinking of how to construct it. Put in multiple entrances, the racers to find it. And then the next thing we did was install the road crossings, and then put about 2,000 feet of drift fence on either, or total on either side of the crossing. That would then, if a racer or any snake hit the fencing, that would hopefully funnel them to the crossing, so they would go across it. All of this work was very labor intensive, so we were very lucky to have some amazing trustees, staff, and biodiversity work staff and volunteers making this all happen. And the best news of all is that it worked. So we did document several racers using the crossings. We put trail cameras at the crossings, at the hibernaculas, and along the drift fence to document their use. And so we did document racers going through the crossing, as well as using both hibernaculas. And the last documentation of the racer in the hibernacula was in September, late September. So it's not 100% clear if they are overwintering there. We'll continue to monitor and see if anything emerges in the springtime. Late September is still a little early for racers to go underground, so we'll see if we get any documentation throughout the winter or the spring if they're actually utilizing the hibernation sites over winter. We also documented some other cool species utilizing the crossing, including some other snakes, so ribbon snakes and garter snakes were seen utilizing the crossing. And then other species were also hanging out around the hibernacula. So next steps for this project, we'll continue to monitor the crossing and the hibernaculus to see how these species are utilized or how the racers are utilizing them. And then we continue to promote people putting hibernaculus across the landscape, so on conservation lands, through our natural neighbors program. We're always talking to landowners if they're really into snakes, putting in these hibernaculus to, again, provide that habitat for these snakes in a smaller area, or provide more across the landscape so that potentially the racers won't have to make these big movements to find those wintering locations. We learned a lot through this process, especially with the road crossing. So, the next step is thinking about how we could put road crossings in other more vulnerable places across the island. So especially in Katama and up in Aquina, where we get a lot of phone calls of dead racers in the road. So, working with the trustees, one landowner, much easier process versus trying to go to the town and, digging up a major road. So a lot to think about there, but certainly we know that it works. I definitely want to thank the trustees for partnering with us with this project, and all their staff and volunteers for helping us. And of course, these vendors here who helped make it all possible. And this is my favorite video, so I'm through it. And that's it.
Great, thank you, Liz. It's fantastic to see some presentations on wildlife, especially the black racer. I try to avoid them as well possible due to having snakes put down my shirt as a child by my brother. So, but I work to overcome that and do appreciate the snakes. So it's great to see that research. We're going to transition now over to Danielle Odell from the Nantucket Conservation Foundation, who's going to share about the southern pine beetle outbreak in Nantucket. I apologize for sharing our beetles with you in advance. And the implications on the northern long-eared bats, which have been recently uplisted to federally endangered. So Danielle, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Polly. Can everybody hear me and see my screen? Great. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Danielle Odell. I'm a wildlife research ecologist with the Nantucket Conservation Foundation. And normally I find myself working in woods and wetlands, so I'm feeling a little out of place at this conference. But I was asked to talk about the southern pine beetle outbreak on Nantucket, so I'm happy to always chat bats and beetles. So thanks for having me. The outbreak of southern pine beetle on Nantucket was found at what we call the Westgate site of Ram Pasture in early July of 2023. And this, along with the outbreak on Martha's Vineyard, was the first documented in the state of Massachusetts. At the time of the outbreak, we found about 30 trees that were already dead and 97 more that were either actively infested or were immediately adjacent to infested trees that needed to be managed ASAP. The recommended management for a southern pine beetle outbreak is to cut infested trees and those immediately surrounding those trees immediately to slow the spread of beetles and disrupt the pheromone communication between the insects. Westgate is kind of a weird little island of pitch pine forest surrounded by wetlands and some prime examples of Sandplain grassland and coastal heathland and shrubland. But the understory of the Westgate forest is extremely dense and overgrown with viburnum, black cherry, grape bayberry, and others, with very little sunlight reaching the forest floor and no regeneration at all of pitch pine occurring in this forest. The trees are large relative to New England standards for pitch pine and quite old, with some estimated to be more than 180 years old at this site. For those not familiar with Nantucket, the Westgate site is indicated on this map with the pink star, and it's in the central western side of the island. And as you can see, the yellow and red coloration on this map indicates Sandplain grassland and coastal heathlands basically surrounding the Westgate site. So there's definitely some potential for seed bank of some desirable species at this site. In the image on the left, you see a drone image of a section of the forest with the grayed out trees being dead from southern pine beetle infestation, and the reddened trees that are currently infested and dying. Excuse me. The green is the extremely dense understory that can be seen here. On the right, the image is of most of the forest after the majority of the management had been completed. And we began with clearing of the understory to improve safety and sight lines for those working in the area. And then we began to cut the trees after the understory was cleared out. And this was a continuous process of trying to keep up with the spread of the beetles at this site. And it took about 2.5 months to complete. And in total, we had to remove approximately 70% of this forest, which was about 220 trees. And we're going to continue cleaning up this site throughout the winter. There were many issues in the process of obtaining a cutting plan and permission for managing the site, but one significant hurdle that was that this outbreak occurred in the middle of maternity roost season for northern long-eared bats, which is a federally endangered species. This site was the site that we first found the northern long-eared bat existing on Nantucket in 2016. And there are several known maternity roost trees in these woods. So regulation for this species stipulates that tree cutting cannot occur during the maternity roost season in the vicinity of known roost trees. Bats on Nantucket absolutely love pitch pine, especially snag trees and older mature individuals with cracks and cavities. I do hesitate to refer to this as like a hurdle or a problem because the northern long-eared bat is a species that's in critical danger of going extinct range-wide. And Nantucket is one of the last strongholds for this species. So we feel strongly that it needs extreme protection and conservation. However, management for southern pine beetle outbreaks and the conservation of northern long-eared bats don't exactly go hand in hand. Northern long-eared bats are extremely habitat specific. They are forest-dwelling species that prefer cluttered forests with highly developed understory. We no longer have this at this site, and proactive forest management recommends lower density understory and sparser trees, which is a more pine barrens-like habitat. So we don't exactly know what the future of the site will look like, but it is surrounded by excellent examples of Sandplain grassland and coastal heathland and shrublands. So there is great potential for some more grassland species to come in here, along with more pine barrens like lower growing shrubs. So we're hopeful that with the opening up of this forest and lots of disturbance exposing the mineral soil, we'll see some finally see some regeneration of pitch pine that are so important to the northern long-eared bat. And we have learned that we need a whole mosaic of vegetation types to maintain high levels of biodiversity for all of our flora and fauna on Nantucket. So there are some silver linings to what's going on at Westgate. And for me personally, having worked with long-eared bats at this site so extensively, it's been a bitter pill to swallow, but trying to see the bright spots in this. So stay tuned.
Great, thank you, Danielle, for sharing that. A lot of us are involved in the pine barren restoration and southern pine beetle and prescribed fire. So that's really helpful presentation, as well as also the implication of expanding Sandplain grassland habitat. I say implication of transitioning from forest to these grassland habitats and using that as an opportunity. So next we're gonna move over to Diamond Guthrie. He's with the Nantucket Land Bank, so staying on Nantucket and talking about contemporary plant communities in, smooth something, control at Kunes. I'm not familiar with this site. So Coonamessett Fields in Falmouth.
This is smooth hummocks. Guthrie and Bob are going to talk about smooth hummocks, Nantucket.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my slides okay?
Look great.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Guthrie Diamond, and I'm with the Nantucket Land Bank, and I'm going to be sharing this presentation with Bob from Natural Heritage, and he is actually going to get us started. So go ahead and take it away, Bob.
Yeah, okay. There's a beautiful slide which shows in part the site in the distance that you'll become more familiar with as we go along here. The presentation is kind of a nice split between site-specific and species-specific information on just a couple of species, and we'll tell you more about it. Next slide. This all started for me, the idea when I heard that this particular site that we'll go into on Nantucket had been mowed frequently year after year. It reminded me of a site I knew of in Wisconsin when I was most of my adult life as a botanist was in the Midwest, and I was a part of a group called the Prairie Enthusiasts, and there was a guy who used to travel around looking for prairie remnants, so those sites that had never been plowed, and this site had only been grazed by the dairy farmers would put out their heifers and their steers all summer long in the pastures, and they would graze the pastures down to an inch or two of grass. And he was driving along, and you can see in the middle the dark red smallish tree. That's an eastern red cedar, Juniperus virginiana. The cattle did not like to reach their long necks down under there and eat plants. And he was driving by on this dusty gravel road way out in the boondocks in rural Wisconsin, and he looked to the left, my friend Gary Elder did, and he saw this liatris blooming just under that tree there. So he went and knocked on the farmer's door. He said, like, hey, how about we actually rent this pasture from you and pay you for just renting it, not put cattle on it. It was already fenced, so the fences, he just had to not let the cattle in there, and the farmer said okay, which is unusual at that part of the state. And in another year or two, all these native prairie species just popped up here out of the blue, and it reminded me a little bit of what happened at Bartlett Farm. It's a little bit different situation, but you'll hear about it. And to me, it says that these things can survive heavy grazing or regular grazing, probably for a century or more, as long as they have some greenery exposed over time. It does influence the species composition just a bit. Next slide. And just a little background that you've been hearing today. These are the typical placements for the sites that we have for good sandplain grassland. Next. And just that Nantucket shoals could have provided during the late glacial maximum and for 5, 6, 7,000 years provided additional habitat for sandplain grasslands, because it's quite shallow and it's another 800 square miles of land out there. From what I understand, people who go out there in boats are still finding stuff that they run into on the shoals. So it's not very deep even yet. Next slide. One of the things that has maybe kept the land open over centuries and over millennia and not closed in by forests, at least in some cases, were these Pleistocene megafauna. Of course, salt spray and hurricanes were influential as well, hard for trees to grow with lots of hurricanes. And there was a recent study in Europe, Northern Europe, that just came out in the last few months, and a nice journal article from the late interglacial that showed that long before humans got there, at least in Northern Europe, similar latitude, 129,000 years ago, that there was considerable open habitat there, and it wasn't continuous forest. They did that by analysis of 96 pollen cores, and then looking at what species were growing there. So it's very likely essentially the same was true here. And I think the next slide goes back to Guthrie.
Yes,
Yep.
Thank you, Bob, for giving us the big picture. I'm going to be zooming us into one sandplain grassland in particular, which is the Smooth Hummocks Coastal Preserve, which is located along the south shore of Nantucket Island, right where that yellow arrow is pointing. Smooth Hummocks is just under 500 acres owned by the Nantucket Land Bank. You can see it on this map here, outlined in green. We are sandwiched right between Hummock Pond to the west, Mycomet Pond to the east, and then up to the north, we have Mycomet Golf Course and Bartlett Farm. Smooth Hummocks is one of the finest examples of Sandplain grassland on Nantucket. This drone photo on the left really shows this beautiful mosaic of habitats where we clearly have our taller, shrubbier pockets, but then also our more open, grassy, and herbaceous areas. And all that red is just our huckleberry turning for the fall. So it really is a gorgeous property, which of course provides amazing habitat for all of these plants and animals that we all know and love, many of them state listed in Massachusetts. We have, of course, our New England blazing star, eastern silvery aster, coastal plain blue-eyed grass. On the bottom right, we have our more common, but just as beautiful other species of goldenrod and aster. This is all amazing foraging habitat for our northern harrier. And of course, our chain-dotted geometers just love munching on all those shrubs out there. Within Smooth Hummocks, I want to call your attention to one parcel in particular, which is this area highlighted in yellow. You can see it's just south of Bartlett Farm. The Bartlett family owns over 150 acres of farmland up to the north, and they owned this parcel as well until it was purchased by the land bank in 2018. To the best of our knowledge, there was never any agricultural activity on this property, but the Bartlett family maintained a very regimented mowing schedule on that parcel, and they would mow it every year around March in the early springtime, and they're pretty adamant that they never really missed a year of mowing in the spring. On the left is a photo of that property looking south towards the ocean, and you can see that it's very low open vegetation. Here we have a couple of historical aerials of this parcel. You can see on the left in 1995, it looks like maybe the mowing routine wasn't as established at that point. You can see those darker patches suggesting that the shrubs were more fully grown. But by the time we get to 2005, you can start to see the emergence of that line running north to south through the property. That is the property line and also the mowing line. So you can see where they started to really get in a regular routine of mowing right up to the property line, and that only becomes more clear. So you can see in 2012, and of course by 2023, that area is really well established. And you can also see, just in comparison to the neighboring parcels in Smooth Hummocks, that this area is a little bit lighter in color, which suggests more presence of herbaceous vegetation. Once the land bank acquired this parcel, we folded it into our property-wide management program for Smooth Hummocks as a whole, which we always like to say we have several different tools in our toolbox, which include mechanical management through mowing or prescribed fire when possible. And then we monitor the impacts of this management annually through plant community sampling. And I'm going to pass it back over to Bob to get into the specifics of some of the plants in this parcel.
Yeah, thanks, Guthrie. So we Heritage visited, Natural Heritage Endangered Species section visited in mid-September. You can see on the right Chris Bulow, who's talked earlier today, and then Ali Ashandi in our environmental review standing there with Guthrie on the Smooth Hummocks property. But all around us, not really showing at our feet right there, was to the left this absolutely beautiful Symphytrichum concolor, eastern silvery aster, which is state endangered. And we'll show a couple more pictures on it. Next slide. It was particularly abundant on this site. And I wanted to show the distribution and then some specimen scans. This species and then the next one I'll discuss have almost identical distributions, where they're much more common in the south, but they eke their way up the slope. They're very rare in New Jersey. I'm not sure about Long Island, but then they just barely make it onto Massachusetts, and only in Nantucket our records are, well, there was some older records about 100 years old on the vineyard, but they haven't been seen there for a long time, except where they were planted. So to me, this makes it really important as a conservation target, but also as a wonderful sort of feather in our cap for the flora that we have here in Massachusetts. Next slide. These are specimen scans from Alabama, and they show a couple of things. One on the left, you can see the very large root crown, and this can help the species survive many decades of grazing, and also in this case mowing, but also does really well with prescribed fire as well. And you can, I was amused to find the specimen scan on the right where you can see how tall it gets. Remember that these specimen papers are 17 inches long. So nearly 3 times that length is almost 51 inches. It's really, really tall. But next slide, it's nowhere near that tall in Nantucket. We'll go to the next slide, and just a couple more pictures because it's so stunningly beautiful, and there was the best population around. Now, Guthrie works with Rachel Freeman, and Rachel has studied this for really, I think, 15 years or so, not finding any strong trends with prescribed fire or mowing necessarily. So yeah, so we don't really know, and that's why I was a little bit startled to see such a good population here, good numbers. And you can see the silvery, the name comes from those silvery leaves, which help protect it from really bright sunlight. Next slide. And yeah, just really beautiful. You can see on the left, really good numbers. Next slide. And then the last species I wanted to discuss, and again, almost exactly the same range, if you could picture that map that I showed. Very common in the South, basically almost not at all in New Jersey, skipping up just barely along the coast to get to these special coastal plain habitats that we have here in Nantucket, and we should be very happy that we do have them. On the left were some that I found where there was an abundant population, the Sisyrinchium fuscatum, the coastal plain blue-eyed grass. So there was enough so I would take a collection, I dug some up, and these show clearly the also large sort of root crown there. And then on the right, when I was out in June one time with Guthrie on the site, I said, like, how do you tell this from Sisyrinchium atlanticum? It looks so similar. And you can see her hand there pushing aside and showing that the herbaceous material really collects over the year at the bottom, which doesn't occur in the other species. So 2 really great species, and now I turn it back to Guthrie to finish up.
Thank you, Bob. So bringing us back to the bigger picture of this parcel, there were 2 things that really stand out about it. And one is kind of the overall composition that leans a little bit more in the herbaceous direction compared to the neighboring parcels, which is really nice to see as we're always trying to strike that balance with our management. And then the second is, of course, the high concentration of these 2 plants that Bob just discussed. So in the field seasons of 2019 and 2020, we conducted a survey in the southern extent of this parcel, because at the time we thought that we would have to relocate a road in that area. So on the left, you can see our survey in progress. Those buildings in the distance are Bartlett Farm itself. And each of those pink flags represents one of our blue-eyed grass, and the yellow are our eastern silvery aster. And we were just amazed at the number and vigor, honestly, of these plants that we found. So the map on the right shows the results of that survey, where we found over 2,229 Symphyotrichum concolor and over 7,500 individuals of our Sisyrinchium fuscatum. These plants, they are present throughout smooth hummocks, but especially the eastern silvery aster. It was very impressive to see in such high abundance in this property. And then just to reinforce kind of what I was saying about the herbaceous slant of this property, I mentioned our annual vegetation monitoring that we do in smooth hummocks. So that includes 31 50-meter transects throughout the whole property. And of those, we have 3 within the Bartlett parcel. So I just did a preliminary pass through our data that we have from those 3 transects and found that our first and second most dominant plants in this parcel are Pennsylvania sedge and little bluestem, which just provide such a nice herbaceous base for those wildflowers to come in. Of course, at number 3 and 4, we get into our black huckleberry and lowbush blueberry like we would expect. But like I was saying, in some of our neighboring parcels, those 2 shrubs would definitely be closer to the top. So it's nice to see it reflected in the data, this herbaceous base, before we get into some of our other shrubs and wildflowers lower down in our dominance list. So with that, thank you so much. This was just such a cool case study and amazing to see the legacies of different management regimes all within one property. So thank you so much for listening. And if there are any questions, Bob and I will be in the chat. So thank you.
Thank you, Guthrie and Bob. Guthrie, sorry for completely botching the title and your name.
No worries.
I've sorted out my spreadsheet, and yes, definitely a magic meadow. That's amazing, the population counts that you're getting on both those species. We on Long Island have extirpated the aster concolor, and the blue-eyed grass is a present, but not in abundances like that. So that must be amazing to see when it's in bloom, and quite the undertaking to count in those population surveys. So up next is Mark Kasprick. I should, obviously, I'm not on my game today in the pronunciation of people's last names, so my apology. He's from the town of Falmouth, and he's going to be talking about Sandplain grassland restoration and invasive species control at Camusset Plains in Falmouth. I'm done. Be here, Mark.
All right, so I'm sharing my screen.
Looks good.
So let you take it, Mark, and you're all set.
Can you
We
see?
can hear you, and we can see your presentation.
Yes, it looks good.
All right, great. Well, I'm going to time myself here. I want to make sure I mean, it's going to go anyway. All right, I just wanted to give you, my goal here is to give you a quick overview of what the town of Falmouth has been doing at the Coonamessett Fields in Falmouth for the last 20 years. All right. So the first map is showing essentially on the top part is Crane Wildlife Management Area, thousands of acres of.
Mark, you have to change it.
What?
We're not seeing the next slide.
Oh, really? I'm seeing it.
We're just seeing his desktop.
Yeah, we're just seeing your desktop,
Yep,
which is a photo, but. So share your screen at the bottom middle. Oh, you probably clicked on the wrong image to share your screen. So stop sharing and start again.
All right, sorry. New share.
No, we're still seeing the driftwood. The beach grass. Chris, do you have his presentation?
No, I don't actually. I just looked.
Really, I downloaded it this morning.
There it is.
There it is.
Beautiful.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah, that'll work if you just do it like that.
All right, can you
Yep.
see now?
Yeah, that looks good, Mark.
Property map.
All right, great. So again, this is the Crane Wildlife Management Area to the top. Down below is the Coonamessett Fields. You can see down below Route 151. All right, so here's the aerial from 2001 on what the Coonamessett Fields looked like. So you can see in the top half, it's mostly field, but there's also autumn olives, cedars growing in there. It's that bottom half, sort of outlined at the bottom with the orange line. That's the area that we've been trying to convert back to Sandplain grassland. So for the last, 15 years or so, we've been systematically removing invasive trees and shrubs through DPW's help, landscaper pro bono work, and volunteers. And as part of that, we typically would do a biannual mowing for management of the grassland. Oops, sorry. One of the main turning points was in 2016 when the Mashpee National Wildlife Memorandum of Understanding was signed, and as being in the refuge area, we were part of the partners that could share resources and equipment and everything else with town, local government, town governments, federal and state governments. So thanks to Tom Eagle, in 2016, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service scheduled a chainsaw training course with BLM and Team Rubicon. And the idea was to try to get out as many of the larger trees. I mean, we had arborvitaes there that were just massive, probably 3 feet in diameter, and some spruces that were, 60 or 70 feet tall. In early 2017, we're lucky enough to have, again, Team Rubicon and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service come out with 3 excavators, 3 bobcats, and other machinery to pull out the stumps, the root stumps, and actually, they actually helped us remove an old tennis court that was there too. So there was a lot of clearing for that in that process. So the problem was in that interim period of the clearing, with all that disturbance, there was a major increase in the invasives that we're finding out in the field. So thanks to a Mass Wildlife grant, between 21 and 23, we were able to treat the invasive plants throughout the existing grassland property with herbicides. So we identified well over 20 species there that were treated. I mean, this was very effective in reducing the density. The few species were really resistant. The black swallowwort in particular, and autumn olive. I mean, yeah. In 2022, we were able to also clear just over an acre of invasive tree and shrub forest to the northwest section of the property. But the idea was to try to preserve native trees and shrubs that were still in there someplace. So this is what it looked like after. So we had cedars, holly, and again, arrowwood is again, we're trying to preserve some of that mosaic of habitat. In 2022, again, thanks to Mass Wildlife, we were able to get a climate resiliency grant, which allowed the town to conduct a prescribed burn the first time in over 20 years. I mean, the results were phenomenal, because after that first year, after that burn, the first year, the little blue stem just went crazy. The herbicides that were treating the invasives that were still remaining seemed to be a lot more effective, also with, especially for the multiflora rose. So this is that 2001 photo again that I showed you earlier. The shaded yellow areas are the invasive shrub and tree areas that have been cleared. So from that early time, we've increased the Sandplain grassland habitat by 10 to 11 acres and reestablished the grassland area. So it's more than a little blue stem, which is another 10 to 12 acres. All right, so what's next? The town is committed to long-term management of the Sandplain grassland through herbicide control and prescribed burns. We want to expand the existing grassland and create a tree shrub mosaic habitat west of the fields where there's a really invasive plant area that's really high in density. We will continue cutting into the forest buffer, chasing the invasives until we get to the native species, and encourage native shrub understory by some thinning. We're also in the habit of transplanting some of the areas in the fields that have like bayberry or arrowwood and replanting it in some of these pockets. We're working with neighbors to control invasives in their yards because their yards are vectors, and we'll continue to monitor the state listed species that we've had out there, like grasshopper sparrow and populations of grass lady tresses. And we'll maintain a perimeter walking trail for the public. So one last note is that's Don Shaw in the picture. Thank you very much.
Great, Mark. This is fantastic. It's very inspirational to go in and remove those invasive species and attempt a restoration. we have now moving into our open discussion, but one of the questions to start that discussion that I have for you is, you know, what the seed bank recruitment is. Are you finding a lot of autumn olive and multiflora rose and other associated species coming in after you've done that removal? And how much soil disturbance did you have?
So yeah, the seed bank, especially for the autumn olive, was especially bad. There was a vector source sort of in that section where we were doing most of the clearing in the southeast portion. And part of the problem was there was a lot of what you call black locust in the bittersweet. I mean, I'm sorry, the bittersweet. The black locust was growing up the trees, but the trees were too large and too close to each other to mow around. So, you know, we weren't controlling that, and it was just blowing into the fields. So, yeah, the seed sources there, especially in open areas, we have spotted knapweed too. That, you know, that just goes nuts the more open areas you have. But luckily, we don't have very much sandy spots left. So what will be interesting to see is, you know, as time goes on, the new areas that we cleared, to see what's coming into those locations. I mean, we've had some resprouts of black locust and not too many perennials yet, but we're staying on top of those with the treatment.
Are you herbiciding the seedlings that are germinating, or are you hand pulling them?
Yes, we're herbiciding the seedlings, because there's just so much acreage out there. It's hard to, I mean, we could spend you know, weeks out there. It's sort of, you know, the manpower thing.
Right. No, completely understood. So, well, thank you very much for your presentation and for all of our presenters who have contributed to today's program. We have time for questions. Those questions, any questions from the afternoon topic or for the morning topic, we can open it up, or you can raise your hand or unmute yourself and ask your question. So let me scroll through the chat and see if we have any unanswered questions. But in the meantime, does anyone have any questions that you'd like to ask any of our presenters?
May I?
All right, go for it, Steve.
Thank you. This is for Amanda Dillon. She's still there. She showed pictures of the butterfly specialties from the Albany pine bush, and one took me by surprise because I never heard of it there, and it was Perseus dusky wing.
Yeah, so that was found up north of us at Wilton Wildlife Preserve and Park. We haven't found a specimen here yet that we've confirmed. It requires dissection to identify it, but we're going to be looking for them, I think, next year.
The problem with that is, and I was at the pine bush as recently as 2000 and saw quite a few model dusky wing, which is a specialty. But the thing you got to watch out for is wild indigo dusky wing, which that's the one that looks a lot like Perseus.
Yeah, and when it was found at Wilton Wildlife Preserve and Park, we were kind of like, you know, why would it be north of us and not here? And that's the theory, is that the Baptisia feeder is replacing it from like the south up. So we just haven't done a concerted search for it. So like an actual like effort to look for it, where we catch like a bunch of specimens and dissect them. So yeah, we'll be working with Dr. Tim McCabe at the museum.
Good luck. And by the way, beautiful bee pictures.
Oh, well, I can't take credit for most of those.
Okay, well, somebody did a real good job.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Thanks for your question, Steve. Bob?
Oh, yeah, I had a question for Theo. You didn't describe I don't think you described your board, your governing board. And I just wondered if you could describe it in some way, like how big are they? How long have they been involved? How involved are they in fundraising? Because obviously your group really, you know, springing from nowhere has now more than 20 employees and going for more. I mean, it's quite remarkable what you've been able to do. And so I wonder how that works. Usually a board of directors is pretty important in that.
Believe it or not, we have not established our board of directors. We're in the process of transitioning into a 501c3 with a board of directors. But for now, we're part of the university. We're operating as a nonprofit under the university foundation, so we can receive philanthropic grants. But as for right now, all that fundraising so far has been Dwayne and me and a small team of about 4 other people that have written all these grants and things. But we are transitioning to a board of directors over the next year. That's our plan anyway.
Yeah, I guess I'll add on to there was, you mentioned the site in Alabama on was it Alabama or Arkansas? The private land that was like 11,000 acres. Was that Arkansas?
That was Alabama.
Alabama, that had a lot of prescribed burns, or it had, they just burned their land. It wasn't really a prescribed burn, but
well, it was. I mean, but it's the landowner's done that, so it's been in a family, and it has it's a hunting lodge on part of it, and it's been a hunting retreat, and part of it's a working cattle farm. That's not the part, of course, with the remnant high quality areas, but they have, I think they have like 100-year fire history there in those areas. So in that family's ownership, so a lot of fire.
Yeah. And a pretty amazing site. What I heard, I was listening to the podcast, one of the ones about plants, in defense of plants. And there was some guy on there, I don't think it was you, some other guy, and he described what he really found interesting about that property was these, the transitions were never harsh. They were never like sharp boundaries. Could you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, so that was Dr. Jovan Hill. He's an entomologist at the Mississippi Entomological Museum, and he's a close collaborator of ours, and he's doing a bunch of insect surveys there. And yeah, so what he was talking about was the transition. So it's in the Blackland Prairie ecoregion, and that area has a bunch of different soil types, but there are these really high pH, heavy clay prairies, they're treeless. And they transition, they're overlain by like some sand and gravel, like acidic, but also sort of more, I guess they're deeper soils, and they have savanna woodland on them. And the transitions there, because they've had no interruption in the fire history, are very gradual, and they're really the soil, you know, the trees nearest the prairie are short, and as you go back, they're taller, all based on adaptive factors, but the transition, the ecotone or transition zone between them is very gradual, and there's of course all kinds of species. There's talking the hotspot there. The hotspot is that ecotone because it's getting species from both of the adjacent habitats, and there are things there also that are not in either one. They're not in the closed woodland. They're not in the calcareous prairie, but they're in that ecotone. Fantastic. And then there's little groundwater seeps in places. It's just super hot. Yeah, really good site.
That'd be fun to see. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Theo. Chris.
Oh, I had a question, Guthrie and Bob, but I guess mostly Guthrie, because you know this site really well. I remember we did a Grasslands Network field trip, and we looked at that site, and it was such a that Bartlett Farm was such a contrast to the sites, simply because it had been mowed repeatedly, and it looked to me at the time and to us as we were looking at it that it was so dominated by blue stem that it was a good example of how you kind of create uniformity by mowing but not burning. And I just the fact that it's got all this other stuff in there, despite the fact it's been mowed, is encouraging to me, because mowing is often quite practical as a management, you know, versus fire. And especially, I know you struggle with fire on Nantucket. Could you just comment on, like, why is it the southern end that has all the salt spray and disturbance that clusters things down there? Like, what why is mowing work in that place? And we've been thinking that mowing, while it has advantages, might not be the be all and end all.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't know that I can fully answer it, but I will try. I think part of it is that it has been that repeated mowing for so many years. I mean, we're looking at decades now. So I think that repetitive management might have been able to successfully kind of knock back that woody vegetation and keep it in check. And I also just want to make clear that the map I showed with the survey results of all the plants, we did not survey that entire parcel. It really was just limited to that southern area. So I do suspect that we have those rare plants throughout that parcel, but as we were moving north, they were definitely starting to peter out as well. So I think having the salt spray further south, closer to the shore, definitely is an added benefit as another form of disturbance for those plants as well.
Analogies to the fire lanes in the Corellis forest on Martha's Vineyard have been mowed repeatedly. I'm not sure with quite such repetition, but they also have a ton of really interesting stuff. In fact, I was scanning through to see if Bob Woodruff was here, but I don't see him. But he wanted to sort of raise this issue of, sort of doing more disturbance, and he's with Friends of Corellis, more disturbance in Corellis. But our, mowing, and I guess there's been some, there was some history of harrowing, but for the most part, it's just been mowing for decades and decades to keep fire lanes open, create this. So it definitely can be a technique for maintaining some of the interesting species in these systems. Yeah, thanks.
I think too, it may be the timing of the mowing. If the mowing was done in the springtime, that's when the eastern silvery aster hasn't really come up yet, so the seed heads aren't getting whacked off, and the Cicericium is so low that perhaps it's not impacted by the mowing, even if it's happening even if it's blooming when the mowing is being done.
Good conversations. We've grown the Schizencrium through Limpy and found that it's a really slow growing plant under production. But I'd also wonder how the phenology is impacted by the mowing as well, and the salt spray. So, Mike, question.
Oh yeah, this question's for Theo as well. Theo, big fan of your work. I had an opportunity to see Dwayne speak a couple of weeks ago or so on Long Island, and I've been following Sunny Fleming's work for a while too. She's great with GIS. In that vein, you mentioned something about like possibly working with NatureServe to map the grassland habitat in the southeast. You may have mentioned more on that. I might have missed it, but are you familiar with sort of like the methodology? The sort of what your aspirations are long term for that?
Yeah, so we've been working on this for several years now, where we're trying to map what the pre-settlement grasslands were of the southeast. And so certain states have the what they call the GLO survey records, where there's this grid system, mile by mile grid. For example, everything in the Louisiana Purchase was surveyed with this grid. In Arkansas, they started that. It's about 200 years ago that they did this, and we still use the grid so we can know exactly where they made observations about entering a prairie, leaving a prairie, where the barrens were, all these sorts of things. And the other states have different, if I had a little faster talk or gotten to it, I had some slides on that, where we're mapping old survey records. So that's one way we're doing it. We're also
like witness tree. Yeah, like witness tree.
Yeah, witness trees. Yeah. But I mean, they actually mentioned specifically measured from the beginning of these mile sections. We entered the prairie at, so many chains or whatever. So we can get it really precise. And of course, if you look at modern soil maps, a lot of times there's a correlation. But we also have all sorts, as you go east, the eastern grasslands were the first ones to go. So they're gone so long ago that we've lost, there were no maps, right? The 1600s, you're losing grasslands in certain parts of the eastern coast. But there's historical accounts. So we're mapping those as well, where they said, you know, this area was all high grass for the next 10 miles through this valley or whatever.
Yeah.
And every different, I mean, we're not just using those techniques or tools or evidence, but it's a long, tedious process to do this. So we have different iterations. Some areas we've got really good information on, others it's pretty vague. But yeah, we're working, so it'll be like version 1 or whatever, and there'll be a version 2 maybe in a couple of years when we refine it. We're using some computer modeling, but we're sort of tying it all down with, you know, points we can drop on the ground. Also remnant flora, what we're creating this thing we're calling the Grasslandiness Index, or actually the scientific term we're using is the Grassland Fidelity Index, and it's a 0 to 10 ranking on plants. So like you have a coefficient of conservatism to talk about how a species has an affinity to an intact habitat. We have one that, you know, it's almost an index of heliopoly or sunlight dependency. And we're ranking all the flora in the southeast with that. And you can combine that with the coefficient of conservatism. So not only is it a sun lover, but it's really only found in intact remnant grasslands or whatever. So we have this, and what we've done is Chip Morgan, our GIS specialist, has been able to mine data like iNaturalist data, for example. So we have hundreds of thousands of observations in this data set of these high grasslandy plants. And we're, you know, some of them, they're only in remnants, you know, there are areas, maybe they're in a power line right away or a roadside, but they didn't just show up there. These are plants that were remnants of something that once was. So we're using those clues as well. But yeah, we are working with NatureServe. They have some pretty sharp folks that can do GIS work, and, you know, look for something this year more about that. We just gotten some grant funding that's being pushed into those projects over the next few months. So yeah,
exciting stuff. Thank you.
Does it answer your question? I'm not
real
clear, but okay, great.
Providing more inspiration as well. Theo, thank you. Any other questions, discussions that anyone has? Representers?
I just want to propose a North and South Grassland meetup sometime. I think Theo, once again, to echo what a lot of people have said, I'm really sort of jealous and impressed you with what you have going and like the pipeline of students available for research. I feel like we as a group, our steering committee especially, have more ideas for research projects and things we want to work on than we have time and students for. So I think that's a really, being that spread out, I'm amazed at how still collaborative and cohesive it seems. And, you know, we just ended the morning session talking about ways that we can add, you know, Luann was talking about the like educational opportunities and kind of building that out. And then it sounds like you're ready to launch I think it was Grasslandia. And that's really inspiring to us. And so I don't know, I'm like, let's do a little exchange. But thank you.
Absolutely. That sounds great. Sign us up.
In a lot of ways, I think the work that Mike presented this morning, you know, we know where a lot of these areas are. They're actually in the Northeast, you know, they're well mapped. A lot of them are actually fairly well managed, so that we're, you know, these trends we were observing and people are talking about, they're real, but, you know, in certain parts of the world, like on Martha's Vineyard, we're not seeing these increases in shrubbiness, or, you know, that we thought, because some of these areas are actually, you know, being managed. So I think in some ways we, you know, we're a little bit ahead, but we're just down, you know, like Polly could tell you, the places on Long Island are, you know, behind a fence and it's a few acres. You know, in Massachusetts it's different. We're in better shape, but so in some ways we're a little bit farther down the road, and we're really struggling with the sustained management of these sites, as Mark Anderson talked about and Bob talked about. You know, we've just got Sarah's led this paper that we did, that we just really have to sort of come to grips with how we sustain management. And Mark Gasperzak, who's leading this stuff in the town of Falmouth, you know, it just takes dedicated people who are year after year sort of write the grants to get the money, convince the town, convince the landowners who they may be, and sometimes their towns or NGOs, to invest in the management.
Right.
But it's inspiring to hear the scope of these grasslands in other places, and to know that there's a community out there that has the same overall objectives.
And it's not uncommon, Chris, that once we get past that restoration phase, we're also impacted by the valuation and funding of, or the need for funding of maintenance. That it's not just the restoration, but that maintenance in order to reduce the woodies and maintain the niches for those species that need those open areas. So it's an overall challenge, I think, of having that sustained funding for maintenance.
Okay. Part of the issue is also expansion, right? We're down to very small total areas. So that's an important piece of the equation up here for sure. Is that are there opportunities like with southern pine beetle, or I think what Chris Bulow and Tim Simmons originally had done at Crane, where you say, okay, we're going to make this a focal site, expand it to many hundreds of acres, and make it just a stellar site. Crane is in Falmouth and Bourne and Mass and on Cape Cod, but yeah, so it's a little bit of both, I think.
I think that's some of what Jim had highlighted before, is that there's not all negatives with southern pine beetle. There's been a lot of silver linings with it, and it's providing a disturbance.
Hey, Chris.
We don't have with restoration or with large scale wildfire. So you had a question? Someone has a question.
Bob Woodruff.
Okay, go for it, Bob.
Hi, is Chris right there?
He is.
Yeah, he had two visuals of mine that I'd love to have him put up if he could.
Yeah, you want me to show your things? Yeah. Why don't you?
That'd be fabulous, Chris.
Okay. Yeah, great.
You had a question about Corellis fire lanes, so that would be very appropriate. Put that up.
Let me hold on 1 second here.
What a wonderful afternoon or day.
Yeah, Bob's with. I'm going to share the screen here, Bob, and you can tell me to go to this one or the next one. But Bob's leading the Friends of Corellis, which has become sort of in some ways reactivated under his leadership. So I wanted him to have a chance to enter into this discussion.
Terrific, Chris. Thank you. What a wonderful day this has been, Chris. Huge learning opportunity for me. As chairman of the Friends of Corellis, which is about 5 years old now, working closely with DCR and with our supervisor, Connor Laffey, and the community and organizations like Luann's Biodiversity Works, so forth. Here's the outline for those who don't know it of Corellis: 5,300 acres in the heart of the 20,000 acre Sandplain region in the heart of the vineyard. Notice the airport is 1 square mile. It was taken during World War II for Naval Air Base to defend the station of the country from German submarines. But we've got something like 100 linear miles or more of fire lanes that were cut in the 30s, mostly through as fire breaks, so-called, through the forest. And these are mowed. They're rarely burnt, only sort of accidental by virtue of there being a burn that reaches them in the scrub oak or wherever we're burning. But the fire lanes were made mostly with mechanical. Could you put up that drawing or that photo, Chris, of 1930 photo? There it is. Here's light farm tractors being used to plow or cultivate. In this case, it looks like a spring tooth harrow. But notice the lady's, Mrs. Matter, in her house dress, who was a force to be reckoned with, notwithstanding her house dress. attire. But here they were ripping these fire lanes 3 or 4 or 5 years after the demise of the heath end, not knowing that they were creating an incredible mechanically produced habitat for a rare species in the forest. Well, all they were trying to do was prevent wildfire and get access. Of course, the lanes were so narrow, they were hardly adequate for getting fire equipment in, let alone producing a fire break as such. But my question is, where are we with respect to prescribed burning versus other mechanical means, including obviously mowing is the principal one, relative to climate change and our increasing frustration and inability to get good weather windows for burns when they're needed? It seems to be holding up the process, but I'd love to get some feedback from other people on it.
Well, I think that, you know, a lot of the prescribed fire on Long Island, the program is picking up. We've been burning grasslands for 20, 25 years. I'd say that with a caveat of in the spring, I'd like to see more growing season burns. And we're also transitioning, moving into forested areas, but I know that there is a greater restriction and use of prescribed fire, and especially in Massachusetts, with the you know, some of the liabilities, and then the lack of contractors available to implement prescribed fire, and the potential lack of staffing in that capacity.
Any other?
I see
feedback?
Tim Simmons and Dave Crary, both fire experts, are on still. Maybe they could comment.
And retired.
Happily.
Well, it isn't the weather. If you were taking advantage of all the weather opportunities, you'd be burning many hundreds of acres more than you are. It's more political constraints.
This sounds familiar, Tim.
Constraints and burn boss talent constraints. It's just the weather is there if you use all the seasons that are available to us.
Well, that's encouraging, Tim. We'll keep pressing on, as you know. And we have a 200-acre white pine, several white pine stands on the far east, as you know, of the forest, which are extraordinarily threatening to a 400-lot subdivision or two that lie abutting the forest on that side of the tract. And the Heritage has DCR on the mandate to remove those, and yet it seems like year after year goes by, and for one reason or another, they are still standing.
Yeah, we've been trying to do that for 40 years.
Never say never.
Tim knows as well as anybody, DCR just ignores Heritage for years and years and years. It's amazing how they get away with it.
I see Dave Crary's joining us and wearing his vest and tie as usual for these events.
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody. I can put my hat on, but I don't necessarily wear it. Hey, the thing about
Completely
fire.
prepared.
Yeah, fire and heathlands and forests and all. 40 years, as Tim just said, has gotten a lot accomplished, but it doesn't still work. It goes in fits and starts, fits and bits. There's progression. There are large burns, and potential for a model is different agencies having just 5 to 7 crew members, maybe AmeriCorps or just folks seasonal, and that could be winter seasonal. But instead of trying to do these 25-acre burns that come off every 3 to 5 years here and there, a bunch of 3-acre burns put in any day, 2 or 3 a week is 9 acres a week times whatever the term is. But what I'm trying to suggest is there could be a model where a bunch of small burns on these lands, and there doesn't have to be the most perfect burn day as long as it burns. and you get a mosaic, and we saw some slides earlier that it wasn't quite that hot or something, it didn't burn. Just a lot of burning, getting the burns in there, regardless of how many acres. I'm not talking 10 or 12 square feet, but a couple acres a day, couple burns a week, bona fide burn boss with a small crew just whittles away. And that's something to consider. We tried to do it here in the seashore and we were pretty successful. And then things changed and now there's nothing happening in the seashore. But that's that fit and start thing. So ramblings of a retired guy who's looking forward to holidays. This was great today. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I remember a very interesting discussion from the last meeting where we were talking about these burn windows because we had raised the question whether or not, is the weather changing to make it harder to do burns? And the conclusion from folks in the meeting last year, I remember, was, well, for grasslands, not so much, right? So maybe some of the, burning in scrub oak shrublands or burning forest understories in the summer versus other times, and with climate change might change more than our ability to burn grasslands. And people seem pretty confident that we could pull off the grassland burns. And I think, our thinking as a network and the work that Sarah led was that, you need to every little parts of, burning parts of parcels or burning them occasionally with regular mowing, some combinations would get that burn and the diversity generating effects of burning in every once in a while, and you're still going to end up way ahead of where you would if you just did mowing or you just didn't do it at all. So I guess I would second that.
Some of the challenges is those first entry fires of reducing the fuel loads so they are able to burn safely and in larger capacities over time. But one of the other things that attending the National Cohesive Wildland Fire Strategy workshop is really looking at the value of forming these prescribed burn associations that can help lobby, advocate, and provide the staff, supplemental staff and experience for helping facilitate prescribed fire in the Northeast. I think is something that is very valued and important to look at. And, I tap back to Dave Creary on if any of that has been looked at in the Northeast. I know they're utilized much more prevalently in the Midwest and the South where, there's indemnification, but I think that is an avenue that could be something that's helpful within the Northeast and individual states to help overcome some of the liability and help facilitate continuity between burn bosses and fire management specialists who retire and those that are coming up through the ranks. So, any comment, Dave?
Sarah.
Retired status.
Sarah Boyce.
Yeah,
has a
go
comment.
ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to, there was a comment in the chat and I thought I'd bring it up about what does it take to get emerging invasive species such as the miscanthus on state prohibited plant list. And Kelly Oman and I had this experience recently. Karen Lombard and among others on this call are on the MIPAG, the Massachusetts Invasive Plant Advisory Group, can speak more to it. But from my experience, I think the first thing in a group like this is to make sure you document your non-native invasive species. Not maybe every single individual, but some of the species that we were proposing that are prevalent on the landscape and that we have documented, the harm, whether it's ecological, economic, or human health kind of harm. Even though we know it's there and we know it's in other areas, the lack of official documentation, whether it's on iNaturalist or EdMaps, was kind of the limiting factor. So even just you have a project where you're removing miscanthus, just like throw a few points in iNaturalist or get some pictures in there, just to have that geographic range. There was a lot of discussion after when we proposed the species that we did about how are they only isolated on the island of Nantucket? Are they in, throughout the state and that kind of thing, and how prevalent really were they? So I would say for miscanthus, but also for other invasive issues, documentation. We realize we don't actually have that much documentation, for example, for spotted knapweed, which we work on every single year for the last decade on Nantucket, but there's actually, if you look at iNaturalist, there's not too many records for them. So I think that's the number one thing. I mean, I don't know, Karen or Kelly, if you have anything else to add, that would be a suggestion.
Yeah, I was just typing into the chat, the Mass Invasive Plant Advisory Group. We decide what species we're going to review each year early in the year. And, capacity is always a limitation. So we're always, folks who want to bring species to us or, even better, help us fill out compile and fill out the documentation. That was really useful when Nantucket wanted a few species listed. So that it gave them a little more authority to control them across Nantucket and buy-in. So we're a small group of the evaluation subcommittee on MyPEG, and always willing to talk to people about species and what should be reviewed next.
Richard adds to the conversation. When you're documenting, does it matter whether the invasive has been planted on a property or if it's naturally occurring otherwhere? So should they be documenting whether it's a planted or an escape?
Yes, we're mostly reviewing locations that are in minimally managed habitats. We're looking for species that are, escaping the gardening and landscaping and marching out into our habitats. Otherwise, we'd be totally bogged down by another another group of species to evaluate as well.
And with miscanthus, on Long Island, there's some cultivars or straight line species that you can see readily escaping and setting seed, and you can see just the wind trail of them being blown into the neighboring habitat, where others you can see the seed rain moving the individuals from the source population into a grassland up over a forested area into grasslands or even into coastal plain areas. And those are really important to document, where I've been drastically surprised where miscanthus has shown up in the understory of a Atlantic white cedar stand. So really identifying those escapes, especially because many of these species as cultivars are highly valued by the industry when they are sold within the nursery and landscaping industry. So especially those species are even more important to get them prohibited or banned than species like garlic mustard, which doesn't have an economic value. So if you're seeing cultivated species that are sold in a trade, it's very important to have those documented as well. Jim?
It's interesting, Polly, it's interesting on miscanthus where you are finding it. Like for us out here, you drive along Route 27, where do you find it growing along the guardrail? How did it get there? It's blown out of the back of gardeners' pickup trucks this time of the year when they're cutting the plants back. But what was interesting is on one of the talks, they outlined several warm season non-native invasive grasses. And kind of the sad or good thing about it is there was one landscape architecture firm that introduced virtually every one of those grasses into cultivation back in the early 70s. So.
Right. Yeah. And I think some of the challenge what we're seeing with the invasiveness, especially miscanthus and some of the pampas grasses, is that with climate change, while they're warm season grasses, they are producing seed heads and going to seed in the fall. And with the warming climate and the winters warming, especially, there's a longer potential for them to set seed where they hadn't in the past. So some of those cultivars that you may have seen as not particularly aggressive or invasive are now able to set seed more predominantly than they had been in the past. So we are seeing more and more species that have been common in the landscape becoming more invasive.
Is pampas grass, has anybody here seen pampas grass in the Northeast as an invasive?
We've seen it coming into some of the power lines near BNL.
Okay, because it's funny. You go to Ireland or England, it's all over the place. Grows wild everywhere. I just didn't, it was one of those plants. I was never that successful at growing it. So I honestly didn't think it would ever be that persistent in the landscape.
Yeah. So Well, all of the information that has been provided today has, continues to be very integral in helping us all collectively manage our Sandplain grasslands. It is 3:59, and so with that, I will bring today to a close and thank everyone who has participated to the program, asked questions, and for all those that continue to manage these, integral grasslands, to continue your monitoring and sharing of this information and your active engagement in this conference. We look forward to continuing it, and also to forward us any of your research so that we can continue to maintain our library of information and to utilize our website. So thank you everyone for participating. I think we had upwards of 80 to 90 participants that logged in and out throughout the day. And thank you to the steering committee for helping coordinate and put this on. So we look forward to sending out some announcement about some future workshops and some field visits. So if you would like us to consider your site, please send Chris an email, and we will.
Yeah, we do a trip.
be in
We try
touch.
to do a trip, at least one trip for the network each year, and we'd love to visit interesting sites. And so yeah, please.
Yep.
And we'll figure out a way to interact with Theo and the Southeastern Grasslands Institute. Thanks, Polly, for handling the afternoon so deftly, and thanks everybody for coming. And we'll get the information out to you,
everyone. And we will be posting the recording of this on our website in the near future.
Yep.
So, all right. Thank you, everyone. Take care and have a good holiday.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great job, you guys.
Yay.
Good.
Only I didn't.
Dave Curry, the elf on the shelf.
Oh my goodness.